This is Audible.
The Billionaire's Heir, Book 4, Taming the Bad Boy Billionaire, written by Sierra Rose, narrated by Kylie Stewart. Chapter 1. Well, I've never been to Peru, right? At the time, it seemed like as good a reason as any to make that South American country my one-way destination. That and the fact that only the outgoing flight from the airport within the hour was headed there. The spectacular beaches and clear crystalline water in no way factored into my decision-making process. But once I was there, digging my toes into the white warm sand, I felt confident that I'd made the right choice. At least about Peru. Of course, I couldn't say the same about any of the other choices I'd made recently. After I settled into a hotel that had an opening, I went straight to the beach and blended in like one of the tourists, another faceless member of the crowd. A waiter informed me that I'd arrived just in time for Mai Tais. It didn't take me long, though, to realize that things in the Southern Hemisphere just weren't the same. Even time was different. It moved at an addictively leisurely pace. The magazines were different, too, something I was grateful for. Not once did I see my own face staring back at me as I made my way out of the terminal and into the sun. Not a single fangirl or fanboy stopped me on the way out to ask, with the customary lack of tact, "Hey, what's it like to fuck a celebrity billionaire anyway?" Still, even on the other side of the world, I knew I could only hide for so long before the truth of my identity and my romantic involvement with a VIP finally caught up with me. Before the sleepy South American paradise figured out what the rest of the world already knew, and the news began to trickle out. The publicist in me kicked alive, and I could almost see the headlines. "Runaway bride? Nick Hunter's fiancé vanishes into the night." Worse than the exposure itself, the fallout would be vicious. If there was one thing the press loved more than a fairy tale romance, it was a devastating breakup. As high as we'd climbed, the media and the internet would tear us down twice as fast, and the mass majority would love to hate it, secretly adoring it at the same time. The people who had helped perpetuate our scheme would be called into question. The members of my little firm uptown would be dragged through the mud. Nick's staff would be harassed day and night, and his father would start breathing fire. Even James would be caught in the fray, thanks to his helicopter rescue at our engagement party. In a strange Beauty and the Beast moment, I pictured Ferdy and the rest of the lake house staff warding off paparazzi, with hat racks and a stash of spare Armani shoes. Still, as horrifying and global as all of that would be, I really gave it more than a passing thought as I drifted farther up the beach, away from the hordes of cheerful people. My eyes glazed over as I dug my toes deep in the sand, purposely leaving a trail of smudged, thoughtful tracks behind me. Try as I did to concern myself with the problems waiting back in New York, one thing insisted on taking up residence in the forefront of my mind. I'm going to have a baby. Me, a freaking mom. The implications and ripple effects of that single statement were too numerous to count, but for the moment those two little sentences were enough. I never imagined even thinking that, let alone facing it as a reality. Not in a million years would I have pondered being pregnant, having a child, and becoming a parent. Parent? Moi? Just like that, another unexpected title slipped into my dossier. Lately, it seemed a whole list of them had been building, a list of roles it seemed I was only partially aware of or was always the last to know about. Of course, if I was going to be a mother, that implied another title as well. Nick was going to be a father. Nicholas Hunter, the Big Apple's shining prince and a renowned playboy, suddenly a daddy. He was the man who had notoriously bedded at least one member of every royal family still left in Europe, yet he was about to become a parent too. Or maybe not. I really couldn't imagine even telling him about it. Somehow it felt that would be a colossal betrayal. We had finally earned our freedom, finally taken our future back into our own hands, only for it to be taken away by my little secret. I remembered every minute detail, every vivid nuance of the look on his face. I recalled the overwhelming beaming euphoria when we realized we'd successfully cut the puppet strings. clipped every rope that had been holding us down. For so long we'd been imprisoned by those twisted chains, but we'd finally cast off every mitigating factor. "I am so impossibly happy right now," he said to me, practically glowing with excitement. It was a contagious feeling, a warmth we both felt, as if the sun had come out for the first time in 3 months, and we wanted nothing more than to bathe in its brilliance. "No, I can't tell him, at least not for a while," I concluded, rubbing my hand across my belly as I traversed the gorgeous beach. "Not until I knew where things stand." After all, I wasn't even sure at that point how I felt about things myself. There were things I still had to figure out, but I was finally able to admit that I was falling for the man I'd been waking up to every morning, falling for him fast and hard. For the first time in my life, I too was incandescently happy. Now, though, that seemed to be in danger. I feared it could all vanish in the wake of a single thought, that thought that kept looping through my mind. I'm going to have his baby, going to be a mom. The sun was just starting to set in Peru. While I wasn't quite sure of the time difference, I was certain the horizon had already swallowed it up in Manhattan, so it was a done deal. That's it. The famous merger signed and complete, I surmised. The bulbs have flashed and the champagne is flowing. Mitchell Hunter is finally free to open the celebrity bottle of scotch he's been having. Either that or he'll celebrate by cheerfully murdering his son. Either way, he's gonna need that scotch. A faint grimace flickered across my face as I turned to face the sparkling water. That was the one thing I felt bad about. The solitary New York concern I'd been unable to fully leave behind. The rest of the people on my inconvenienced individuals list would be able to shake it off. The questions would die down, and most lives would quietly return to normal as newer scandals and stories took over the entertainment tab on the news tickers. One life, though, would likely never be the same again. What the hell is Nick thinking right now? I knew it would look awful in the eyes of the general public, only worsened by the spin the cruel media would certainly put on it. We were given 3 months to pretend to be in love, and on the final day of that agreement, I vanished without a trace. Just like that, I left both him and his father high and dry, under an international spotlight of intrigue. Yes, I knew exactly how it looked, and I was truly sorry for it, but I tried to reason in my own defense. Maybe they just told everyone I got food poisoning or just stayed back at the penthouse to cheerfully work on wedding plans. She sends her love, they probably said. That was precisely what I would have done if I was still Nick's publicist instead of his girlfriend. Wait, girlfriend? Is that all I am? Is this just one of those average boyfriend knocks up his girlfriend stories, only elevated to a global scale because of who the baby daddy is? I honestly wasn't sure about that. The only thing I did know for sure was that the whole thing was, to put it lightly, complicated. Back at the lake house, Nick and I had the talk, right after I overheard him telling James that the two of us weren't in a relationship. Being the passionate people we were, we really hashed it out, and in the end, the only conclusion we could come to was that as hard as we tried to fake it, the scripted act we'd been putting on had somehow morphed into a reality show. We'd refused to refer to it as love, didn't dare to venture that far, but it was real. So this is real too, I thought. This baby is real too. A warm smile lit my face as I gazed out at the ocean. The sun was just touching the tip of the water, spilling orange-gold light across the choppy waves, as if someone high in the sky had overturned a can of paint, just to watch it ooze over the horizon like icing on a warm cake. I glanced down at my shoes, now completely submerged in sand, and then I looked back up again. There wasn't anyone in sight for miles, and for a split second I thought, I could just stay here forever. Kind of addictive, isn't it? Huh? I said, startled by the intrusion of the voice. The running. I whirled around and let out a gasp at the sight of a beautiful man standing behind me, his feet also sunken in the sand. The same beautiful man I'd left back in a penthouse in New York. But instead of being excited to see him, every beat of my heart filled me with dread. How the hell did he find me? And now that he has, what is he going to do? Chapter 2. I wasn't sure if Nick had just cursed me out for ruining his life, dragged me back to the big city in chains, and forced me to go on highly publicized lunch dates till Christmas, or simply throw me into the sea and have his PR team write up a believable cover-up story. But I was sure that he was no longer impossibly happy with me. I should have known better than to expect any of those punishments, though. The Nick I knew would do no such things to me, or anyone else, which was part of the reason what had started out as a faux love affair had turned into something else. Sure enough, he simply kicked off his own shoes and strolled casually up beside me. The breeze gave his honey-colored locks a playful toss, and the flickering sunlight burned bronze upon his skin. His eyes softened as he stared toward the horizon for a few seconds. Finally, he shoved his hands deep into his pockets and released a contented sigh. "I came here once, when I was 16, he said, a faraway nostalgia illuminating his face. I was supposed to go to a Christmas party hosted by my father at the Met. Harold was going to pick me up within the hour, and he even laid a tuxedo across my bed. For whatever reason, I skipped the party and just came here." A faint smile broke through my shock upon seeing him, knocked down by the wall of dread wedged between us. For some reason, even though Nick was the last person in the world I should have wanted to see, my entire body warmed just at the sight of him. "So, instead of putting on a tuxedo, you ran away to Peru?" I questioned, wondering why his stories always seemed to end with him behaving in some absurd, abrupt manner. He lifted his shoulder in a shrug, his eyes never leaving the water. "It made sense at the time." I cast him a sideways smile, but it faded when I saw the profound sadness written all over his face, the kind of incurable sadness that was a symptom of being left behind. "Everyone told me not to come," he said softly. "From Max to Louise to Stacy. They all warned me, told me to just let you go. James, of course, didn't, but we both know he's famously crazy." I didn't know what to say to that. My spur-of-the-moment escape was thwarted almost as quickly as it had started, and now I found myself suddenly standing face to face with the walking personification of every uncertainty and fear I'd been trying to avoid. Fortunately, Nick didn't seem to expect a response. Rather, it was almost as if he was just thinking out loud, talking to himself. "Maybe they were right," he muttered. A sudden wave of insecurity tightened his handsome features, and he pulled in a sharp breath. I don't know what I'm doing here." At that point, all I wanted to do was reach for him, to take his hand and assure him that everything was going to be okay. I wanted to somehow force him to accept my apology, to demand that he take me back into his arms so we could start afresh on building the life we'd spent 3 months talking about, that together we were going to share. Sadly, I knew I could do none of those things. There was now a game-changing secret between us, even if I was the only one who knew about it. All I could do was stand there and stare at the water, trying to keep the ocean of tears out of my own eyes. "I guess..." Nick pulled in a deep breath, trying to steady himself. "I guess I just wanted to make sure you were okay." He finally turned to look at me, hitting me with the full force and inescapable power of those perfect eyes. "So are you?" "Am I what?" "Okay." "Just say yes," I told myself. "Just say yes, and he'll hop back on his private jet and be gone, so you can put this whole thing behind you. If nothing else, at least a fucking nod. You owe him that much, damn it. Don't just stand there gawking at him like an idiot." I tried. I honestly did. I even went so far as to think about something happy. Prancing puppies and bouncy balloons and a triple-layer chocolate cake, and it didn't work. And even my best attempt at a smile failed miserably. Nick's eyes tightened as his skin paled several shades. His hand reached automatically toward me in concern, but then he deliberately stuffed it back in his pocket, as if it had misbehaved. "You're crying," he said to himself, not a question or an answer, but just another layer of confusion, hiding an even deeper layer of pain. "Abby, why?" "Crying? Am I? Shit. Prancing puppy's my ass. I'm gonna sue YouTube for mental duress. I'm not, I retorted, wiping my face to eliminate the evidence. You just had to do that, he muttered, pacing a few steps away. A flash of scarcely contained frustration danced across his eyes, sparking hot against the hypnotic blue before he circled back. I only came here to make sure you're all right, Abby. I had to know that nothing drove you away. I needed to make sure you made this decision on your own, that running to another continent was your idea, what you wanted. He said, his voice now sharp and defensive, heavy with accusation. When he stared into my eyes again, his tone softened. Then you had to go and cry. Once again, Nick was a study in contradictions. How does he manage to be so sweet while losing his temper at the same time? How does he always put my feelings first, even when we both know I messed things up in the first place? I didn't mean to, I mumbled. You can go. I'm fine, really. I can't leave now, he said quietly, with an as-if kind of smirk. Not till you tell me what's wrong. I need to fix it, Abby, make it right. Nick, please. Not us, he clarified quickly. I mean, I know there's no fixing us. I understand why you left, and I don't blame you in the slightest. It's really completely my fault. I just meant, I want to fix whatever's, making you cry. I mean, fuck. I must sound ridiculous. He ran his hands through his hair, looking uncharacteristically uneasy in his own skin. The legendary cool had abandoned him, and the smooth-talking charmer was nowhere to be found. There was a strange flush to his face, and I heard an unfamiliar tremor in his voice. He even seemed to be having trouble figuring out where to put his hands. Still, none of that puzzled me as much as the words he said. You understand why I left? I repeated in a daze. For a moment, his manic fidgeting stopped and his eyes cooled rather sarcastically. The day of the merger, right? You took off just a few hours before we would be free to stay together on our own accord, or not. A well-deserved note of bitterness leaked through at the end, but he managed to clear his face back to neutral. It's fine that you don't love me, Abby. I shouldn't have allowed myself to believe or expect that. Still, I don't want to put you through anything more. You've gone through enough for me already. Just tell me what's the matter. What drove you all the way here so I can... You think I don't love you? I cut in, now taking my turn to cast an as-if smirk. He paused, suddenly coming up short. His lips parted for a second, and a fleeting look of hope flashed across his face, only to die in his eyes like an ember splashed with ice water. Come on, Abby, he muttered. I'm not your client anymore. You don't have to protect me, lie to spare my feelings, or butter me up. I'm a big boy, and I've been dumped before. I took a sudden step forward, shrinking the gap between us. For one thing, I know for a fact that's not true. And another. I trailed off, unable to even blurt the ridiculousness. Finally, I managed. Do you really think I don't love you? He hesitated again before letting out a humorless laugh. Your 3-month sentence is up, Abby. Consider it time served. You're no longer required to love me. But I do, Nick. I do love you. Even as the syllables tumbled out, I was shocked to hear them. It was the first time either one of us had dared to confess it. Those little words that had been too big for two fearless people, so powerful that they now froze Nick where he stood, like a wide-eyed statue in the setting sun. A deafening quiet rang out between us, even louder than the splashing of the tide against the beach, but he didn't seem capable of breaking it. The paralysis went on so long that I feared he would suffocate for lack of breath. Nick? His lips parted, and I braced for the quintessential Nicholas Hunter reply, but all that came out was a quiet, bewildered voice with a mousy-sounding question. Why would you say that? A literal ache throbbed deep in my chest in the wake of his vulnerability, the almost childlike innocence he exhibited in response to such a basic fact. Nick, How could I not love you? I asked, and this time I reached for him without restraint. Wrapping my fingers tentatively around his wrists, I pulled him a step closer. But you left, he said softly, his mask cracking for a split second, just long enough for me to see the hurt I'd caused. If you really loved me, how could you? I'm sorry, I said flatly, not ready to offer him anything more. I certainly couldn't explain my real reason, couldn't possibly tell him that I panicked over my unspoken pregnancy. At the very least I could apologize, and I owed him that because the last thing I ever meant to do was pour any hurt into those beautiful eyes of his. I shouldn't have done it, just run away, I said, the words tumbling out of me faster than I anticipated. It was as if a dam had burst, releasing a flood of insecurity. Nick, what we were doing was crazy. Not only that, but the whole city was in on it. That hotel was full of all your father's guests, and I just didn't think I could take being paraded around in front of them again. Another giant spectacle. He interrupted by closing the distance between us and pulling me into his arms. His entire body relaxed in utter relief as he held me against him, breathing lightly into my hair. I know, he said. I know. It felt so good to let all that out, even if it wasn't everything he was entitled to know. It was really only a half-truth, the other half still growing within my body and hiding deep in my mind. Still there was truth there to some degree, and I had to do something to remedy the pain I had caused. I'm sorry, I said again, burying my face in his chest. I couldn't. I just couldn't. A hand came up to stroke the back of my hair, soothing away the panic and lulling me into a reassuring calm as I breathed in silent gasps of his intoxicating scent. Don't be sorry, he murmured. I'm sorry. For what? For putting you through all that. His arms tightened, crushed me even closer still. Abby, you should have told me. If I knew, I would have found a way to get you out of it. I could have told them that you had food poisoning or something. I pulled away and let out a sudden laugh, remembering my own evasive plan. I taught you well, Grasshopper. He stared back with a tentative grin. Apparently not as well as I've taught you, Abby-san. He spread his arms, gesturing at the vastness of the deserted South American beach. Peru, Abigail. Really? I blushed and stared down at my toes that were still buried in the sand. It was the first flight out of town. I defended with a shrug. It was the first flight out of town. I defended with a shrug, then flashed him a look of sudden curiosity. Hey, that begs a question. Shoot. Fancy running into you here. James let me borrow his plane. I shook my head, amazed but not surprised all at the same time. Of course he did. Because like every kid who grows up in a privileged sandbox, you silver spooners learn to share your $8 million toys. Your daddies can always buy you new ones if you break 'em, right? I covered my face in an effort to disguise a groan that suddenly sprang up within me, and I felt a red heat in my cheeks. Nick, I ruined everything. We finally got out from under your father's thumb and... Hey, I don't care about any of that. He pulled my hands away from my face, forcing me to look in his eyes. You're going to get on that plane with me, you hear? More than that, I want you to want to get on that plane. I want you to come home. Home? I pondered, another first for the two of us as the shared penthouse had become a little more than a mailing address before. I'll do whatever it takes to get you there. His eyes shone with sincerity, burning deep into my own. But only if it's what you want. I hope you know I'll do anything in the world for you. I'd never make you stay or go someplace you don't want to be. He pulled in a shaky breath as he offered me one final out. Don't worry about sparing my feelings. Just tell me what you really want. You're not obligated to go back. If you want, I'll get back on the plane and fly back myself. And you can, His eyes roved manically out toward the water. You can stick around here and become a beach bum or some sort of oyster fisherman or... I cut him off with a kiss, the most freeing kiss we'd ever experienced. like coming up for air. It went on for what felt like an eternity, as passionate as it was tender, so long that before we allowed our lips to part, the sun dipped beneath the water. Before we knew it, we were under a blanket of stars. It wasn't until the moon glittered its silvery whiteness upon the little beach that we finally pulled away. Our eyes sparkled as we shared a long, silent look, but then Nick cocked his head toward the parking lot and offered a little grin. Together we walked through the sand, with his arm wrapped around my waist, my sandals dangling from my wrist, and a pair of beaming smiles lighting our faces. "So," I asked as we climbed into the sports car he'd rented at the airstrip, "how did you find me anyway? I could have been anywhere in the world." He pulled on his seatbelt before reaching over to pull mine across my body and click it. "The second we decided to get serious, I had my people install a tracking device in one of your teeth." I grinned, froze temporarily, then nervously grinned again. "DPS, huh?" "What?" "Dental positioning system?" He gave me a wink. "You'll never know which one. I think we'll patent them. Call them, incisors." I suppressed a little giggle as the engine revved to life. "But seriously, it wasn't hard. I tracked you down with a few phone calls. And for the life of me, I couldn't figure out why you went to Peru, so I had to come. I just wanted to make sure you were okay." I should have known I could never hide. Nick didn't pull out of the parking lot. Instead, he glanced down at his hands before giving me a thoughtful look. "I know I said I understood, but, well, now I'm confused. What exactly made you decide to leave?" I paused for a moment, trying to come up with a plausible excuse, and I found my perfect answer in an echo of the words he'd said to me on the beach. It made sense at the time. Our eyes met and his face softened with a pensive smile. Then he threw the car into gear, stepped down on the gas, and we shot off into the night. Chapter 3. I slept the entire way back to New York. The emotional and physical exhaustion of the day finally caught up with me. By the time I woke up, we were circling above Manhattan like a chrome-plated eagle, searching for the best place to land. I glanced around for Nick, and much to my surprise, found him sitting in the cockpit with the pilot, a pair of giant headphones nestled within his golden brown hair. Their heads were bent together, and it was hard to hear much of what they were saying, but I distinctly heard someone say, "Your father," before Nick gave a sharp shake of his head. A few seconds later, the plane curved off in the opposite direction, to an airstrip on the far side of the island. As Nick clapped the pilot on the back and slid off the headphones, I quickly scrambled back to my seat. I certainly didn't want him to realize I'd been eavesdropping, and to be honest, I wasn't completely sure what I'd heard anyway. By the time he re-emerged through the cabin door, I was already putting on a good act, spreading my arms open and letting out a wide yawn. "Morning, sleepyhead." He flashed an affectionate grin and settled down beside me, wrapping his long fingers around my shoulders in a sweet massage. "Sweet dreams?" From pilot to masseuse, is there anything this man isn't good at? I closed my eyes and leaned automatically into him. "Bad ones, actually." I peeked up at him through my lashes. I dreamt I got this crazy idea in my head and took off to Peru, just left everything I cared about behind in a city of smog. Nick's eyes met mine and his fingers tightened, giving me a little squeeze. "That crazy idea ended okay, though." An automatic flush swept through my body, warming my face with a tentative smile. "Yeah, I guess you could say that," I said, although the secret that really drove me down there remains. Pushing that precarious thought purposely from my head, I glanced out the window. "Where are we going?" I asked, feigning surprise. "Aren't we heading back to the penthouse?" On any other day, Nick would have seen through the false surprise at once, but on this particular occasion, he was too busy pretending himself. "No, He raked a casual hand through his hair. "Actually, I've got another condo, on the far side of the city. I thought we might go there instead." I shot him a questioning look. "Less press and everything," he quickly explained and justified. "Less press? Translation: less of Daddy Dearest, who's surely waiting for him back home with his claws out, ready to pounce. Nevertheless, he had a point when it came to the media. My entire body stiffened, then deflated with a soft sigh. I'm sure those media maniacs will be all over this like frenzied sharks, I said. A painful wince spread across my face, a preemptive echo of the flashbulbs and screams soon to come. Talk about a bad dream. That'll be a nightmare. Nick pursed his lips but said nothing at first. He had a tendency to protectively sugarcoat things every once in a while, but he was never one to lie. The press was going to be horrible, and we both knew it. We'll stay inside as much as we can. Send the staff out for anything we need, he finally assured me. Wow, that sounds like fun. House arrest for the man who can't stand to be in the same country for longer than any amount of time. He caught me staring and shrugged, as if it couldn't possibly matter less. I've dealt with bad press before, Abby. We'll handle it. I flashed him a weak smile and rubbed my eyes. Sure, it was a kind sentiment, but I could tell that there was a lot that wasn't being said. Certainly he'd been a victim of press bullying before, but we'd never been through it together, a whole other thing entirely. I knew the press would treat us 100% differently as a couple, especially because we were really unofficial Manhattan royalty who appeared to be struggling. I was sure it would be a media blowout, the likes of which we'd never seen. Inquiring minds would want to know, and every tweet, blog, and Facebook post would be happy to oblige them with all sorts of so-called news about us as soon as they sank their teeth into the first tasty morsel of gossip they could exaggerate or distort for shock value. This is the captain speaking. Please fasten your seatbelts as we prepare to land. As if reading my thoughts, Nick kicked my shoe, settled back in his own chair, and flashed me a little grin. Whatever it is, it can't be as bad as Argentina. My eyes narrowed into an automatic glare as the recollection struck me. The two of us trapped with 4 Washington Post journalists during the rainy season, 4 reporters who really hated getting wet. That was different. I snapped, fighting back a reluctant grin. Argentina had been a sore subject for Nick and me, one of those hot-button issues we seldom brought up. I staunchly maintained that the entire incident was his fault, but Nick just as staunchly maintained his innocence. We were trapped in a fishing village and they had no signal. By the time the boat came back, you'd already rescued Henry from that rabid parrot. There was no way he'd print a bad story about you after that. Nick pursed his lips, wisely choosing not to push the envelope. Well, what about Prague? Surely nothing could beat that. My eyebrows lifted slowly, and I sat up a little straighter in my seat. Do you really want to bring that up now that you have a girlfriend? The smile vanished from his face as he placed the old story in an incriminatingly new context. He shifted uncomfortably as the memory of a bohemian princess died in his eyes. No, ma'am, he decided. A sudden smile broke through my teasing, and I fought the need to jump him right there in his chair. I guess boarding school works. Those manners pop up at all the right times. The plane skidded to a stop on the slick runway, and the moment thankfully passed. Whether Nick had delivered us there to avoid his father or not, it was a brilliant move in terms of the press. I didn't see a single photographer as we hurried down the fold-out stairs and into a waiting town car. This coming from a woman whose career it's been to spot them, I thought with a smirk and a shake of my head. The driver took off without a word from Nick, and less than a minute after landing, we were flying down the dark New York streets. A baby. You're going to have a baby. His baby. My mind taunted when I glanced over at my backseat companion. You have to tell him, sooner rather than later. He deserves to know, damn it. For a second thought, I almost spilled the beans about our little bambino. Despite all my planning and excruciating self-control, I almost blurted the big secret right there in the town car. However, just as I opened my mouth to speak, Nick loosened his collar and slid half a foot closer to me on the leather seat, then closed his eyes and leaned his head back in utter exhaustion. I missed you, he said, words that caught me completely off guard, stopping mine in their tracks. I cocked my head curiously to the side. He flashed me a crooked grin. Less than a day, Abby. I already missed you before a whole day even passed. He ran his fingers up over his face, chuckling quietly at his own uncharacteristic dependence. What the fuck have you done to me, Wilder? No, not now. I can't tell him now. My confession vanished on my tongue as I scooted closer to him and slipped discreetly under his arm. I believe they call it whipped. He laughed again, and something about the sound of his chuckle sent a host of shivers up my spine. Nick wasn't exactly a whipped kind of guy, so I knew that little joke was going to come back to bite me, one way or another. Not only that, but Nick tends to bite hard. Whipped, huh? He repeated as if the word amused him greatly. Whipped, whipped, whipped. He turned it over on his tongue a few more times and smiled. I'll have to remember that. Yep, I'm in big trouble. So, what are we going to do about your father? I asked quickly, trying to change the subject. It was a question we were going to have to answer sooner or later, and I figured it was probably better to get it out of the way ASAP. I mean, I don't even know what happened after I left. Did you end up going to the party? A sudden chill seemed to hang in the air, as if the driver had turned the air conditioning on full blast. No, I didn't, Nick said after a sigh, stiffening. I assumed it looked less conspicuous if we were both no-shows. I'm sure my father will appreciate that logic. He spoke quickly, as if eager to be done with it, but I'd known his family long enough to understand the extreme sacrifice in those words. For him, less conspicuous might have been a valid excuse, but there was obviously a bit more to it than that. He was purposely giving Mitchell Hunter another target on which to center his rage. If only I had gone AWOL, he would have called out the bloodhounds and had me offed right then and there. On the other hand, with both of us absent, he wouldn't know where to place the blame, and he'd have to cut his disappointment in 2 equal shares anyway. As I pondered that, I felt a slight tightening in my chest, and my eyes misted over with tears. Even when Nick thought I was completely fucking him over, he still did all he could to protect me. That's the father of my child, and that's why I have to tell him. We're here. For the second time that evening, the confession died on my lips. My head snapped up, and I gazed curiously at the classic New York brownstone. It was really no different than the 10 or 12 others on the block. Pricey, but not prohibitively so. It was an unfamiliar place to me, because even during our 2 years of working together, I'd never seen it. He glanced up at the smooth, ivy-covered stone before offering me his arm. I took it without a word, and together the two of us proceeded inside. What is this place? I murmured, crawling out of the car behind him. It's my hideaway, he said softly. The place I go when I want to stay in the city but prefer to have some time to myself, away from all the hustle and bustle. The deed's in someone else's name, so no one knows about it. I paid for this pad in cash when I was 17. He rifled around in his pocket and pulled out a set of keys. A second later, the two of us stepped into a shadowy living room that smelled inexplicably of cinnamon. This whole place belongs to Eric Silverton, he continued. No press, no cameras, and no chance that we'll be disturbed if... he said, trailing off suddenly when the lights flicked on. 2 men, sitting in opposing armchairs in front of a roaring fire, stared at us, and another paced restlessly in the background. Not one member of the trio looked remotely pleased to see us. Dad? Nick froze and paled to a complexion lighter than I'd ever seen him. What are you... No, Nicholas. Mitchell Hunter interrupted, unnervingly calm, leaning forward in his chair, like a big jungle cat prepared to pounce, with an empty Scotch bottle sitting beside him. His eyes gleamed in the flickering light, making him look even more sinister. Tonight, son, I'll be the one asking the questions, and I expect answers from both of you. Chapter 4. Mitchell sat in one chair and Harold occupied the other. Nick and I huddled together on the sofa across from them, like two frightened children dragged into the office of an especially volatile principal. It wasn't lost on me that Nick's eyes flickered nervously to the empty bottle of scotch more than once. He knew the effects of liquor on his father, and he wasn't too keen on seeing those effects again. It wasn't until the third man paced out of the shadows that his mouth fell open in surprise. "James?" Mitchell smiled, although he didn't turn around.
"Yes, James was kind enough to join us."
The pacing stopped and James's dark eyes flashed murderously, burning a hole in the back of Mitchell's head.
"So kind that your father only had to physically pull me out of a limousine, trying to flee the city. Sure, I was real kind."
Judging by the overnight bag on the counter behind him, he had obviously been forced to stay in the brownstone, and was none too happy about it. Nick winced apologetically, and I met his eyes across from them. "Trying to flee the city?" I mouthed, tremendously comforted by his presence, even if it was the last place he wanted to be. James's face flushed and the pacing began anew.
"It would have been easier with my plane,"
he mumbled. Then he glanced at Mitchell and said, a bit more loudly, "You should know that if you and I are in the same country, my staff has instructions to start a search whenever I don't check in every 48 hours.
Mitchell's lips curled into a smile as he glanced at a clock mounted on the wall. "Is that right? 48 hours?
James glanced at the clock too, counting swiftly in his head.
"Actually, a bit less than that."
He gave up with a shrug and resumed his pacing, silently cursing Nick, me, and the ill-timed loss of his beloved plane, a plane that was fresh on Mitchell's mind as well.
"I gather you took a little trip down to South America."
Mitchell took control of the conversation once more, leaning forward to catch his son's eye.
"And no, James didn't give you up. Even private planes are required to report flight plans, Nicholas. You should know that by now. After all, this isn't the first time you've pulled this kind of stunt."
My throat closed and my blood ran simultaneously cold. Uh-oh. He actually thinks Nick and I took off together. Maybe to hurt him, embarrass him, or fuck with the stupid merger. He doesn't know I went alone, that Nick went only to find me. I knew Nick wouldn't throw me under the bus, but I didn't want him to take the blame either, so I did my best to intervene, to coax those colorless eyes onto me instead. "No, that's not—"
"Nicholas,"
Harold chided softly.
"How could you?"
My eyes flew desperately around the room, trying to get anyone to look at me instead of focusing all their wrath on my boyfriend, who was finally innocent for perhaps the first time in his life. "No, Mr. Hunter," I tried again. "You've got it wrong. Nick was—"
"I'm sorry."
Nick's sudden apology rang out through the room, and he held my hand in a death grip, urging me to remain silent. His eyes locked on his father's as he straightened a few inches taller.
"I'm sorry for the inconvenience and concern I caused, but the merger was already closed, and our 3 months were up. You can hardly blame Abby and me for wanting to get away."
Harold turned a nasty shade of green, while Mitchell's eyebrows lifted dangerously into his hair. On the flip side, standing behind him and watching as his friend took the bullet from me, I could have sworn James looked a little proud.
"That was not our agreement," Mitchell said sternly.
Quiet as they were, every word sliced swiftly through the air, chilling the temperature by 50 degrees.
"You are fully aware of all terms of the agreement."
A faint tremor ran through Nick's hand that was still clamped down on mine.
"Dad,"
he began,
"I wasn't—" "Why don't you tell me what the arrangement was?"
Mitchell said, more of a demand than a question. Contrary to his previous remark, Mitchell was seldom one to ask questions and preferred to bark out orders. Nick didn't answer and simply bowed his head.
"At sundown, after the merger was complete, you would receive the hard drive."
Mitchell's eyes swept coldly over his son, without a hint of leniency.
"Did you fulfill your end of the deal?"
"No, sir."
"That's right, Nicholas. You didn't. You ran off to South America instead."
It was incredible, in a ghastly sort of way, the way he seemed to hold everyone in the room at bay, rendering us all scared to blink or breathe just by his presence. The way the man didn't even need to raise his voice to lay a person completely bare, and the way he effectively suppressed any shred of humanity or paternal connection he might have felt toward his only child. If he's ever had any feelings for Nick in the first place, the monstrous bastard.
Based on that, he continued, swirling his empty glass, am I in any way obligated to return the hard drive?
Nick's eyes flashed up, blazing with an emotion he was quick to control.
You got what you wanted. The board signed your deal and... Nicholas!
The words scorched through the air. I jumped in my skin. James's pacing instantly ceased, and even Harold looked down at his feet.
Answer the question. Am I obliged to give you the hard drive?
For just a moment I thought maybe Nick would refuse to answer, that he and James would just decide to join forces to overpower Harold and dump Mitchell Hunter into the roaring fire, like some crazy scene out of an action movie, ending his reign once and for all. Nevertheless, Nick knew his father far better than I did.
No, sir.
He spoke softly, keeping his eyes on the floor.
You aren't obligated to do anything.
For a full minute everything was ominously quiet. The entire house seemed to be holding its breath, just waiting to see what would happen next. And when that next thing occurred, it was something I never would have predicted.
Fortunately, the fallout from your foolish antics was not what I imagined.
Mitchell poured himself another shot of liquor from a second bottle, staring thoughtfully at the glass.
In fact, it seems to have played in our favor.
What?
I thought certain I couldn't have possibly heard that right.
Sitting on the couch beside me, I felt Nick pull in a quick breath, just as mind-blown as I was.
I'm sorry. What is that? We told everyone you eloped to Peru.
At that point, my jaw actually dropped to the floor, and Nick stared at his father as if he was a man he never met before. For his part, Mitchell looked rather pleased as he announced,
It was actually James's idea. A brilliant one at that.
In one accord, Nick and I lifted our heads to stare over Mitchell's shoulder. James was now leaning against the wall with his arms folded across his chest, still hatefully glaring at the back of Mitchell's head. He clearly despised being aligned with a man, regardless of the circumstances, but in that particular situation, he could see no way around it.
The two of you were already at the height of public popularity. It was the only time you could have gotten away with such a bold-faced deception.
He spoke quickly and quietly, his English accent coming through strongly, as it always did in tense conversations.
It was also the only way the merger would go off without a hitch,
he said, smiling broadly. James gave Nick a helpless shrug as if to say,
Hey, sorry I told the world you got married in Peru, pal, but it was for your own good.
Oddly, considering the fact that his best friend had publicly changed his marital status, Nick didn't seem remotely upset. In fact, it seemed he exhaled for the first time since stepping inside his not-so-secret hideaway and finding unexpected guests.
But, what now? What does this mean? For us?
He asked carefully, turning his attention back to his father. Mitchell held Nick's gaze for a moment before turning abruptly back to his drink.
You were supposed to meet the board at the merger. Since you failed to do so, other arrangements have been made.
He downed the rest of his glass of scotch in a single swig.
I'm having dinner with them at the Hamptons estate Friday. You will be there with your new bride. And don't forget to update your status on Facebook and all other social media.
Nick couldn't nod fast enough.
Friday? Absolutely, he agreed. You will come up Monday and stay through the week,
Mitchell replied, briskly moving to his feet. Monday? That's the day after tomorrow. Why the hell does he need to be there that soon?
May I ask why?
Nick dared, obviously wondering the same thing. Mitchell glanced at him for only a moment before looking strategically away.
To meet Claudia, of course.
Claudia? Acting on instinct, Nick shot Harold a questioning glance, only to receive a rather pained look in return. To most people, it would have only muddled things further,
but after over 2 decades, Nick was completely aware of what his father meant. "No way. You didn't." I was surprised by his boldness and his tone. We had just been granted a get-out-of-jail-free card, and I didn't feel it was the best time to sound like a rebellious teenager. The only thing that would have made it worse is a roll of his eyes, which I feared he might do any minute. Mitchell didn't seem surprised by his son's reaction, nor did he seem combative. If anything, he looked almost embarrassed, but I was sure that couldn't be the case. "Nicholas," he said calmly, "you will come, and you will behave yourself." "Why?" Nick repeated, sharper this time, almost petulant. "I mean, seriously, Dad." Mitchell sighed. "Nick, don't start." Nick? I thought, shocked to hear his father call him that. I gawked at them both in awe. I was witnessing what had to be the first and only genuine father-son moment I'd ever seen. In the next second, a pair of cool hands closed over the tops of my arms. With a silent shriek, I was gracefully extracted from the room, pulled effortlessly over the top of the sofa, and led away to the kitchen, and the arguing men didn't even seem to notice. It happened so fast that I didn't realize what was happening myself, until I turned around to see James's gentle smile. "Trust me, you don't want to get in the middle of that," he said softly. "I think it's going to get ugly in there." My jaw fell to the floor as I whirled back around to look at them. "Why?" I whispered, incredulous. "What's going on?" James's eyes flitted over to the quickly escalating argument with casual interest before returning to mine. "Mitchell proposed to his flavor of the month. I guess he intends to stroll down the aisle again." Suddenly the hot tempers made sense. The emboldened son and the abashed father sounded human for once, because they'd slipped into something they always claimed to be on paper, but had never actually managed to practice. Family. Remarried? My eyes flickered back to the living room where Nick was scathingly expounding upon the last 6 or 7 times he had been forced to endure such awkward introductions. "I can't believe he'd do it again," I said, even though I absolutely could believe it. "Who is she? This Claudia?" I paused, then asked the far more pertinent question. "How old is she?" James shrugged. "I don't know. Our age, most likely." He glanced over again before settling on the floor and popping open a Snapple. "His last wife was a little younger than me." I settled down beside him and he offered me the bottle. It never ceased to amaze me how fast things changed in their world, how turbulent and volatile their lives were. One minute Nick and Mitchell were like frozen statues in the living room, locked in a breathless, high-stakes negotiation in which the father viewed the son as nothing more than a professional asset, a valuable pawn to be moved strategically across the board. In the next, the impossible trust funds fell away, and they were just a normal family with all those normal family dysfunctions, including the son chiding the father about his failed, embarrassing attempts at married life. "I don't see why you can't just date them," Nick argued, sounding more frustrated than I'd ever heard before. "Why do you have to marry them all?" "Quite ironic," Mitchell fired back, "coming from a man who just got married himself." Nick threw up his hands, exasperated beyond belief. "You did that! It's not even real! It's just a press strategy, a good little PR conjured up by James." James winced and passed the Snapple back to me. I took it, wearing a strange, nervous grin, one I couldn't really control. One second it was international blackmail and escapes to Peru. The next we were huddled on the floor of the kitchen, 2 kids sharing a juice box. "I'm sorry for the eloping story," James said softly, leaning back against the refrigerator with a practiced sort of patience. "Under the circumstances, it seemed like the best option." "No, it's okay," I said quickly, shooting him a grateful look. "Actually, I'm glad you came up with it. Otherwise, well, I don't know where Nick and I would be." We sat in silence for the next few minutes, listening with vacant expressions as Nick and Mitchell's argument began to wander decades into the past. Finally, James let out a quiet sigh. "Abby, I've just got one question." Yeah? Do you happen to know where my plane is?
Chapter 5. It didn't take long for Mitchell to clear out the brownstone after he and his son put the finishing touches on their epic argument. While most people would have simply stayed over, given that it was nearly 4 a.m., Nick's father and Harold piled back into the waiting town car and disappeared into the night. Of course, that only took place after practically a blood oath. Nick and I would forcibly go to the Hamptons or face death. There's an extra room. Nick tried to entice once more, leaning against the doorframe as James swung a messenger bag over his shoulder. You don't have to take off in the middle of the night, too. With your father on the warpath? Yes, I really do. He flashed Nick a grin and gave me a swift kiss in the cheek before jogging down the front porch steps toward the empty street. How will you ever find a hotel vacancy at this hour? Nick called disapprovingly. And you're hoofing it. You don't even have a car. Don't have my freaking plane either, do I? James shot back. No worries, though. It's New York. There are cabs aplenty. Nick folded his arms across his chest, glancing warily up and down the deserted street. Jay, seriously, it's 4 a.m. You won't catch a cab. He gestured back inside to the foyer, where I was waiting and listening intently to their conversation. Just stick around here for a few hours, get some sleep. When we wake up, I'll drive you to the airstrip myself, and... Before he could finish, a yellow taxi skidded out of nowhere, as if James had somehow mentally summoned it. James flashed another grin over his shoulder before sliding inside. Like I said, we're in New York. After a screech of tires, a rev of the engine, and a flicker of brake lights, the darkness also swallowed him up. Nick walked slowly back inside, closing the front door and collapsing against it, releasing a tired sigh as he did so. He rubbed his hands over his eyes as I walked slowly up to meet him. It's about time this day is over. We showered quickly, swaying sleepily on the slick tile before collapsing on the king-sized bed, not even bothering to fold down the expensive linens. Considering how terribly the day had started, it seemed to be ending relatively well. If nothing else, we were together again in New York, and Mitchell had agreed to temporarily spare our lives. Nevertheless, there was no denying that the last 24 hours had taken a severe toll on everyone involved. Nick turned off the lights, and a second later the two of us were snuggling under the covers. His eyes snapped shut immediately, but I kept mine wide open, staring unblinkingly at the ceiling as my mind struggled to catch up with where my body had been. How was it possible that just a few hours ago I was on a beach in Peru? How was it possible that Nick flew all the way down there to find me? How was it even conceivable that despite all of our drama, here we are, together again in the same bed, falling asleep in each other's arms? Nick, I whispered into the darkness. Thank you for coming to get me. There was a beat of silence before a quiet voice answered mine. No, thank you for getting on the plane. An unlikely smile lifted my lips as I nestled deeper into his arms. How could I not? I love you. There was another pause, much longer than the previous one. Then a pair of soft lips brushed my forehead, and the naked man beside me said those heart-melting words for the first time. I love you too. I felt my breath hitch in my chest, and it was as if every nerve in my body was suddenly on full alert, every hair standing on end as my mind made yet another demand. Tell him. You have to tell him now. I closed my eyes and opened my mouth, prepared to do exactly that. But the soft sound of Nick's breath echoed in my ear, indicating that he was asleep already. Even as he rested, he clutched me to his chest like a little boy with his beloved Teddy, his muscular, perfect body finally succumbing to the overwhelming exhaustion of the day. Tomorrow. I'll tell him tomorrow. Or maybe the day after that. Chapter 6. When I awoke just a few hours later, the early afternoon sun had already painted the room a magical shade of bronze. Everything seemed to be illuminated in a golden glow, from the paintings on the walls to the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. right down to the beautiful man beside me. Nick was still passed out cold, but that didn't stop me from doing my very best to wake him up. "Hey," I whispered, fighting back a grin. "You awake?" It was an obvious question, with an obvious answer, but I couldn't bring myself to care. It was a brand new day, and our 3 months were up. The merger was signed, we were back in the Big Apple, and he had just confessed his love for me for the first time. I wasn't about to let him hibernate through all that. I knew Nicholas Hunter was keenly aware of his rather sordid track record with the ladies. From what I knew of him, and what everyone in the world seemed to know of him, I was fairly certain that he'd never said those 3 words to anyone in his entire life. Not once. For that reason alone, I could not believe he'd said it at all. And to little old me, of all people. My eyes danced with uncontainable delight as I replayed the moment over and over in my head. It was dark when he uttered it, so I didn't really have a visual to go with it. But that didn't stop me from imagining it to blissful perfection in my mind's eye. I would forever remember the way he tensed slightly beneath me, as if he had to make a quick decision. I would always recall the way his muscles relaxed slightly when he made up his mind, the way his arms tightened back up again as he cradled me against his chest and said those magical words. It was perfect. Absolutely fucking perfect. Unless he didn't really mean it. My soaring heart came to a screeching halt as I considered that horrible possibility for the first time. It really wasn't like it was that unlikely. I mean, I did just say it to him, right before that. What was he supposed to do? Just leave me hanging after all we've been through together for the last 3 months? A cold chill swept through me, a million doubts nipping at any shreds of hope and self-confidence I had. Yes, he said it, but that doesn't necessarily mean he really feels that way, Abby. Don't be a gullible idiot, the logical, cautious part of me scolded. After all, he didn't respond the same way when I said it on the beach in Peru. He just ignored it then. Maybe he was tired. Maybe it was an echoed response. The thought stopped my heart cold, and I rolled onto my side, staring up at him with sudden dread. To anyone watching, I would have looked like a lunatic. On the outside, nothing had changed. But suddenly, that brand new day didn't seem so magical and sunny. The worst of it was that I didn't know how to determine it for sure. It wasn't as if I could come right out and ask him. Maybe I'll just wait and see if the subject comes up again naturally. No use forcing things, right? I reasoned. Wrong. Quit being such a chicken shit, would you? My head admonished. You're carrying his baby, for fuck's sake. You have to know if he meant it. Nick? He stirred slightly but didn't open his eyes. Nick, are you awake? Still he said nothing. Nick! The 3rd time I said his name with a bit more panic and volume in my voice, there was a shift in his breathing. His biceps tightened, then relaxed again as they gathered me up against his chest. What is it? What's wrong? He finally muttered, though he didn't bother to open his eyes yet. I hesitated, squirming nervously against him, figuring it was best to ease into the awkward conversation gently, the way one would slowly slip the body into a cold swimming pool, one tiny toe at a time. It's, hey, do you want to get some breakfast? He shook his head and yawned widely before surrendering to sleep once more. Of course he doesn't. He only went to bed a few hours ago, after you made him chase you halfway around the world. Forget the breakfast. If you keep bugging him, he's going to slap you not so over easy. They were wise words, even though I knew Nick would never actually attack me. Unfortunately, they weren't enough to stop me. Are you sure? I asked again, well aware that I was venturing even closer to that line. I could make us something. He shifted a little under the sheets, spilling his golden hair across his face. I'm fine, but the kitchen's well stocked if you're hungry. Help yourself. You look very handsome this morning, I said, trying a different strategy. Thanks, babe, he said, still not opening his eyes. I leaned even higher up on his chest. My face was just a few inches from his. Very handsome, I teased. You know, we should really consider one of those in-bed photo shoots the next time they ask you to be on the cover of Rolling Stone.
Only if you want to.
They're usually very specific with that sort of thing. I babbled, picking up speed now that I was back on familiar ground. They always come to the table with all these preconceived ideas, but I'm sure if we present a clear vision of what we want, they'll be quick to accommodate us because... I trailed off, realizing he wasn't responding to me at all, and that his breathing had resumed its slow rhythm. Just like that, the man was out like a light. On that note, how would you feel about going to spin class with me? I know the whole stationary movement thing really isn't your style, but you never know. At any rate, I think it'd be hilarious to see you in a little spandex singlet. After another beat of silence, a hand suddenly reached downward and grabbed me right between the legs. As Nick finally opened his eyes to study me for a moment, I let loose with a breathless shriek. His expression betrayed no emotion until his lips twitched up into a wry grin.
Someone's a bit of an eager beaver this morning, huh?
It was impossible to answer that. In fact, it was impossible to even think straight when he was holding me there, and it was all I could do to close my gaping mouth. I didn't, I mumbled. With a mocking frown, he propped himself up on his other arm and cocked his head to one side as his grip tightened, effectively immobilizing me.
I'm sorry. What was that?
This time it was me who failed to respond. The silence stretched on, but Nick was in no hurry. Actually, he seemed to enjoy the fact that he'd stunned me into speechlessness. A few seconds later, he increased the tantalizing torture by toying with his fingers. Don't get distracted now. There's a question you need to ask. Nick, wait. My eyes snapped momentarily shut as his thumb grazed me, sending an electric shockwave through my body. There's something He picked up speed, wearing an arrogant and victorious smile as he watched me flounder. Just do it, Abby. Get it together. I need to ask... My teeth clamped down hard on my lip as he slipped a finger inside. Then two, then three. I need to... A quiet moan escaped my lips as my head fell back against the pillow. What I needed to ask and what I needed at that moment were two very different things. In the end, the desires of my body won out over the demands of my head. My legs parted automatically beneath the sheets in silent invitation, but Nick didn't need to use anything more than his hand. I knew from experience that I wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure for long. My breath caught in my chest, and I was just seconds away. But somehow, for some reason, that was when I finally blurted my question. Did you mean it last night, when you said you loved me? His hand vanished immediately, and Nick looked down at me in shock.
What?
And that confirms it. Why the fuck did you wake him up for this? Why the fuck couldn't you just leave it alone? Why the fuck couldn't you have just waited 2 more seconds? My skin flushed and simultaneously paled as I did everything in my power not to look at his astonished face. I was just wondering. After a few seconds of more heavy silence, I peeked up through my lashes and realized that it was now him who was stunned to the point of no words. Nick's eyes were as wide as saucers, but they weren't looking at me. Rather, they were fixed somewhere on the pillow behind my head. His pupils dilated to the size of the average black hole. Panic set in, but the publicist in me roared to life, reminding me of rule number 1, damage control. Because you don't have to be, I said. He turned those enormous eyes my way. As quickly as I could, I backpedaled. It would be wonderful, but love's not... Well, it's not exactly something we can control. I don't want to pressure you or anything. He blinked slowly, then stared at me with a truly unreadable expression.
Pressure me?
In all likelihood, he had never heard those words in his entire life, and the reality of that sent a burning blush to my cheeks. I continued talking, digging the hole deeper and deeper, wondering all the while why I couldn't just shut up. No, you didn't have to say it just because I did. I didn't want you to say it if you don't really... The sentence was cut short by a sparkling bout of laughter echoing suddenly in the air between us, brightening the room and everything in it before settling in Nick's lovely eyes.
"Is that why you woke me up?" he asked with an affectionate smile. "To ask whether or not I'm in love with you?"
Rule number 2. Deny, deny, deny. No, I answered stiffly, pulling defensively out of his grip. I woke you up to see if you want to have breakfast, and possibly go to spin class. He burst out laughing again, gathering me tighter in his arms.
"Abigail Wilder," he said, kissing the top of my head. "What am I going to do with you?"
Eat and spin? I stuttered, wondering if that question was a yes or a no.
"Of course I'm in love with you." He chuckled again, his eyes twinkling. "What the hell do you think has been going on here?"
I blushed again, but this time I met his gaze with a shy smile. I don't know. I mean, there's a difference between loving someone and being in love, between dating someone and actually falling for them. Add a baby into that equation and things start to get pretty complicated. Something inside me reminded me. A sudden kiss interrupted those thoughts, a kiss so warm and soft and sweet that I had to open my eyes to make sure it was really happening.
"I assure you that I know the difference, and I know I am in love with you, Abigail Wilder."
His breath tickled my cheeks as he gazed deep into my eyes.
"We both know I fell a long time ago."
A warm flutter stirred in my chest, and I grinned in spite of myself. Then, just as quickly as the smile came, it melted away from my face, and I gave him a sarcastic roll of my eyes. All right. You don't have to keep saying it. I mean, unless you want to." A shrieking explosion of giggles burst out of me as his fingers dug into my sides. There was a flash of golden hair, and in the next second he was on top of me, pressing me into the mattress as he alternated between tickling, kissing, and declaring his love.
"Body and soul,"
he said before another kiss.
"Head over heels,"
he said, then kissed me again.
"And whatever other cheesy fucking way you want me to say it."
He pinned my wrists above my head and kissed me long and slow, his eyes glowing liquid blue in the afternoon sun.
"I love you, Abby. I'll say it as many times as you're willing to hear it."
All the air rushed out of me, and I froze in the heat of his adoring gaze. Tell him. Now's the time. I knew, but I just couldn't. I had never been happier than I was in that moment, and I couldn't bear to watch it all crumble away beneath the cruel attack of the unspoken truth. Instead, I lowered my eyes quickly to his chest before looking up with a distracting grin. "I can't believe you just grabbed me like that." My skin flushed red hot at just the memory, and I shook my head wearing an incredulous smile. He raised a single eyebrow, looking delicious enough to eat. One hand snaked beneath the sheets to nudge my thighs apart as he set out to finish what he started.
"Does this make me whipped, huh?"
Shit. I knew that joke would come back to bite me. You know I was just kidding, right? I leaned into the mattress as far as I could, gazing up with a nervous grin as he towered over me. "I don't actually think you're—" I shrieked aloud as his head disappeared beneath the sheets to assault me, letting out a playful growl. My head rolled back in mindless ecstasy, and I gasped for breath before I shrieked once more. Chapter 7. Just a few hours later, we were finally ready for breakfast. The sun had already begun to set over the western horizon, but that didn't stop us from sitting up on the front porch with 2 plates of pancakes and bacon. The maple syrup was not far behind. Nick drenched his plate in a lake of sugary goodness. I smirked. "Sugar craving?"
"What? I can stop at any time."
I giggled and took a large bite of bacon, watching him discreetly out of the corner of my eye. It was still hard to get used to that side of him. He was so playful, so affectionate, so unrestrained, and so down to earth that the general public never would have believed it if I told them. During my 2 years of working with him, I discovered that Nick was fun and friendly, but there were certain lines the two of us would never have thought of crossing. Certain things we never would have even thought, let alone said. There were certain walls we never would have let down, even with each other. Now all of that was rapidly changing. The man sitting beside me didn't seem to have a care in the world. He just sat there with bare feet, bed-tousled hair, and a shirt that was slightly too big for him rolled up at the sleeves. He grinned like the proverbial kid in the proverbial candy store, as he snacked happily on a ridiculously tall stack of very soaked pancakes, and I was absolutely smitten with him.
"You need to put that lusty stare of yours away,"
he teased, flashing a sideways grin.
"I have a girlfriend now, and she wouldn't approve. Or should I say wife? Supposedly we eloped in Peru."
I rolled my eyes and watched as he lifted his hand to wave at a couple who'd stopped to gawk at him. When they whipped out a camera with a pleading request, he stood obediently and leaned between them, wearing a practiced smile, and balanced his sticky plate in the other hand. A faint grin spread across my face as I watched the couple take shot after shot, both grabbing the back of his loose shirt as if it was somehow acceptable to manhandle him. They seemed to be making frantic lists of which friends needed to see the photos, evidence of their starstruck encounter. The wife, ignoring her husband, even stretched up on her tiptoes to kiss Nick on the cheek. It wasn't until I heard Nick say my name that I realized they were talking to me. "I'm sorry, what was that?" I set my plate down and stood, wearing a smile that I hoped was more gracious-looking than it felt. "You want me to take one of the three of you?" The couple chattered quickly in Portuguese, shaking their heads. Nick flashed me a crooked smile.
"They want a picture of the four of us. Them, me, and my wife."
"Wait, wife? Wow, the entire world thinks we're married?" The smile froze on my face, and for a split second I wondered what it would be like for that to be true.
"Abby?"
When I glanced back up, all three were just staring, waiting for me. "Oh yeah, of course." With a feeling of slight trepidation, I joined them on the sidewalk, slipping automatically under Nick's arm as the camera flashed in front of our eyes. The couple was literally overjoyed. In fact, I'd never seen anyone so grateful for a simple picture. They were so effusive that they caught the attention of other passerbys. Before long, a bit of a crowd had gathered in front of the secret brownstone. I took my cue from the master and stood for picture after picture, smiling as genuinely as I could for each fan and posing with endless patience as a stream of strangers spoke to me in some languages I didn't even understand. Some of them screamed for me, tugging without restraint on my coat and hair. By the time Nick and I were able to escape the entourage and make our way inside, the sky was darkening. Our plates of pancakes had gone cold and were forgotten on the stairs. We kissed swiftly, then waited for the crowd to dissipate before Nick went back out to hail a cab. We were expected in the Hamptons the next morning, and that was not an appointment either of us could miss. His father would expect us right on time, and we both knew that if we were late for that very important date, he would have our heads quicker than the Queen of Hearts would have taken Alice's. Chapter 8. It says here that the estate was built in the early 1800s by a guy who later helped with the renovation on the Louvre. It's one of only 3 private residences in the entire world to which he lent his talents, and it is listed as the most coveted location in the eastern seaboard. I pushed my sunglasses up into my hair and gazed down at the brochure in my hand. A black and white sketch on the front, in the Art Nouveau style, made it impossible to tell what the thing really looked like. It also says it's been featured in numerous films, even served as the wedding location for a princess of Spain. Did you know all of that? Nick leaned back against the leather seat of the town car and shut his eyes.
"Yeah, Abby, I was there."
The paper rustled in my hands as I gleefully ignored him, turning page after page. A pair of tennis courts, Olympic-sized pool, drawing room directly beneath his and hers helicopter pads, and a labyrinth-type garden to rival that of Versailles. With that, the brochure came down, and I swatted my dozing boyfriend across the knee. "Nick, why the hell have I never been here before?" He looked up, then glanced blearily out of the window, his bright blue eyes failing to show any interest.
"You've never been here because I try not to come here."
It was a simple answer, but it led to a million more questions. You try not to come here? I repeated, scooting closer to him. Why? If it's about your dad, I know for a fact that he's hardly ever here. He lives in the city full-time, just like you do. Plus, even if the two of you happen to be here at the same time, the place is huge. Chances are that you never even run into each other. Nick's lips twitched up in a faint smile, but a sadness lingered in his eyes. His gaze hovered there for a moment, staring almost wistfully into my own, before he tapped me lightly beneath the chin. You should put on your jacket. We're almost here. I glanced around quickly and gathered up my stylish trench coat in my arms. We had woken up early, around 6 a.m. Rather, we were woken up early as a horde of Mitchell Hunter's minions laid siege to the brownstone. I would never forget the look on Nick's face as he wandered down the stairs in nothing but a pair of black boxer briefs to answer the door. The horrified shock of his top-secret lair having been so publicly discovered was followed almost immediately by grim resignation as he realized he'd have to procure a new secret New York hideaway. His alias, Eric Silverton, was also a no-go. However, like the proverbial phoenix, it would only be a matter of time before someone new took Eric's place. I listened intently, huddled on the stairs in a bathrobe, as everyone greeted him with a frantic barrage of introductions, all speaking at the same time, with the same look of wide-eyed reverence before pushing past him into the house. "Hey!" he called after them, still gripping the door tentatively and not hiding his annoyance with the intrusion. "Who the hell are you people anyway?" A man near the front stepped forward. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Hunter. Your father said you would be expecting us. My name is Pierre Leconte, and my team was sent to make sure you and your wife arrive in the Hamptons safe, prepared, and on time." Since I knew no one could see me on the stairs, I ventured a roll of the eyes. Of course Mitchell wouldn't trust us to pack a suitcase and call a cab. He has to micromanage everything himself. A muscle clenched in the back of Nick's jaw as his hand tightened on the door, but other than that, he kept his face clear of all emotion, save a chilling smile. "My father sent you to help me pack a bag?" Pierre's own smile faltered for a moment until he spied me on the stairs. Like a man grasping for a life raft, he threw his arms open. "Mrs. Hunter," he said in warm exclamation, obviously hoping I would be the sweet to temper my husband's sour. "It's so wonderful to meet you. Your father-in-law sent us to escort you to the Hamptons Manor. We are at your service, milady." I didn't know what part was stranger, the Mrs. Hunter or the reference to your father-in-law, speaking of Mitchell Hunter. My eyebrows lifted ever so slightly, and I locked eyes with Nick as he pursed his lips with a hint of a genuine smile and helplessly shrugged his shoulder. Sensing that mere words would have little effect so early in the morning, Pierre was quick to bring out the big guns. With a sharp snap of his fingers, 4 women burst into the room, each wheeling a rack of gorgeous designer clothes. My face perked up as I ventured a step or two lower. "All these are for me?" Pierre's eyes glowed like a viper's with a mouse in a corner. He knew he had me. When it came to getting a New York woman out of bed, he knew some things worked even better than caffeine, and a new wardrobe was one of them. I shot Nick a look of apology for my betrayal. "I'll just be in the kitchen," he said, chuckling and raising his hands in surrender. "Drinking heavily." Now I realized that was possibly why he had such trouble staying awake in the town car. "You know, I could smell that whiskey on you a mile away." He waved his hand dismissively. "I'm sure Harold will spritz me with something on my way in," he said, a fair point we both knew to be true. "Why are you so against coming here?" I asked quietly, sticking my arms through the sleeves of my coat. "It's only for a few days, and I'll be here with you this time. Besides, this place sounds incredible." Nick slipped his sunglasses on and sighed. "I was raised here, Abby, and it wasn't all sunshine and games for me." His shoulders tensed imperceptibly as we pulled off the main road. The light itself seemed to dim in the car with the soft undertones of his voice. "Also, I don't like being summoned." I understood that feeling. We were so close to freedom, only to have it extended by a week, and that really boiled my blood. Still, I was determined to be positive, an attitude that probably had something to do with the fact that it was my fault our internment was lengthened in the first place. Of course, for me, the allure of the manor and the designer clothes made the whole idea a little easier to stomach. I lifted the brochure to read it again, flipping eagerly through the pages as we rolled down a cobblestone road, flanked on both sides with tall, majestic trees. It wasn't until we cleared the lane that I lowered the picture and found myself staring up at the real thing. My mouth dropped as I glanced between the brochure and the building once, twice, then 3 times. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, I can't even imagine the price of the real thing. This place is unbelievable, I said. I stared up in sheer wonder, feeling as if we rolled back into some kind of movie set. More accurately, it felt I'd hopped into a time machine, been whisked back to an era where things like horse-drawn carriages, glass slippers, and wishes really did come true. The estate itself stretched as far as my eye could see, rolling emerald lawns punctuated with the occasional towering oak rose and fell in gentle waves, reaching all the way to the pale clear sky. The mansion, which was really more like a palace, was something right out of the old world, with tall white pillars, sleek crisp lines, and the kind of turreted roof that made me think Sleeping Beauty might peer around any corner at any given moment. There was even a gold statue sitting in the middle of the curved driveway, one of those ancient Greek champions who looked freakishly similar to the man sitting beside me in the car. The mansion could easily sleep 100, and probably comfortably entertain several times that many. The entire thing looked like something Gatsby would have had wet dreams about, before rolling back over with a discontented sigh. Inconceivably, when Nick looked up at the grandeur, he just shook his head. "My dad is such a show-off." I nudged him. "Like you're not?" Without another word, he helped me out of the car and led me up the steps to the front door. It opened before we could even reach it, and a small army descended on the car behind us. They emptied it of our luggage and vanished again to the servants' entrance. We froze for a moment, staring cautiously around the entryway. Harold swept down the stairs to greet us. "Nicholas!" He clasped him warmly on the tops of both arms, looking him up and down with delight. "We've been waiting for you. I hope the drive was pleasant." He scrunched up his nose then with hands so discreet I almost didn't notice. He actually pulled something from his pocket and sprayed it onto Nick before slipping it back into his jacket. Nick's lips did not form an answer. Instead, they just thinned into a line as he cocked his head pointedly to the side. Harold followed the gesture curiously, wondering what could possibly be more important than his idle chit-chat, and his face soured as it fell on me. The two of us glared at each other for a moment before he glanced back at Nick and formed a quick smile. "And how is your lovely wife?" The stutter in his voice as he said it was not so lost on me. It was hard enough for him to concede that in the eyes of the rest of the world I was actually now part of the family, a feat he had made his life mission. Knowing that Nick and I were actually together seemed to only make things worse for poor Harold, so much so that I was fairly certain there was a voodoo doll of me stashed under his pillow. "Why don't you ask her?" Nick replied, clapping the man cheerfully on the shoulder. "Abigail." I let him hang for a moment before smiling graciously myself. We're here to make nice, right? That was my fault, but from the second Nick had discovered we were going to be forced to meet his father's new bride, he'd been dead set against the entire endeavor. It was up to me to take the lead and to keep the peace. "I'm fine, Harold, thanks. Should we go change?" I glanced up at the giant arching stairwell, curious to explore. He shook his head. "Normally that would be the case, but Mitchell and Miss Hart are already waiting on the veranda. Perhaps it would be best for you to make your introductions first." He spun toward Nick. "I'm sure your father would prefer that." "Miss Hart? Did I hear that correctly?" I wondered when I noticed his disgruntled tone at the mention of the woman. Is it possible that there is someone Harold Oates despises more than me? Nick, unmoving, had yet to take off his Ray-Bans, and the longer he stood inside his childhood home, the more he looked like a flight risk. "Would he now?" he said, his words clipped and cold. "Well, of course. Anything for my father." Harold and I exchanged a nervous glance before I slipped my hand firmly into Nick's. "That's right, babe," I said, giving him a pointed squeeze but glancing up with a smile. "This week is all about dear old Dad," I urged. Nick glanced down at me for a moment before flashing a breathtaking pearly smile, as dazzling as it was fake. Harold and I exchanged another glance, this time hiding smiles of our own. "That's the spirit," he muttered, gesturing us forward. I squeezed Nick's hand again as we made our way down the corridor, breezing past enough priceless paintings to fill the Met. It wasn't until we neared the doors to the inner courtyard that I flashed him a sideways glance. "You should take off your shades, now that we're inside. I'm sure your father would prefer that," I said with a wink. "Nope," he said, not even breaking his stride. I let it go and focused on keeping up with him. I had worked with Nick long enough to know that I had to pick my battles. It was enough that we were there, that he was willing to try, despite the fact that all his better angels were telling him to run. Now if I can just keep him from throwing himself off the banister, we might actually have a shot at pulling this whole thing off. Chapter 9. I had attended luncheons with Mitchell Hunter before. They usually involved several hundred people lounging casually in the ballroom of some great hotel, sipping champagne and gossiping amongst themselves about one another whenever anyone was out of earshot. I had been a guest at tea time with Mitchell as well, and that usually consisted of several senators, diplomats, or members of the British Parliament doing the same thing. I'd even been to informal gatherings with Mitchell Hunter, but in spite of the informal on the fancy embossed invitations, they were still black tie, catered, and entertained by the latest classical or jazz sensation. The one thing I'd never been to with Mitchell before was a Hunter family gathering. Based on what I knew, I expected it to be more of the same. Nick and Mitchell rarely had any contact unless it was in the presence of at least a dozen members of their staff. Conversations were brief and scripted, and I didn't expect the introduction to be any different. Therefore, I was completely blown away when it turned out to be just the four of us. "Nicholas!" Mitchell stood the second we stepped onto the porch. He practically floated across the patio to greet his son with a warmth just as contrived as Nick's smile. "So glad you and Abby have made it." "Abby? I'm just Abby now?" Nick stiffened as his father clapped him fondly on the shoulder, but his smile remained. "Well, we were, lucky enough to have some help this morning getting out of the door." Mitchell froze for a split second before turning swiftly to me. "Abby." He said my name like we were the oldest of friends, then leaned down quickly to plant a kiss on each of my cheeks. "You look more radiant than ever. Married life suits you." "Yeah, well, it's actually the post-morning sickness glow, Grandpa." "It's good to see you, Mitchell," I said as sweetly as I could manage, glancing around the gorgeous patio. "This is a beautiful estate." Thank you, thank you." He motioned us to the table, where a tall blonde was pushing slowly to her feet. "Please allow me to introduce Claudia." I punched Nick discreetly in the ribs, and he took off his sunglasses with a soft sigh, just as the woman turned around and fixed a blinding smile on us. "It's a pleasure to meet you," she said in a breathy, feminine voice. "Mitch has told me such wonderful things." For a second, all I could do was stare. I'd seen pictures of Mitchell's ex-wives before, as part of my job as a publicist. With the exception of Nick's lovely mother, they all seemed to fall into a certain type. Blonde hair, blue eyes, bleached white teeth, and legs for days. They were all striking, absolutely beautiful, with the kind of smiles models had airbrushed on magazine covers, the kind of smirks drivers wore when cutting someone off in traffic, and the kind of scowls that sent the house staff running for the hills. Claudia could have easily been their queen. Every square inch of her was tan, waxed, and buffed to perfection. Her makeup was flawless, her hair a work of art. No less than 3 diamond tennis bracelets hung from each wrist. As she stepped forward to shake my hand, I was momentarily terrified she was going to accidentally slice off my finger with her massive engagement ring. I could only stare a moment, weighing the potential consequences, before I nervously extended my hand. She wrapped it quickly in a pair of ice-cold, perfectly manicured talons. "It's a pleasure to meet you as well. I gulped and tried to start again. "We were so excited when Mitchell decided to have us up for the week." "Oh, that was my idea." She flashed that perfect smile once again, and I found myself literally counting her teeth. Either she had more than a normal human being, or she was just flashing them in such a way that I was worried she might take a bite out of me. "I thought it would be good to have a little time to get to know my new family before the engagement party," she said, then turned her heavily painted eyes in Nick's direction. "Especially to get to know Mitch's only son." Mitchell visibly stiffened behind her as Nick offered a polite smile. "It's nice to meet you," he said softly, as he had done so many times before. The Ray-Bans were safe in his jacket pocket, and I felt confident that his natural charm and well-honed bullshitting and schmoozing ability would see us through the rest. "My father's told me great things." She gripped his hand lightly, running her thumb across his knuckles. "Likewise." For a moment they both stared at one another, as if testing the truth of their words, even though they both knew full well there wasn't a chance in hell that any of it was honest. Finally, Nick smiled again and pulled her chair out for her. Mitchell did the same with mine, and together the four of us settled around the table. Hands down, it was one of the strangest encounters I'd ever experienced, and I had recently spent time with the infamous Ella Campbell. Perhaps the strangest part was that everyone around the table tried his or her best to act as if the situation was normal, like it was just a casual family lunch when it was anything but. What it was a quartet of two sets of uneasy diners, virtual strangers on a $100 million estate, surrounded by a sea of faceless waiters, and no one really wanted to be there. "So, Nick," Claudia hesitated suddenly, "is it all right if I call you Nick?" He flashed her a tight smile and downed his mimosa. "Of course." Mitchell relaxed another inch, but snapped quickly for more champagne. "Tell me a little about married life." She grinned enticingly, reaching over to take his father's hand. "I understand you recently eloped. Is it everything you hoped it would be?" A wave of bile rose up in my throat, and I wondered if she realized how disgustingly bizarre her behavior was. They were the same age, she and Nick just 24, yet she was holding his father's hand, winking at him, asking about wedded bliss. Is she fucking kidding? For the first time since I'd known them, I noticed that Mitchell was unable to meet his son's eyes. He stared instead at the linen tablecloth, as if waiting on pins and needles for a response. Nick's face hardened infinitesimally before he forced a smile. "Actually, I'm not sure I'm the best person to ask." During his slight pause, his father and I shared a heart attack. Finally, he added, "I've only been married about 48 hours. Mitchell exhaled silently in relief, and I flashed Nick a quick smile, one that was genuinely returned as he brought the back of my hand to his lips. "But yes, so far it's everything I hoped it would be. And more." Claudia watched us carefully before flashing a saccharine smile herself. "Well, I do hope you'll be around to help us plan our own wedding." She shot Mitchell a mischievous grin before dropping her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "I have a hunch your father might invite you to be his best man." She offered another wink of her perfect lashes again, but I couldn't tell if it was for Nick or her fiancé. At that point, Mitchell decided not to push his luck. Instead, he snapped his fingers again for a server to clear our plates, then lifted his eyes tentatively to his son. "Care for a drink? You still prefer rum and coke, do you not?" Nick stared steadily back. That had not been his drink of choice since about the 6th grade, but he knew his father was trying to make an effort, if only to impress his cradle-robbed bride-to-be. After a second, he glanced down and nodded. "Sure, Dad. That'd be great." As Mitchell got up to make the drink himself, Claudia leaned forward once more, this time turning her predatory smile on me. "So, Abby, have you and Nick talked at all about having children? I know Mitchell would love nothing more than a little grandson running around these lawns." My stomach performed an Olympics-worthy round of gymnastic flips and somersaults, so violently that I spilled a splash of lemonade on the table. "Oh, I'm sorry."
I said with a squeal of embarrassment, trying to sop it up with a linen napkin. A trio of expressionless servers rushed forward to take care of it, and they wiped it clean and replaced the drink before I even had a chance to say another word. Abby and I aren't thinking about that right now. Nick swiftly intervened, taking my hand firmly in his. We're still in the early stages, figuring things out. The last thing we want to do is rush into a family. A wave of numbness crashed over me, melting from the top of my head down to the tips of my toes, and taking my smile with it. That's right, I said flatly. We don't want to rush. Claudia considered that for a moment before her eyes lit up with a manic gleam. I couldn't disagree more. Mitchell and I can't wait to start a family. Oh, really? Has she forgotten that Mitchell already has a family? One who was sitting right across from her at the table? A look of faint amusement flitted across Nick's face, and I knew he was up to no good. Is that right? Yes, she said without a shred of uncertainty in her voice, her eyes dancing as she imagined it in some fantastical dream all the other wives had before her. She was about to marry a billionaire who found women disposable, and she knew the first thing she had to do was anchor him down with kids. I can't wait to be a mother. Either my gag reflex was on high alert or the woman was literally making me ill. My hand slipped distractedly down to my stomach, and I stifled a shudder, wondering what kind of awful hatchling the succubus might produce. But I knew I had to play nice, so I said, I'm sure you'll be terrific at it. She beamed at me, thrilled by my assessment, before turning back to Nick. In the meantime, I'm going to get some practice with you. Then before he could pull away, she reached across the table and took his hand, flashing what she clearly thought was an indulgent maternal smile. I know this might be a little awkward, Nick, what with the age gap and all, but I'm hoping that in time you won't just see me as your stepmother, but also as your friend. It was a good thing Mitchell set the rum and coke down when he did, because Nick polished the outdated tonic off in about 2 seconds. He then moved swiftly to his feet, pulling me up with him, and declared, On that note, I think Abby and I need to settle in. He flashed his father an indescribable look before pulling open the door to the house. Will we be in my same room? Yes, son, Mitchell said quickly, glancing up the stairs. Under normal circumstances, such an abrupt exit would have thrown him into a frenzy, but at that point the only emotion he seemed capable of was an apologetic kind of gratitude. Harold laid out some clothes for the two of you. Dinner is at 6. Can't wait, Nick muttered, pulling me up the stairs with him. He didn't look back and didn't stop moving until we were safely inside our Hamptons bedroom, a monstrous space that was larger than my entire Brooklyn apartment. There was a series of metallic clicks as he secured not one but 3 separate locks. The second he was finished, he paced swiftly forward and collapsed on the bed. It was a terrible idea to come here, he said, moaning into the comforter. I can't do this, not again. I laughed quietly and perched on the bed beside him, offering him a sympathetic back rub. She's a real snake, isn't she? A series of chills ran down my skin as I recalled the conversation. Thank goodness the salad showed up, or she might have dislodged her jaw to swallow me whole. His lips twitched up in a reluctant grin as he flipped onto his back and stared up at me. They're always like that, every single one of them. He shook his head and let out a soft sigh. It makes me wonder how things ever got started with my mom. She was so different. It grew abruptly quiet for a second before I forced the conversation forward. Well, I think you're looking at this completely the wrong way. I mean, not only are you getting a wonderful new stepmother, one who probably got her driver's license the same year you did, but just a few months from now, you'll have a little brother or sister too. It was a bold joke considering what we'd just been through, but Nick was always one to play a little rough. Yeah, he said, laughing sarcastically and shaking his head with a roll of his eyes. She's in for a bit of a disappointment on that one. I cocked my head curiously to the side. And why's that? A dark smile ghosted his face. Well, gold diggers might have rules for dating billionaires, but billionaires have rules for dating gold diggers as well. I shook my head, still not following. I'm sorry, what does that mean? Vasectomy, Abby. Huh? Little Miss Too Much Mascara doesn't know it yet, but dear old Dad only shoots blanks. I bet she didn't read that in Gold Digging for Dummies. The only pitter-patter she's gonna hear are her own overpriced stilettos marching out the door. It happens all the fucking time.
Doesn't your father ever learn? I asked, almost sad to hear it.
You know what they say. You can't teach an old dick to stay away from new dogs.
Chapter 10. The so-called family dinner that night was a spectacle of epic proportions. It all began with a soft knock on our door at 5:15. Nick had passed out on the bed, likely a side effect of the barrel and a half of whiskey he had consumed in preparation for spending quality time with his father, not to mention the rum and coke he'd gulped down to avoid committing homicide against his future stepmother. Just finishing a shower, I hurried to the door and pulled it slightly ajar to see who was behind it.
Yes? You are new woman, Mrs. Nicholas Hunter.
A spray of spit followed every word the deranged face of a clown sputtered, and I blinked slowly, taken aback by trying to keep up. She didn't say it like a question, even though it was supposed to be that, but my bigger problem was that I could hardly understand a word beneath her whimsical accent. That and the fact that only a thin layer of terry cloth stood between her eyes and my nakedness. How many lies does a person have to tell before they are officially sent to hell? I pondered, not wanting to confess my true identity. Is there some kind of moral credit I can use to earn more time? Yes, I am the new woman, I parroted, finding myself unable to do anything but repeat her words, as I tried desperately not to stare at the wild array of colors painted around her eyes. I am Mrs. Nicholas Hunter. Our strange visitor emitted some sort of guttural sound halfway between her harumph and a satisfied sigh. Then, without any warning, she stuck her hand right in my face.
Sophine!
My eyes flashed between her face and hand, and I looked at her blankly, as I had no idea what the hell I was supposed to do. Since she only stood there waiting, I went out on a limb and gave it a quick kiss, as if I was meeting the Pope or a James Bond villain. Sophine seemed to expect that gesture. Her lips curled up into a grotesque approximation of a smile, before stretching back to reveal a row of serrated teeth.
You've been expecting me, I presume.
I had no idea what the hell was going on, nor was I able to determine where such an accent had come from. It was as if I'd been sucked into some hybrid world between the Twilight Zone and the Black Lodge in Twin Peaks, and none of it seemed real. For a moment, I wondered if I'd conked my head on the shower wall somehow, and had tumbled into a weird nightmare. But another look at the whack job told me she was very real and very patiently waiting for an answer. I actually wasn't told we'd have any. In a rather unfortunate bit of timing, Sophine chose that moment to pull out what looked like a nightstick out of her purse. I threw pretense to the wind and leapt back with a shriek. Nick?" He bolted off the bed in a single fluid motion, only to come face to face with every child's worst nightmare, or something out of a Stephen King novel. His feet scrambled backward before the rest of his body could follow, causing him to sway unsteadily for a moment, and the alcohol still in his sleepy system didn't help. Finally, reality, as unreal as it was, caught up with him, and his face melted into an exhausted smile. "Sophine!" He clapped a hand over his heart and closed his eyes, sighing in relief.
"Shit, you scared me."
The fearsome joker hardly even blinked, but simply shrugged a bony shoulder.
"Scare is good. Gets the blood flowing."
She wasn't really a small woman, as she was just about as tall as Nick, and she gestured with the nightstick as she spoke, emphasizing every word. I eyed the clown and her weapon warily and backed into Nick's arms.
"What have I told you about pulling out your stick on people you don't know?"
He scolded, giving her a chastising frown.
"It looks like you're about to commit sodomy in the 1st degree."
She opened her mouth, but he silenced her with a quick hand and turned back to me.
"Abby, meet Sophine, our stylist here in the Hamptons. She spends her days doing hair and makeup, but obviously, she spends her nights fighting animated crime."
"Stylist? This thing?" The walking amalgamation of rhinestones and paint has put up some sort of flag in the world of fashion? I simply couldn't believe it. As if sensing my disbelief, Nick continued, wearing a coy little smile. Soph has dressed everyone who's ever set foot in the manor, from actresses to queens. And have any of them ever come back? I wondered as I stepped forward, with a nervous smile of my own, determined to make the most of a bizarre situation. What's the stick for?
No stick, she yelled. Is tool.
Then without another word, she smashed it against my arm. I jerked back with a yelp, bracing for the ensuing pain, only to find that Sophine was right. It wasn't a stick at all. It was actually a tape measure, and the sting of it made me realize why those stupid snap bracelets had been banned from some schools and were no longer a fad. It loosened and lost form the second it touched my skin, though, and she promptly began wrapping it around every inch of my body she could get her hands on, muttering indeterminable numbers and other calculations under her breath, at a volume and in a language I couldn't understand. I just stood there in shock, resisting the urge to sneeze as her feathery hair swept across my nose. It wasn't until she tried jerking off the towel that I put up a bit of resistance. Whoa there! I stumbled backward, clutching it firmly around my chest. Can I get dressed first? Or, better yet, I can just tell you my size. Her eyes gleamed as if I had presented her with a unique challenge, and she smirked at me. Nick simply chuckled and headed back to the bed, shaking his head.
Play nice, you two. Wake me when it's dinner time.
Chapter 11. For the next hour and a half I was pressed and preened, polished and waxed, curled and styled to such an extent that I didn't think an inch of my body remained the same. Sophine didn't work alone. She had an entire team at her disposal. While the others scrambled around like a flock of manic birds, she stood on a chair in the back, screaming, directing, instructing, and waving her damn stick around like a conductor in a show that had gone off the rails. How Nick slept through the whole thing I would never know. I had never seen so many products in my life, in spite of my career as a publicist. She had a massive collection of expensive designer shimmers, oils, bronzers, and creams. By the time they were finished, I was flat out terrified to look in the mirror and see what they'd done. Absolutely horrified to see what the she-devil had done to me. I tried to steel myself with a reflection that would look back at me, but I never could have prepared for the outcome. When they finally spun me around, I didn't even recognize the girl in the looking glass. My mouth fell open with a little gasp as the band of people who'd bombarded me with treatments and products, prying and prodding and plucking, melted slowly away. Sure, the woman I saw looked a little something like me, with the same complexion and bone structure, but every other bit of me had been washed away or covered up, concealed or changed. I no longer looked like a publicist. I no longer looked like Mitchell's pawn. I no longer looked like a pretty girl trapped in a tricky situation, trying to find her way back to the light. Now, I fucking was the light. The dress draped over my body was otherworldly, like something from another planet. It spiraled down my length in a continuation of the same iridescent shimmer from a jeweled clip on my shoulder, trailing all the way down to the floor. It hugged every curve and contour of my body, but seemed to flow freely at the same time, catching every possible ray of light as it whispered lightly over the carpet. My hair was curled and swept up off my shoulders, secured with a jeweled clip identical to the one that held the dress in place. A metallic dusting of silver and gold danced across my eyes before darkening down into a coppery bronze shimmer. Pale pink lips were a perfect complement to my dark lashes, and my eyes, which had always been huge, now seemed to take up half of my face. As I glanced down, I realized that the best part of the whole look was probably the shoes. It wasn't that they looked spectacular. In fact, I couldn't even see them because they were completely hidden beneath the folds of that glorious dress. The best part was that because they were hidden, I didn't have heels to complicate my walking. I couldn't believe I was allowed to attend a formal event in flats. Granted, they were Swarovski crystal-encrusted gladiator sandals that laced all the way up to my thigh, but they were flats nonetheless. I giggled aloud as I twirled around, watching the dress flutter around me in a shimmering arch. It wasn't until the door closed with a loud snap that I realized Sophine and her entire team had left, and that Nick was watching me with a gentle smile. A crimson blush blossomed in my cheeks as I skidded to a quick stop, dropping my eyes to the floor in a moment of sheer mortification. When I looked back up, I found him standing right in front of me, still staring with that same quiet smile. "Please don't stop," he coaxed softly. "Watching you dance like that, well, it's the only good thing that's happened since we landed back in New York." Gosh, he's as beautiful as I feel. How is it possible for a single person to have all the beauty in the world? For a moment, I just let it wash over me, basking in the soft glow of his eyes. Then I reached up and brushed a lock of golden hair away from his face. "We're gonna get through this, Nick. You know that, right?" I stretched up on my tiptoes to brush my lips lightly against his. "When we leave here in a few days, we don't ever have to look back." His hand reached out as well, but he didn't actually touch me. He just traced me with it, hovering it in the air an inch above my face, so close that I could feel the heat, that it drummed up in me a deep ache for more. "How did I get so lucky?" he murmured, skimming the tip of his fingers beneath my eyes along my cheekbones. He was like a painter, memorizing his canvas, as if he was worried he might have to say goodbye. "I haven't done much in my life to deserve someone like you." My heart warmed but tightened at the same time. I appreciated how sweet he was being, but something about the place had obviously broken him, left him shattered. "It's okay. I like slumming it once in a while," I replied, coaxing out a reluctant grin. He kissed me slowly, tenderly, then picked up speed when I wrapped my arms around his neck. There was a frantic energy in the way he moved now, in the way he eased me closer and closer to the bed, slipping his tongue inside my mouth as his fingers fiddled with the edges of my dress. It wasn't until he'd successfully unhooked the clasp that I pulled back. "Dinner is in 5 minutes," I said breathlessly, unable to believe I was actually stopping him in his tracks. "And I swear, there are over 200 bobby pins holding my hair. If you knock even one of them out, I'm sure your friend will whack you with her nightstick." Nick glanced up, giving my head a quick once-over before looking back down with a grin. "I promise to be careful with your hair." He leaned toward me again, but I pushed him back with a little giggle. "Nick, it's not just the hair. It's everything. Besides, you've still got to get dressed. We need to head down there in just a second." They were wise words, but my beloved boyfriend seemed to have gotten a second wind. His eyes twinkled with the kind of unbridled charisma that used to send me running for the hills, back when I was his publicist, the kind that would have had me preemptively calling the Post and the Times, bracing in advance for whatever mayhem and adventure was soon to follow. "I'll tell you what." As he spoke, he picked me up and carried me over to the windowsill and set me down on the high ledge. "Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the view. Keep an eye out for renegade golf carts. Meanwhile, I'll just busy myself down here." Before I could stop him, he sank to his knees and began running his fingers all the way up my thighs as his head disappeared beneath my dress. "Nick!" I whispered, pressing my shoulder blades against the cool pane of glass. "What the hell are you doing? We have to leave in, 2 minutes. "I only need one," he mumbled, and while I couldn't see his face, I could practically hear the smirk. In the next second, my underwear was gone. A second later, a rush of warmth blossomed through me as his tongue snaked between my thighs. If I was going to make a confession, I would have to say I knew we should stop. Logistically it was a terrible idea, but with Nick Hunter's head between my legs, logistics had no place. It was truly impossible to stop him. A breathless gasp ripped through me, and the next thing I knew I was reaching for the top of his head, pressing him tighter against me through the fabric of my dress. He responded instantly, picking up speed as his tongue whirled faster and faster, just biting, sucking, kissing, and licking to his heart's content. My head fell back against the cold window, and it wasn't long before every logistical thought sailed right out the window. I didn't care about being late to dinner, if we even went at all. All I cared about was the dinner he was making out of me. I wanted him to stay on his knees forever, to just keep doing exactly what he was doing, panting and caressing me until I fell to pieces in his hands and lips. There was a knock on the door, but I ignored it, and so did Nick. Only when another, more urgent knock came did I force in enough air to let myself speak. Just a minute. Abigail? Shit, Harold, I whispered. Abigail, are you and Nick almost ready? I do hope so. He paused for a second, and I imagined him pressing his ear against the door. If you like, I can walk you both down. A deep chuckle came from somewhere beneath my dress. I gasped again as the warmth of his laughing breath grazed my most tender parts. It was a struggle to steady my voice when I called back, Yeah, we're almost ready. A stinging bite brought tears to my eyes. And no, Harold, we don't need an escort. Thanks, though. He muttered something inaudible and stomped away. Nick finally released my thighs and slowly ambled to his feet. His handsome face was flushed almost as much as mine, and an arrogant sort of pride animated all his features. I looked up at him for a moment, and he looked back at me. Then, maintaining direct eye contact the whole time, he slowly unzipped his pants. At first, I didn't know what he wanted me to do. I watched with wide eyes as he slid his pants down past his hips, then all the way to his ankles. My breath caught in my throat at the sheer size of what was in front of me, and in an instant, I scooted off the windowsill and sank to my knees. Nick caught me before I hit the floor and pulled me gently back up to my feet. What are you doing? He asked softly. Don't wrinkle your dress. I blushed to the roots of my hair, staring hesitantly at his face before dropping my eyes hastily to the carpet. I thought, don't you want me to, return the favor? He laughed quietly, tilting my chin up so he could look me in the eyes. Abby, I'll never expect that. At least not this way, with some kind of formal invitation. It's not my style to take off my pants and just stand there waiting. He laughed again, shaking his head at the absurdity of it, but then his face abruptly took on a serious expression. But I do want to fuck you. Hard. What? How the hell can he just say those kinds of things? Who the hell talks like that? His eyes twinkled at the look of astonishment that floated across my face. With your permission, of course, Mrs. Hunter, he teased. It was the playful little afterthought that broke me out of my trance. My face melted into a huge smile before I cocked my hips and tilted my head coyly to the side. And how would you like me? Trick question, he murmured as he spun me gently around. I am not sure what you want to hear. I suppose you need to be in the precise position that will not allow for the knocking loose of one precious bobby pin. It was suddenly quite obvious that he was far better at the games than I was. The second he turned me around, pressing me up against the glass, I forgot we were even playing, so I answered with complete honesty. I want you to fuck me. Hard. Nick Hunter was never one to be told twice. He was inside me the next moment, clamping a hand over my mouth as my lips fell open while I let out a low-pitched moan to welcome him. I really didn't think my body could withstand it. Didn't think I could survive both the pleasure and pain of such an assault. When Nick spread my legs wider, kicking apart my ankles for a deeper angle, fuck, it felt so damn good. Hey, he whispered in my ear, timing his words perfectly to accommodate every exquisite thrust. I love you. I love you so damn much, Abby Wilder. I love you too. I came almost at once. Whether it was a result of his savage rhythm, his tender words, or his delightfully devilish tongue, I would never know. As my body tightened around him, he came as well, burying his face in the back of my hair with a quiet moan. We stood there for a moment in absolute silence, both desperately trying to catch our breath, staring with various degrees of amusement at the handprints on the fogged-up glass. Then, as if nothing remotely out of the ordinary had happened, Nick reached down and pulled up his pants. We both cleaned up and made ourselves presentable. Nick offered me his arm in a casual smile.
Shall we?
Yeah, that settles it. When it comes to games, he wins. Chapter 12. The family dinner was not really that, but it came as no surprise, since we were not really family in the truest sense of the word. At that point, though, Mitchell didn't even try. The awkward lunch and introduction session had spooked him, and he was worried about Nick's reaction. He didn't know how much more emotional whiplash his son could possibly take, how many more underhanded slights he could possibly endure, and how much more liquor he could possibly consume before Harold had to fire up the helicopter and jet him off to the hospital to get his stomach pumped. While most people would have handled the situation on a personal level, by talking to the fiancé and the son, the Hunter family had always been a little more extravagant than that. Instead of basic problem-solving, Mitchell called up half the U.S. Senate. When Nick and I were told that dinner was being moved from the smaller dining room to the banquet hall, we should have known something was up. When a butler stepped forward to announce our names, we should have run for cover. Unfortunately, when the door pushed open and we found ourselves face to face with the majority of the United States government, we could only freeze in the heat of their stares.
Mr. and Mrs. Nicholas Hunter.
The butler screamed it at the top of his lungs, then rang what looked like a miniature gong. My teeth chattered with the vibrations, but before I could even process what was happening, Nick and I were swept away in a conversational tide, passed from person to person as everyone in the room clambered closer to get their fill. People whose faces I had only seen on TV swept past me, smiling as widely as possible before we were grabbed by unknown forces and shoved toward the next. It was like standing on a spinning sidewalk as a parade of magazine covers danced around us, each more animated than the next. It wasn't until we got to a stern-looking man with darker hair that we were finally able to stop long enough to catch our breath. He turned around just as I was unceremoniously shoved toward him, and while he had a hard time tearing his eyes off me, it was obvious that he couldn't have been more delighted to see Nick.
"Nick, my boy," he boomed. "How the hell are you?"
He didn't wait for an answer and simply clapped Nick on the shoulder before lifting my hand for a leisurely kiss.
"So it's true. You got married, then?"
It was fortunate that Nick needed only a moment to find his equilibrium. I, on the other hand, wasn't used to any of the fanfare, so it took me much longer to adapt. The second the man roped us into his little corner, he was back on his game, flashing a tight smile and almost wary in its precision.
"Senator Lennox."
He nodded his head politely before drawing back with an inquisitive gaze.
"I'm surprised to see you here. I thought you were still in Stockholm, meeting with Prime Minister Lafloven about those steel refineries."
I followed his gaze with polite curiosity, only to find that Lennox was the one who looked surprised. His eyebrow shot into his hair while he discreetly scanned Nick up and down, as if he had brought a cheat sheet or scribbled talking points on his hands. In the end, Lennox merely threw back his head and commenced with a loud, long laugh that caused several people around us to smile. When he finally stopped his obnoxious chuckling, he took Nick again by the arm.
"Don't you worry about that, young man,"
he replied indulgently, as if billionaire playboys couldn't possibly be expected to understand such things.
"I'd much rather hear about your trip to St. Lucia. I saw the photographs in the paper."
My face clouded with a small frown as Nick stiffened imperceptibly under his hand. In my 2 years of working with him, it wasn't the first time I'd seen such a patronizing dismissal, and truth be told, I doubted it would be the last. There were stereotypes at play, cruel ones that Nick had to battle every day of his life simply because of who his father was. I was sure it was quite frustrating for him most of the time. He walked into those fancy rooms knowing without a shadow of a doubt that he was brilliant, the smartest person there, only to be condescended and talked down to by everyone else, simply because they assumed he was what the tabloids made him out to be. Yes, he was beautiful, an attractive adventurer, but they also believed him to be mindless and careless, with a vocabulary just broad enough to lure silly women and gold diggers into bed. When I tuned back in, Nick was nodding silently as the senator gleefully expounded upon his latest expedition to British Columbia. My eyes glazed over instantly, and I wished I was allowed to drink. Suddenly I heard the quiet sound of someone's throat clearing just over my shoulder. I glanced around and found myself face to face with the one person I certainly did not want to see. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she looked me up and down before her face widened into a charming smile, one she flashed to both Nick and the senator before taking me by the arm. "Nick, do you mind if I steal your beautiful wife for a moment?" Claudia asked, stretching her smile wider still, revealing every one of her perfect porcelain smile that probably cost some unlucky idiot a fortune. I promised to return her in one piece. "No, say no. Don't leave me alone with this woman." Nick, still held hostage by Lennox's dull lecture, knew his hands were tied. All he could do was flash me a helpless smile and an unspoken apology before I was led away from the rest of the party, choking all the while on a suffocating cloud of perfume. When Claudia opened a glass door that led out to a balcony, I followed with relief. I sucked in silent gulps of air as she gazed over the grounds. I thought it was odd that she wasn't saying anything, since she was the one who'd kidnapped me, but I was certain the solace of silence was not something she would afford me for very long. "So, Mitch finally told me the truth," she said, disturbing the peace. "I know you and Nick aren't really married." My stomach dropped into my shoes as my mouth simultaneously ran dry. I certainly didn't expect her to say that, and I was sure Mitchell would never tell her. Then again, why does she even care? After all, it was obvious to anyone with half a brain that her marriage into the Hunter family was nothing but a complete and utter sham, so it made no sense that she would have anything to say about mine being a similar fabrication. "Oh." I bowed my head to my chest and stared at the ground, searching for some sort of viable response. "Yeah, I suppose we should have told you ourselves at lunch. It's kind of complicated, so—" "No, I think it's good," she interrupted suddenly, nodding to herself and staring at something just over my shoulder, as if she either couldn't or wouldn't force herself to meet my gaze. Her voice was no less commanding when she spoke again. "Yes, it's good. It'll be good for him." "Wait, good for him?" Gosh, she's really taking this whole stepmother thing pretty damn seriously. "You calm him," she said gently. "You make him gentler, turn him into a better person. He needs to learn those skills before he takes control of the company, and he certainly needs to master them before he finds a real wife. Yeah, he needs to— Wait, what?" My face paled, and my mouth fell open in shock. I was sure I couldn't have heard her right. Sure there had to be some other explanation. I searched her eyes frantically for any sort of wiggle room, any other interpretation, but in the end I came up blank. In an instant her plastic smile faded, and the breathy girlish quality of her voice sharpened into something lower, something hard and almost sinister. "Don't look so surprised, Abby. Did you think you are the only one playing the game?" "I'm sorry?" I shook my head slowly, legitimately trying to keep up. "What are you— In a way, you should actually be thankful to me," she continued, speaking plainly for the very first time. "Thanking you? For what?" I demanded. "Who do you think is responsible for you guys getting together? Who do you think hired that photographer in the first place?" My eyes widened even more, but this time I was temporarily speechless. When I found my voice again, I could only speak one word. "You?" For an answer, she just grinned at me and nodded. "You hired the photographer?" I said, my voice trembling more with every syllable. When she said nothing to deny it, my head jerked sharply to the side. "No, that's impossible. I mean, how would you even— Oh, come on," she snapped sharply. "You were a publicist, Abby. Did you really think a lone cameraman could have sneaked through all the security Nick hired for the event? You know better than that. It never would have happened without help, not a chance in hell." Before I could say anything more, her eyes softened suddenly as she considered her own words. "On that note, I have to hand it to him. The guy is much more careful now that you're in the game, even protective. I swear, I've never seen anything like it." Who the fuck is this woman? I wondered, completely lost in her little world. Is it possible that she, not Mitchell, has been causing all this heartache, all this pain? But why? I shook my head desperately, considering calling for help, screaming out for Nick to rescue me. Why would you do that? Who are you? Again, she refused to answer. Instead, she looked me up and down, her sharp eyes taking in every detail before narrowing with dislike. I surely didn't expect Nick to enjoy himself. I assumed he might feel trapped, in time, but I should have known he would fall for you. She muttered almost to herself. You happen to be exactly his type. Nick doesn't have a type, I answered in a whisper, inching my way back to the door. I had no idea why the psychopath felt the need to unleash her confession on me, but I wasn't a priest and I had no obligation to stick around there long enough to find out. She threw back her head and let out a cold laugh that was the stuff of every nightmarish evil stepmother in every child's fairy tale. Casually, she stepped into my path and argued. Of course he has a type, dear, and a very specific one at that. Nick likes beautiful women. Not just sexy and hot, but beautiful, delicate, a woman he can hold on to, charm, and protect. But She spoke in a soft monotone, sounding oddly practiced, as if she'd thought about it many times before, even though they supposedly just met. Yes, he likes girls like that, she continued, still looking me up and down. But he can only love a girl he considers his equal, and since he's never stayed with anyone else, he obviously feels that equal is you. I took another step back, desperate to create a little distance. The soles of my bedazzled flats pressed against the stone balcony, and I let out a silent prayer. Please, Nick, come and find me. Mitchell? Harold? Gosh, please, please send someone in here to rescue me from this crazy woman. I didn't care who it was. I just hoped someone in need of a little fresh air would wander onto the balcony at that moment. When that prayer was not answered, I dared to ask, Why are you telling me all this? My voice trembled again, despite my attempts to make it strong. Why did you bring me out here? She cocked her head suddenly to the side, gazing hypnotically at me the way a cobra might look at its prey before striking. Isn't it obvious? Her eyes dilated, almost completely black as they stared me down in the darkness. No, if it was, I wouldn't have asked. She laughed, a laugh that ironically formed a knot in my stomach. Because Nicholas Hunter ended up with the wrong girl. And so now you're punishing me, because you couldn't have him. I'm a little drunk, I suppose, and part of me wants Nick to know that I'm the one who set him up. I can't feel avenged if he doesn't know why it happened. He needs to know what he did to me and how much it stung. He needs to know that I wanted him to pay dearly. But what about me? You're just a casualty of war, that's all. I have no hard feelings against you. Nick embarrassed me, and now I must do the same back. Then we'll be even, and I can treat him like family. She's nuts. I cleared my throat. So let me get this straight. You just want Nick to feel embarrassed, and that will appease your anger. Bingo. What if I tell Mitchell everything I know? Or what happens if Nick spills the beans about you hiring the photographer? Look at what I did, just because I was embarrassed. Imagine what I would do to you and Nick if you destroy my future marriage. I'll come at you so hard, I promise you won't know what hit you. Chapter 13. You have to be fucking kidding me, Nick said. I closed my eyes as a priceless mid-century vase crashed into the wall, shattering into a million pieces. 2 others that used to be just like it were already crumbled on the floor. She just pulled you outside and admitted it? Nick demanded. She told you outright that she paid a photographer to take those pictures. Since it was the 4th or 5th time he'd asked the question, I answered with a tired sigh. Yes, Nick. Well, I just don't get that, he raged. Why would she? Apparently she met you once a couple years ago at some club. You were out for a night on the town and she was hoping to be the girl who went home with you. I sighed again, even more tired than before. She kept coming on to you and even invited you back to her place, but you weren't interested. You left with someone else. Why she felt the need to tell me all of that, I would never know. But the shock had faded and fatigue was settling in. So far, my magical trip to the Hamptons had consisted of just one exhausting trial after the next, and all I wanted was some sleep and to go home.
I don't remember her, really.
Nick stared off into space, trying to place the woman in the long list of nameless people who'd wanted to fuck him over the years.
Not at all.
She had a crush on you for a long time. You guys run in the same social circles. I guess you rejected her in front of all of her friends. She never got over it and plotted a revenge scheme.
So she dated my dad to get back at me?
No. But when she learned you were his son, she plotted a little revenge to teach you a lesson. She wanted to embarrass you in front of the entire world, the way she was embarrassed when you shot her down. She wanted you to feel the sting of embarrassment. She felt like that was fair enough revenge. But the photographer backstabbed her and went to Mitchell first for more money. And your father is way more powerful than she is, so there was little she could do once your dad obtained the flash drive. And Mitchell doesn't know a damn thing.
Then I'll tell him.
Your dad has possession of the flash drive now. Claudia is keeping quiet because she doesn't want your dad to know she hired the photographer in the first place. Yet she wanted you to know, so she could feel like she got a little justice, I suppose. Let's just play your dad's game and get the flash drive from him. If we involve Claudia, she'll come at us hard, and we don't need that kind of trouble. There was a brief pause before his face clouded and a fourth face shadowed atop the rest.
That fucking bitch! What the fuck are we still even doing here?
He paced suddenly to the door, the pieces of shattered porcelain crunching under his designer's shoes.
I know exactly what room she and Dad are in. I should just march in there and...
He trailed off suddenly when he saw me slumping against the wall.
Abby!
A light sheen of sweat had broken out over my forehead, and I threw out a hand to brace myself as the room started to spin. He was beside me in a blur, lifting me gracefully off my feet to rush me over to the bed. His eyes filled up with worry as he laid me gently down, stroking back my hair with one hand, with no regard for bobby pins this time, reaching for his cell phone with the other.
Honey, what's going on? Are you okay?
His fingers flew expertly over the buttons, and I saw Harold's name flash up on the screen.
Should I call the doctor?
No, I said quickly, already knowing that a doctor would come up with the same results as one of those cheap dollar store pregnancy tests. Don't call anyone, please. I just felt a little dizzy. It's no big deal. His eyebrows lifted slowly, his fingers still hovering over the phone.
Are you sure? Abby, I can have people here in 2 minutes if you...
I'm sure. I gave him my most winning smile, patting the bed beside me. I'm just not used to all this, I said, weakly lifting my dress. A lot has happened over the last few days. I'm just a little worn out. More like I'm just a little pregnant with your baby and I need to rest. He eyed me warily but settled on the mattress, hugging an arm around me as I snuggled into his chest.
Can I at least get you a water or something?
Nick, I chuckled, laying my head on his shirt. I'm fine. We lay there for a long time, calming down, decompressing, and relaxing in each other's arms. The world slowly righted itself as he stroked his hand again and again through my hair, soothing me with a comforting rhythm. When we heard the last of the guests bidding their farewells from the ballroom, he kissed the top of my head with a quiet sigh.
I'm sorry. I know this week isn't shaping up to be everything you were hoping for.
That was putting it lightly. I was so excited reading that brochure, so determined to make the most of our time in that gorgeous estate, even if we were forced to show up there. Of course, I also knew not everyone else shared my enthusiasm. You warned me, I said quietly, staring down at the mattress. You said this place is deceiving, not all sunshine and games. You never told me why, though. His entire body tensed. I could feel it even through the many folds of my dress and the fabric of his tuxedo. There was a slight hitch in his breathing, and I could have sworn I felt his heart skip a beat.
This is where my parents got married.
Oh, shit. Well, that would do it. It was a good enough reason to avoid the place, a good enough reason to stay away. but I knew it couldn't be the only reason Nick hated the Hamptons. I didn't want to probe too much, to push too hard, so I just waited for him to tell me, which he soon did.
It's also where I lived with Dad after they divorced. In the summers it was just the two of us. And Harold, of course.
This time it was me who stopped breathing. We were standing on the edge of a precipice, with no safety net to break our fall. The truth about Nick and Mitchell's volatile relationship was one of the only subjects we had not yet discussed, one of the only secrets left between two people who had fallen in love and were supposed to tell each other everything. The same realization seemed to hit Nick at the same time, and he twitched restlessly beneath me, shaken by the sudden inevitability.
My father was abusive,
Nick said softly. Your dad used to hit you? I asked, wishing with everything in me that I wasn't lying on top of him, that I couldn't feel the way his heart literally stopped beating for a moment before racing at triple its usual speed.
A lot of people deal with that, he deflected evasively. My dad has a temper and used to take it out on me.
Typical Nick. When he didn't want to talk about something, he simply denied its importance or acted as if it never happened. As open as he was about most parts of his life, the man was a vault about others. No matter how hard anyone pressed, whether a journalist, a publicist, or even the damn captain of the police force, the man wouldn't say a word. Except, aren't we supposed to be past that now? Do people in love need walls? I nodded slowly, giving him a second of reprieve before trying again. So your dad did hit you then? For a long time, Nick didn't say anything. He simply lay beside me, as still as a statue, remembering but not wanting to. He just lay there, reliving 1,000 hurts and bruises in just a momentary flicker of his eyes. When he finally did speak, it was in a soft monotone, a strange, inflectionless, flat voice I'd never heard from him before.
Yes,
he said.
And one time it got really bad. He was wearing a ring. Something gifted to him by a colleague or some foundation. Or maybe it was his latest wedding band. I don't know, but it must have nicked a vein because they couldn't stop the bleeding.
One hand drifted almost absent-mindedly to his face, to a spot by his left temple. It was a movement so reflexive and casual that he didn't realize he was doing it himself. My eyes followed his every move, searching for a scar, but I saw nothing but smooth skin.
I don't really remember what happened. He shrugged briskly. I woke up on a coffee table, with Harold yelling at my father that we needed to get to a hospital.
Wait a minute. Harold actually yelled at Mitchell?
I know, Nick said dryly, guessing my thoughts. I couldn't believe it either. The last thing I remember is him ripping off his tie and pressing it against my face. Then I blacked out.
As horrible as the story was, a faint smile ghosted his face as he continued.
The next day, Harold took me out for ice cream. We ate it in Central Park, walked around until I calmed down. I've been addicted to it ever since.
My heart shattered, then warmed at the image of Nick as a child, wandering aimlessly around in the sunshine, with a mess of melted ice cream dripping down his hands. I knew he was addicted to ice cream because over the years, I'd seen him slip away to get a cone hundreds of times. The day when Mitchell told the two of us to get married, when Nick ran out of the apartment and I was afraid he'd fled the city, he'd really only run as far as the nearest ice cream stand for a little frozen self-soothing. Soft serve for Nick softened the blows life and his father gave him, and something about that was so sad that it melted my heart like a cone in the sun. I had no idea why that part of our conversation was some kind of a trigger, but a wave of breathless anticipation washed over me, and I propped myself up to stare into his eyes. Nick, have you ever thought about having kids? After a beat, he scrunched up his brow.
Wow, Wilder. That's a hell of a transition.
A mortified blush rose in my cheeks as he laughed shortly.
I tell you I'm a victim of child abuse, and you ask if I want to have a child. Quite a leap there.
Realizing I didn't really think that one through that well, the blush remained and darkened, but the question didn't disappear. For me, his answer was critical, more critical than he possibly could have known, so I asked him again. Do you? I mean, do you ever even think about it?
His sarcastic smile faded into a thoughtful frown as he considered it. Then it cleared entirely as he offered a flippant shrug. No, not really. When I locked my eyes on his, he shrugged again. I mean, I'm sure I'd be a shit father. It's probably best not to risk it. I surely haven't had the best example.
It felt like a weighted stone was pressing against my rib cage, making it nearly impossible for me to breathe. Somewhere a door was closing, too fast for me to stop it, but I knew if I couldn't find a way to keep it open, I'd be forever left to stand alone on the other side. That's not true, I answered in a hushed whisper. I think you'd be an amazing father. He laughed shortly before throwing open his arms.
Look at where we are, Abby. How would a child fit into this picture?
I followed the gesture in spite of myself. It implied much more than just the extravagant room. It was about his entire lifestyle, the perpetual spotlight, and decades of reading about himself and decades of papers, his entire life playing out on a global stage.
This is no place for a child, Abby, he said casually and distractedly, too preoccupied to even notice that the girl in his arms had just died a little, that the future she'd envisioned had died with her.
No.
My voice trembled as my skin ran ice cold.
You're right. This is no place for a child.
Nick and I locked eyes once more, and I saw that door close forever.
Chapter 14. I cannot believe I did this again. For the second time in only a week, I found myself slipping away from the man I loved, leaving him in the lurch. For the second time in only a week, I found myself running away. The only difference was that this time, I didn't go all the way to Peru. This time, I went somewhere a little closer to home. In fact, up until recently, it actually was my home.
Here we are, miss. Brooklyn.
I looked up with a start before glancing out the window.
Sure enough, we were back in my old neighborhood. Interestingly enough, while my life might have changed in every conceivable way since the last time I was on those streets, the streets themselves looked exactly the same. That, if nothing else, was oddly comforting.
Thanks, I said, quickly marveling at our quick arrival. I really appreciate it.
Truly, the man was a saint. Not only did he agree to drive out to the Hamptons at 5 in the morning to pick me up, but he also successfully battled his way into one of the most secure estates in the Western Hemisphere just to retrieve me. Then he watched with strained patience as I climbed precariously out the second-story window, grabbed the vines of ivy trailing the walls, and shimmied my way down. I had to raid Nick's wallet before I left, so I gave the driver a large bill as a tip. He looked at it for a moment, and held it up to the light before eyeing me suspiciously in the rearview mirror. You look really familiar. Do I know you from someplace? I wasn't sure if he was joking or not. My face was plastered across so many newsstands that it was really impossible not to know me. Still, I quickly answered, "Nope," then slid off the seat. I just have one of those faces, I guess. The second I hit the sidewalk, I took a moment to get my bearings. My apartment had been rented out now, so I planned to stay with a friend for the night. Again, Abigail? My heart stopped cold and I whirled around to see Nick standing on the sidewalk behind me, still dressed in the previous night's crumpled clothes and staring down at me with a frustrated scowl on his face. My mouth fell open as I was momentarily stunned by the mere logistics.
"How the hell did you get here so fast?"
I finally asked.
"I literally just left."
"Exactly." His beautiful eyes flashed pure malice as he took a step toward me. "Again, Abby. You left again." This time he didn't even ask for a reason. Instead, he just stood there on the Brooklyn sidewalk in a $6,000 tuxedo, staring at me as all the light slowly left his eyes.
"I'm sorry," I whispered, forcing myself not to cry.
"It's time to cut this cord once and for all, no matter how much I want to hang on," I told myself.
"Nick, this just isn't going to work out. Your world, your lifestyle, it's no place for me. It was fun while it lasted, but it's time we put this little charade to rest." He flinched as if he'd been hit, and a look of quiet devastation flashed through his eyes.
"Charade? Is that... Shit. Is that what I am to you? A fucking game?"
"What? No, I mean..." I trailed off, shocked that he would even think such a thing. "Nick, not us. I mean the rest of it. The whole world thinks we just got married in Peru. My taxi driver recognized me, for goodness sake. Not only that, but your future pubescent stepmother hired a man to take naked photos of us just to get back at you for not having sex with her." My arm shot out to gesture around, just as his had done the night before. "This, Nick. I'm talking about this. This whole thing is crazy, and I miss my nice, stable, boring life." It was a valid argument, one that would have worked on anyone else, but it didn't work on Nick Hunter, because he'd been raised with much higher expectations.
"So you just run away?"
he demanded, surrendering not an inch of ground.
"Abby, you already know my world's crazy. Hell, you've lived in it with me for the last 2 years. You agreed to continue living in it with me in a different way, as the woman I love. You knew what you were in for. But now here we are again, me having to chase you. Why?"
People were starting to stare, but both of us were too incensed to care. The gloves were off and tempers were running high. Thus, instead of calming down and talking rationally, instead of realizing we weren't really mad at each other and taking a moment to figure out the source of the underlying tension, as any good shriek would have told us to do, we simply stood there, squaring off in the middle of the sidewalk. "Why?" I repeated, incredulous. "I just told you why."
"No, you just fed me the same old bullshit we went through just a few days ago in South America. What the fuck is going on, Abby? I can't keep chasing you every other week if you're going to—"
"I never asked you to chase me." My eyes flashed in the sun as I threw back my waves of curly hair. My ensemble hadn't changed much since the previous night either, since we'd both fallen asleep in our clothes, and in that pricey gown, every inch of me seemed to literally shimmer with rage. Perhaps I wasn't explicit enough, but the whole sneaking out thing kind of implies that I don't want to be followed. Nick took another step forward, just as furious as I was.
"You know I'll always come after you, Abby. I love you, and
I'm pregnant, damn it." The entire street fell abruptly quiet, and it seemed that even traffic stopped. Well, blurting it during an argument? That's one way to tell him, I guess. There wasn't a single shred of emotion on Nick's face, not a solitary expression to cue me in as how he felt about the truth. He was simply blank, and that certainly didn't put me at ease. "I found out the day of the merger," I said softly, my voice gentling the longer I looked into his eyes. "At Stacy's ultrasound. That was why I ran off the way I did, because I kind of freaked out. With everything going on, I just didn't know what to do, and I just panicked." Still, he offered no response. Truth be told, I wasn't sure he was even hearing me. "You were so certain last night, saying you don't want kids, that they just won't fit in your world." My eyes filled with miserable tears, but I shook my head, trying not to cry. "I guess you're right about that. This is no way to raise a baby. I don't know what I was thinking, hoping we might actually try."
"You're really pregnant?"
He finally stuttered, as if he couldn't get past the word. He had yet to even breathe. His golden skin had paled to an impossible shade of white, and while his body was frozen, his hands were trembling. "Yes," I said softly. "I'm pregnant, and you're the only person I've slept with. We can do a DNA test if you don't believe me, but I'm 100% certain the baby's yours." My eyes swept him up and down, growing more and more worried with each pass, because he looked as if he might black out right there on the street. "Nick, are you okay?" He looked up suddenly, as if he noticed me there for the first time, then nodded slowly, his staggering blue eyes locking onto nothing in particular. I tried to hold it together. I get it. I do. You're shocked and stunned.
Yeah, but I'm fine. Totally fine.
In the next second, I saw his shoes leave the curb, moving him to take one step backward, only for a taxi to send him flying into the air. Chapter 15. My red-rimmed eyes stared unblinkingly at the gaudy tile floor of the waiting room as the horrible image of the collision played through my head over and over again in graphic detail. It was like being trapped in a nightmare from which there was no escape. I remembered the way his body turned just as the yellow cab barreled into him, the deafening honk that filled the air as he was knocked completely off his feet and tumbled up over the roof of the car, the red smear of blood left behind in the shattered window, and the impossibly quiet impact as he landed in a heap on the other side. When tragedy strikes, it strikes us all, I thought. There is no privilege when it comes to car accidents, no gold-plated card he could pull out and play. If only his dear old dad could buy him out of this. In the slow-motion events that followed, I had to elbow my way through the crowd to just reach him. I was lucky because about a dozen people who were gathered around knew who we were and helped me wrangle the others out of the way.
"She's with him,"
they say over and over again. When I finally made it off the curb, that little bit of good luck ran out. I saw instantly that Nick wasn't moving and didn't appear to be breathing. His eyes were closed, and even as the world erupted in chaos around him, he simply lay there, his blonde hair spilling over the pavement. Nick? It took me a second to realize I didn't say his name out loud. Every inch of my body was shaking, and despite everything going on around me, I kept my eyes locked on his face, expecting him to open his eyes any moment so everything would be okay again. Nick, I said in a half-whisper, half-scream. I sank to my knees beside him and lifted a tentative hand to his cheek. Nick, please, don't touch him, someone shouted, someone beyond my line of sight. The guy's pretty damn lucky we just happened to be the next block over. There was a sudden flurry around us, and a pair of uniformed EMTs shoved me out of the way. An ambulance was waiting behind them, blocking the street, so I assumed one of the onlookers had the sense to call 911, which was more sense than I could muster at the moment. "We lift on 3. You ready?" one of them said to the others, pushing me out of the way. 1, 2, 3. In perfect synchronicity, Nick was lifted onto a stretcher, then carried to the ambulance. I watched with tears in my eyes as he was strapped in and electric monitors were placed on various parts of his body. A machine on the ceiling beside them sprang to life, and one of the medics called something up to the drivers. It wasn't until they were pulling shut the doors that I realized I was about to be left behind. "Wait!" I screeched. A sudden surge of feeling coursed through my body as I shook off the paralyzing numbness and launched myself toward the van. "I'm going with him." The nearest EMT looked at me skeptically. He knew who Nick was, that he had been one of the world's most desirable men, lying unconscious in the back of his car. He obviously hadn't read the headlines because at that moment he mistook me for the perfect ambulance-chasing groupie. "Are you family?" he asked routinely, the flat glint in his eyes speaking the doubt and accusation he wouldn't say out loud. My strength crumbled and my mind blanked as I glanced back to the small pool of blood staining the street. A tremor shook my entire body as I stared back in dread. I'm his." My eyes flickered back to Nick, so quiet and still on the gurney. "I was with him." "I'm sorry, ma'am," the man replied bluntly. "Only family allowed." With that, the ambulance was off, cutting through the crowd in a whirl of lights and sirens, with the love of my life, the father of my child, strapped to a stretcher inside, all alone and possibly dying. "Taxi!" I broke through the rope line and tore toward the first car that pulled my way, then leapt inside before it even came to a full stop. I slammed the door shut and yanked down the window, stretching half my body outside as I pointed straight ahead. "Don't lose them!" Of course, in New York traffic, that was easier said than done. It was even more difficult because Nick was who he was. The second the ambulance loaded Nick into the back and shut their door,
They started racing for the nearest hospital in Brooklyn. Because they realized how precious their cargo was, it wasn't long before they were intercepted by a helicopter, who took them to a private facility in the opposite direction, leaving my taxi driver to play a desperate game of follow that chopper from the ground. I had the same trouble getting into the facility that I had had getting into the ambulance. In fact, my only chance was to run to the gift shop and return with a magazine that had a picture of Nick and me on the front cover. Finally, they gave me clearance to the upper floors, but once I was there was nothing left to do but wait. I affixed myself to the ugly green chair nearest the reception counter, ready to live there for the next 50 years if I had to. My shoe tapped a constant rhythm against the floor, and after glancing down at my phone for what felt like a small eternity, I finally caved. My eyes closed, my shoulders wilted, and I found myself doing what so many hunter women had done before me in times of abject terror and fear, calling Harold Oates. He answered on the 4th ring after an internal debate over whether or not he should let it go to voicemail. "Where the fuck are you, Wilder? You and Nick missed breakfast." Strangely, the second Nick wasn't around, I reverted back to the publicist pariah. I wanted to report with something snappy, something to put him in his place. At the very least, I wanted to make him fear the loss of his job. But all I could manage was a small, trembling voice that uttered, "There's been an accident. Nick's hurt. He was hit by a car." I could practically see the shock, his face paling to the color of bleached bone, because it was that evident in his voice. "What?" he asked in a dreadful hush. "Are you there with him now? Where are you? Is he—" His voice quieted even more. "Is he going to make it?" he asked gravely. "I'm at Mather Willis in Manhattan," I managed to croak out. That part was easy enough to answer, but the rest was a little more difficult to rehash. "He was hit by a taxi, Harold. Flew over the top of it. He wasn't conscious when they brought him in, and I don't know anything else." A stream of tears slipped down my face to join the pool already on the floor. "They won't tell me anything because I'm not family." My weakness seemed to unleash Harold's inherent strength. He cleared his voice and fired out a command he must have given 1,000,000 times before. "Stay right where you are. We'll be there soon." Then, without another word from him, the line went dead. I stared at the phone for a minute before pulling it slowly away from my face. I found myself neither comforted nor upset by the call. At that point, I was simply numb. Of course, it wasn't the first call I'd made. There was one call that came before it, and when the double doors whooshed open, I knew that call was not in vain. "Where the hell is he?" James Cross asked as soon as he rushed inside. Even though it was sunny, he was inexplicably wet, shaking drops of water from his jacket. He stopped in the middle of the floor and spun around like some kind of Hollywood hero, desperately searching the room. "James!" I waved my hand to summon his attention. "Over here!" He was beside me the next moment, and his face went white with fear. "Abby, how bad is it? And don't you dare lie to me, girl." I pulled in a fractured breath and shook my head. "I don't know. No one will tell me anything since I'm not family." James paused, staring at me oddly. "Why didn't you just tell them you're his wife? Because the entire world thinks you're married to him now." Just like that, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The obvious simplicity washing away all other emotion as a bright, judgmental light bulb blinked over my head. "Oh, I didn't think of that. I wasn't thinking straight. I was upset." There was an incredulous pause before James let it go. He was too upset to pay attention to my lack of problem-solving capabilities. His focus was centered on one thing and one thing only. "But he was alive when you last saw him?" he asked quietly. My head jerked up and down, answering of its own accord. "They said his vitals were steady but weak," I said, a phrase I'd repeated to myself about 1,000,000 times, grasping it like a life raft in a stormy sea. "He was alive." James nodded once, then fixed his lovely eyes out the window, unable to speak any more. Seemingly without thinking it, he reached for my hand and held it tight. The two of us sat there in silence, counting the seconds on the clock and retreating completely into our own heads, watching the sun drift across the sky. It wasn't until a full 10 minutes had passed that I finally turned to him. "How did you know he was transferred to this wing? After we hung up, I realized I forgot to tell you." James rubbed his hands over his face and sighed. "The chief of surgery lives down the street from my house here in New York. I paid him a visit on my way, and we had a little chat about the consequences of maintaining doctor-patient confidentiality." I eyed his dripping clothes and damp hair with suspicion. "What did you do, James? Waterboard the guy for information?" James glanced down at his clothes before returning his eyes to the window. "It's probably best we don't get into all that. Plausible deniability and all." A rush of quiet sympathy coursed through me, and I gave his hand a firm squeeze. "Man, I hate hospitals," James muttered, staring bleakly at the walls. "I'll bet." Just a few years prior, James was drag racing in upstate New York and found himself smack dab in the middle of a horrific pile-up, the kind of accident that required several paramedics in the jaws of life. They literally had to pry the twisted metal off of him while he slowly bled out in the dirt. He was airlifted to the hospital, straight into an 11-hour surgery to save his life. At one point, doctors believed they would have to amputate his left leg, so it was a blessing that he could still walk into the hospital on his own 2 feet. Nick, of course, stayed by his side the entire time, keeping such a fierce vigil that the nurses didn't dare to mention visiting hours to him. He practically lived in the hospital, slept in the chair, and brought James food every morning from his favorite bistro across town. When James was finally released, Nick actually moved into the lake house for a while to help with his physical rehabilitation. "Why the fuck wasn't he paying attention?" James asked softly. "What was he doing in the street? Nick's not an idiot. He knows better than that. His dad didn't teach him much, but the kid knows how to look both ways." My head bowed to my chest as a wave of guilt threatened to strangle me where I sat. "He wasn't paying attention because, well, we were fighting," I answered in a whisper. James peered at me out of the corner of my eye, but I couldn't bring myself to meet his gaze. "He was distracted by that, I guess, and he stepped off the curb. It was because of me, James. It was because of what I said." James didn't press the issue. He was much too discreet, considerate, and kind for that. Instead, he clasped a second hand on top of mine and held it firmly as he gazed out the window. "It wasn't your fault, Abby. Whatever you're thinking, it wasn't your fault." A generous assessment. I wonder if he'd feel the same way if he saw it or heard it himself. The two of us lapsed back into silence, freezing to frightened statues as we stared around the little room in alternating positions, looking mindlessly up the ceiling, the windows, and the walls. James even tried glancing through an outdated issue of a fishing magazine for a while, until he saw Nick's face and threw it back down. A fishing magazine? Man, he's everywhere. It wasn't until a doctor walked down the hall that we showed any signs of real life. "Are you two here for Nicholas Hunter?" he asked routinely. "I'm his wife," I answered promptly, refusing to be denied information any longer. The surgeon scribbled something down before turning his slightly narrowed eyes on James. Almost everyone alive knew that Nick and James were the closest of friends, not relatives. It was a distinction that meant nothing in the real world but everything in terms of health information protections, so the doctor had to ask. "And you, Mr. Cross?" He theatrically emphasized the different last names. James met his gaze with a sneer. "I'm his twin." "Oh, for fuck's sake, James. Do you really think that's going to work?" I thought with a roll of my eyes. The doctor stiffened, jutting his chin up smugly before turning back to the gorgeous celebrity with an air of professional exasperation. "Listen, I understand your concern, but—" Not only was James unaccustomed to being told no, but he'd also reached the end of his patience. "No, you listen." He cut in, his voice lowered to a deadly calm. "My family has paid for over half of the building of this hospital, including the wing you're standing in now. Now, doctor, you either tell me what happened to my friend, or we may have to start making some cuts." That should do it, I thought, unable to hide my smile. The doctor blanched for a moment before glancing down at his notes. "I see," he said, then cleared his throat. Well, Nick fractured his triquetral. No, no, no! James wailed, clapping a hand over his mouth as the intimidating British shipping heir was immediately replaced by a beautiful boy who was frightened of hospitals. The doctor looked up in surprise, but I was used to such irrational responses. What does that mean? I interjected quickly, ever the realist, hovering the tip of my pen anxiously over a pad of paper, desperate to grab every possible detail. Basically, he broke his wrist. James sank a few inches lower in his chair, looking as if the world was coming to an end, even though the doctor was acting as if it was good news. Wait, the doctor said. Wrong patient. That was a motorcycle accident victim. This is the taxi accident. No broken wrist. What is it then? James demanded, freaking out once again. Sorry, the doctor said, clearing his throat again. Other than some bruises around his ribs and a mild concussion, he's rather well off. Those are the worst of the damage. He looked James up and down with a comical expression before turning to me with a faint smile. Your husband is very lucky. Lucky? I wasn't sure Nick was going to see it that way. Can we see him? I pleaded. James bolted upright, literally sitting on the edge of his seat. The doctor nodded slowly. And he's on a pretty high dose of painkillers, but yes, you may visit him. Thank you, doctor. I gushed, glad he was willing to comply. I knew if he refused, there was a good chance that the good doctor himself might have been in the need of medical attention, because James might have dangled him from the rooftop until he agreed otherwise. More relieved than I could possibly say, I elbowed James sharply in the side. Yes, thank you, doctor, he said gratefully. The two of us leapt to our feet, pushed past the nursing staff, and darted around corners before skidding to an abrupt stop in Nick's room. Oh, sweetheart. He looked so vulnerable lying there in the hospital bed, surrounded by a tangle of wires and beeping machines. He was so still, and his eyes had yet to open. There was a sharp intake of breath, and I felt James shrink back beside me. When I glanced over him, I saw him staring at the scene like it was his own nightmare come to life. I squeezed his hand again, and together the two of us ventured slowly near the bed, pulling up chairs on either side. We were quiet for a while, simply keeping watch before James shifted restlessly in his chair. His eyes darted around the bed, taking in every detail, and then he reached out tentatively to take Nick's hand. I watched as he wrapped his fingers carefully around it, taking great pains to avoid disturbing the IV taped to the front. Do you think we should get him some ice chips or something? He murmured. If not for the fact that I was still crying, I might have actually smiled. Ice chips? He's sleeping, James, I said. I know, I just thought. What are you going to do? Force them down his throat? He flashed me a scowl, then sighed helplessly as he looked around. It wasn't often that powerful people like him found themselves at the mercy of forces bigger than themselves. For James, it was a lesson in submission that couldn't have come at a worse time. Well, what about an extra blanket? He asked, hopefully trying to seize the smallest detail he was able to control. I could find him another. He trailed off suddenly as Nick stirred between us on the bed. In an instant, the chairs were abandoned as we both pushed to our feet, staring down with bated breath. For a second, nothing happened. Then, ever so slowly, he opened his eyes. That's it, honey. Take it slow, I said. At first, he stiffened in surprise, bracing himself against the unfamiliar scene. The harsh light and acrid smell of antiseptic startled him, but then his muscles relaxed one by one, coaxed to calmness by a generous cocktail of drugs. Those beautiful blue eyes flickered up to the beeping machine just over his shoulder. Then even more slowly they found their way to me. Abby, he mumbled in a gravelly voice. A pair of tears slipped down my face as I stroked back his hair with a gentle smile. Hi, darling. I'm so glad to see you awake. Chapter 16. Nick tried to sit up, but winced in pain and sat back. What's going on? He asked when he saw James. After taking another moment to get his bearings,
He glanced down at the side of the bed. Man, why are you holding my hand?
James dropped it like he'd been burned. I wasn't, he lied defensively. The two stared at each other for a moment. Do you remember your name? James asked. Yes, James, I do. James looked at Abby. Okay, I don't think we have to worry about amnesia. You're in a hospital, sweetheart, I said. Finally, James could no longer take the emotion. He abandoned all pretense of macho-ness entirely and squeezed Nick's shoulder. You were in an accident, but you're all right. Just a concussion and a couple of bruised ribs, he said with a warm smile. You made it through with just a few scratches. I remember a car hitting me. Nick glanced around disoriented. He yanked the oxygen tube away from his face. It was a rare occasion when I couldn't determine what was going on behind those blue eyes of his. But I knew something deeper than the cocktail of drugs was blurring the corners of his mind. Something I had no possible way of predicting. Does he even remember? Does he even remember what I said? With his usual catastrophic timing, James leaned forward with a smile. Abby said you two were fighting before it happened. He lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Want me to kick her ass? The tension eased for a moment before Nick looked up into my eyes. Actually, pal, Abby and I need a minute. Would that be okay? James's eyes grew wide as he perched sympathetically on the edge of the bed. Of course. Shit. With everything that's happened in the last couple of days, you're going to need more than a minute. He shook his head like a martyr, and I was seized with a sudden suspicion that James didn't consider for 1 second that Nick's Abby and I did not include him. What do you want me to do? The way I see it, this damn hospital owes me. I can call up the board and have you move to a private floor, send away the nurses so the three of us can enjoy a little peace and quiet. A faint smile flickered across Nick's face as he gazed up fondly at his friend. By now he knew better than to try to make the distinction. Instead, he simply made a strategic request. I'm actually a little cold. He shivered for dramatic effect, looking tragically helpless as he lay back against the bed. Do you think you could help me find a blanket or something? James was on his feet at once, a man on a mission. Leave it to me, he said, and the next second he was pacing out into the hall, loudly shouting demands to the medical staff. First one to find my friend a clean, warm blanket gets a crisp $100 bill. Nick closed his eyes with a painful chuckle as I leaned forward to stroke the side of his face. His eyes opened again the second he felt my touch, and I froze, wondering if I was allowed. Do you? My throat constricted, and I took a deep breath before trying again. What do you remember? The two of us locked eyes. I remember every single word you said, he said simply. There was a brief pause before I nodded quickly. I was sure it was good that he remembered, because it meant he wouldn't have to go through it all again and risk him toppling out the 10th-story window or falling somehow into an open elevator shaft. Then again, if he does remember, why isn't he saying anything about it? What does he think? Abby. 2 fingers lifted my chin, and I looked up to see him staring at me. I didn't know when I had looked away, didn't even know when I had started to cry. Nick, I'm so sorry. The words shot out before I even made the conscious decision to say them. I'm sorry I didn't tell you the first second I found out. I'm sorry I ran away twice. I have no idea what got into me, but if I had told you, maybe we wouldn't be in this position. We'd still be back in the Hamptons, where the worst damage you could do to yourself would have been falling into a fountain. You know as well as I do that Harold would have dived in to rescue you before you could drown. My voice rose in volume the longer I talked, working myself into a full-blown panic. Still, I can't be sorry about the baby. I'm sorry if you are, but I can't be. I didn't plan it and certainly didn't expect to, be expecting, but I am. No matter how strange the circumstances or terrible the timing, I already love this baby with all my heart, I said, patting my belly. I love him or her. even if our child is only about 3 months old. Abby. Refusing to stop for even a breath, as I feared I couldn't go on if I did, I ignored him and continued. Look, I know you think you'll be a terrible father, but Nick, that's just not true. I can't imagine anyone being a better father. Not that you have to. I was quick to interject. I mean, if this isn't something you want, I completely understand. I'll move to the West Coast or something. Get a different job. You'll never hear a word about this again. I swear not a word will be leaked to the press, and I promise that neither I nor the child will ever ask you for anything. With that, I pushed swiftly to my feet, suddenly sure that was what he wanted to hear. In fact, now that I think about it, you're totally right. I'm so sorry. What was I even thinking? I'll get my stuff and be out of the city by tonight. Let me just get my purse and— Abby. Nick shook his head with a gentle smile, still trying to finish his original sentence. What? I asked softly. I am so happy. With those 3 words, he stopped all my momentum. Just like that, he changed all my plans. My eyes grew wide as I stared down at him, unable to believe it could be true. You are? I asked, biting my lip, terrified it was a huge, cruel joke. He beamed up at me, his eyes shining with a million tears. Of course I am. How could I not be? Abby, we're going to have a baby. The word seemed to hit him hard, as powerful as it was unfamiliar. A wave of realization shook through him, freezing him from head to toe before his radiant smile relaxed into something gentler, something tender, something completely overwhelming. A baby, he said again, liking the word more and more. I'm going to be a father, and I've never been happier. His arms opened, and I slid into them without another word, careful not to place any weight on his bandaged ribs. Despite the fact that we were in a hospital and that I'd just seen the man I loved thrown into the air by a taxi, I'd never been happier than I was in that single perfect moment. I'm going to be a hands-on type of dad. No nannies. I'm going to do all those late-night feedings and burp the baby, and I'll even change the diapers. Even when the baby's screaming at the top of his or her mini lungs and kicking? Yes, I'm going to be this baby's role model and hero, which means I'm going to have to change. It's time to grow up. I realize that. I'm going to be the dad I never had in my life. I've heard it all goes by so quickly, and I want to enjoy every single moment. Me too. Our baby is going to be so loved and cherished. 3 months already? He asked, arching an eyebrow at me. When I glanced up with a little smile, watching the wonders of parenthood transform him right there before my very eyes. Yep, I have an ultrasound scheduled for next week. Thrilled that I now wouldn't have to attend it alone. I will be there every step of the way, he said. I kissed his lips. And the flu, he said suddenly. You didn't really have the flu. I shook my head, cuddling into him. Actually, at first I thought I did. A sudden peal of nervous laughter burst out of me. I couldn't believe you didn't catch it too. Now I know that what I have isn't contagious. Nick smiled, then held me delicately against him, his magical eyes lost in thought. Do we know if it's a boy or a girl yet? He asked quietly. No! I twisted up to look at him. Do you want to know? He paused, considering the question for the first time. I'm not sure. Do you want to know? I grinned. I'm not sure either, and I do love surprises. It'll be a surprise like no other, and who doesn't love a good mystery? For a while we just lay there, slowly recovering from the aftershock of all that had happened between us and to us, both of us saying silent prayers of thanks that we'd survived what could have been the world's most catastrophic day, and making tentative, hopeful plans for the future. A future for all 3 of us. You've given me the greatest gift anyone has ever given me, he said. I squeezed his hand. And you've done the same for me. This is a magical moment I'll never forget. Our love has sculpted a brand new soul. Do you think our beautiful baby will look like me, or like you? Will he or she have your nose, my eyes, or your laugh?
I laughed as a tear slipped down my cheek. I guess time will tell, and let's just hope she doesn't get my Dumbo ears.
You do not have big ears.
I laughed. He touched my stomach.
Hey, little one. I'm your daddy, and I love you and your mommy so much.
The emotion in his voice was so tender, so touching, totally melting my heart.
I wonder what you'll look like or what you'll act like, he continued. I'm trying to imagine the person you're going to be, and I can't wait to meet you. I can already feel our bond starting to grow.
I looked up at Nick. You're going to be the best father ever.
He wiped a tear from my eye. And you're going to be the best mother ever. We might make a few mistakes and be completely clueless, but I think we'll eventually get this parenthood thing nailed down and be the best parents ever.
I smiled. I think so too.
Are you scared?
He asked. I was at first, but not anymore. Not with you at my side. How about you?
The idea of fatherhood scared the shit out of me, and I always thought the universe wouldn't be that stupid to give me a child. But I wasn't in love. And when you're in love, you think different. I want to start a family with you, Abby. I think about us buying the perfect home with a big yard and a white picket fence, and a big yellow lab running around. I know we can have a great future and the perfect life together.
I couldn't stop grinning. You're ready to settle down? I asked.
It doesn't feel like settling down. It feels like we're continuing our adventure, and I want to spend every waking moment with you.
When we heard footfalls marching triumphantly down the hall, we pulled apart, wearing matching grins. I climbed off the bed and Nick braced himself against the mattress with a little smile.
We need to tell James.
I'll go get us something to drink, I said.
To hear this news, James is going to need something stronger than what they've got in the vending machine,
Nick teased. Yeah, well, we'll just have to ease him into it with Mountain Dew. I gathered my purse and kissed his cheek. I'll be right back. The two of us locked eyes with a conspiratorial grin, just as James swept past me, balancing a small mountain of blankets in his arms.
27, he announced proudly. Could have been 28, but security caught me trying to pull one off this comatose guy on the 7th floor.
James! I screamed, my mouth falling open in astonishment.
What? He wasn't complaining, he said, brushing it off with a casual shrug.
Oh my gosh!
I'm kidding, Abby, James clarified. Come on, woman. I'd never do that, not even for this clumsy asshole, he said, nodding toward Nick. Where's your sense of humor? Ever heard of lightening the mood?
I turned around with an incredulous grin and slipped out into the hallway. I'm just gonna go get some coffee or something. I'll be back in a bit. The nurses parted before me, each gushing in delight as they flashed their crisp $100 bills, but I didn't even make it to the elevator before I heard the explosion.
She's what?
The door slid shut in front of me, but not fast enough to hide my grin. Ease him into it. Right. I bet he's comatose now. Chapter 17. Given the sheer magnitude of James's response, I decided to give the two of them a little extra time. Theirs was a bromance for the ages, and if Nick and I were set on carving out a future together, James was the one person I was going to have to compete with for the rest of my life. I wandered around the gift shop with a little smile on my face, putting an occasional item in my bag and silently marveling at how fast the day had turned around. An escape from the Hamptons, a confrontation in Brooklyn, and a life-altering confession in Manhattan? Yeah, just your typical day in the Big Apple. I selected some chocolates and a few bottles of water, then paused a second to stare at a row of headlines. New York royalty elopes in Peruvian paradise? I muttered before walking down the aisle with a grin, shaking my head. For a moment I considered picking up an extra pair of clothes for Nick, since his doctor insisted on keeping him there for at least one night for observation. Knowing Nick as well as I did, though, I was sure he was already plotting his escape. So I decided to put the cheap pants and t-shirt back on the shelf. At any rate, he would never wear polyester anyway. By the time I stepped off the elevator onto the correct floor, The deafening exclamations had come to an end, but the fantastical speculation was just beginning. The second I walked through the door, James swept me off my feet, crushing me in an embrace that was borderline inappropriate, considering that my boyfriend was lying just a few feet away. "Abby, I can't believe it!" he screamed, squeezing me so tight I feared my bones would buckle and snap. I know," I gasped, spitting out a mouthful of his dark hair. "It's pretty crazy." In the background, Nick lifted a tentative hand, trying to call attention to my purpling lips, but it was no use. James just smiled obliviously as I slowly suffocated in his arms. "I can't believe I had to hear about it from Nick. I should have been your first call," he countered, swinging my legs back and forth. Fortunately, he chose that moment to drop me where I stood. My knees gave as my shoes smashed to the floor, sending a wave of blood and feeling coursing back through me. I took a second to catch my breath and looked up to see him staring at me expectantly. Lying on the bed behind him, Nick merely shook his head with an indulgent grin. "Well, of course I wanted to tell you," I said quickly, trying to figure a way back into his finicky good graces. "James, you know you're always my first call." "Oh, Abby, do you know what this means?" he interrupted with a sudden revelation. "What?" "You'll never hook up with me after all," he said, feigning a pout. Nick reached over to silently up his pain meds, but I froze in confusion. I'm sorry?" James's handsome face saddened with a wistful smile. "If you and Nick were simply dating, we might have had a chance. Sure, the fake engagement and eloping complicated things, but it was still somewhere on the table, right? This, though, you pregnant with Nick's baby." He shook his head and clicked his tongue as if I made some erogenous oversight. "It'll never work out, love," he said, then flicked me gently beneath the chin, as if to console me. "Sorry you had to settle for less." I literally bit my tongue. "Well, I'm sure I can learn to live with it, if you can," I said, struggling hard to keep from laughing. "We both have to," he said cheerfully, already on to the next adventure in his head. "Now, Nick, according to Nurse Ratched, all you have to do to earn your freedom is to walk from your bed to the end of the hall. I say we hire a body double. Then we can—" He trailed off suddenly, and a truly terrifying expression flashed across his face. Nick and I turned quickly around to see none other than Mitchell, looming in the doorway. The second he saw us, he froze. It wasn't like him to look so uncertain, but the sight of his son in a hospital bed, with wires and tubes laced across his body, caused something strange to happen. In a blink, the most powerful man in the world disappeared, just vanished right there on the spot, leaving nothing but a trembling father in his wake. I wasn't sure anyone else saw the extraordinary transformation. James was too busy fuming, and Nick was too surprised that his father had bothered to show up at all, so neither of them noticed much of anything else. To me, though, it couldn't have been more obvious. "Nick." He took a tentative step inside, followed by another, his dark eyes sweeping over every inch of his son. What the fuck are you doing here?" I had never seen James so angry, and I honestly found it more than a little scary. In just 2 swift steps, he crossed the room and grabbed Mitchell by the collar, moving his face just inches from the man's and glaring at him. "Get out!" James shouted. "Leave! No one wants you here." Before Mitchell could take a single step, James did it for him. He broke open the door with a swift kick and literally threw his father's friend out into the hall. Just like that, one of the most frightening men in the world was bested in a stunning display of fierce loyalty and uncompromising rage. Before he even landed, the door slammed shut, creating a clear delineation between those who were wanted inside and those who weren't. With the dark fury in his eyes, James then pulled the door shut. He stood behind them for a moment, silently catching his breath, before turning back to Nick and to me, forcing a smile onto his face. "Now, where were we?" Nick simply stared, as if he wasn't sure whether what he'd seen was real, or if it was just some sort of hallucination, courtesy of the hospital pharmaceuticals. More than anyone in the world, James Cross held the unique position of having grown up with Mitchell and Nick. He saw all the damage but experienced none of the trauma himself. What resulted was a man who was fiercely protective and unforgiving, to a fault. "James," I said softly, "you can't just—" "Where were we?" he said again, keeping his eyes locked on Nick. Nick held his friend's gaze for a moment before making a conscious effort to clear his face. "Body doubles," he responded promptly. The two shared a fleeting smile. "That's right. Body doubles." I had to commend them for an admirable effort to keep the day moving along, but I hadn't yet been programmed to shake off what I'd just seen. My mind wasn't in the room. My only thoughts were with Mitchell out in the hall. I couldn't help replaying the heartbreaking transformation that had somehow softened him into a parent, and I couldn't ignore the violent rebuff screaming the silent answer, "It's too late." As the two men in the room with me began debating the pros and cons of hiring a stuntman to perform Nick's walk of freedom for himself, I mumbled something about finding a restroom and slipped out. All of the nurses had abandoned their posts, probably trying to avoid being forced to testify in the trial that was sure to come, but Mitchell was now standing exactly where he landed. Even more shocking, the man was crying, something I didn't think he was capable of. I froze in the doorway, staring with wide eyes before I pulled it quickly shut, wanting to spare him the humility of his son or James seeing him so vulnerable. It was hard to say whether Mitchell even noticed me, because his dark eyes were focused only on the floor. It was a stare so intense that part of me was convinced he could see right through them. "Mr. Hunter?" Mitchell didn't take his eyes off the room for a second. He didn't even blink as he quietly said, "He hates me," with silent tears still streaming down his face. "And he even has James playing bouncer." I stared at the salty rivers on his cheeks, and I was absolutely unable to speak. I wondered if it was the first time he'd ever cried. In fact, part of me feared that his skin might sizzle at the touch of his own tears. Chapter 18.
"I don't blame him,"
Mitchell continued softly.
"He should hate me. Hell, after everything I've done, you both should. James is right. No one wants me here, and I don't blame any of you for that. I made my bed, and I have to lie in it."
I lifted my eyes to look into the face of the man who had caused us so much misery and pain. "I don't hate you." It was a stunning realization, but it was true. Something I didn't even know myself until I heard my voice speaking the words out loud. "I just feel sorry for you." A humorless laugh slithered out from behind Mitchell's teeth.
"You feel sorry for me?"
His eyes flickered up to mine, and unless I was mistaken, I could have sworn he gave me his first genuine smile.
"No one's ever said that to me before."
A delicate blush blossomed in my cheeks, but for possibly the first time since I'd met Mitchell Hunter, I somehow managed to hold my ground. "Nick doesn't hate you either," I said quietly. He wants to live his own life. He doesn't understand why you won't let him do that."
Mitchell sighed. "It isn't that simple. Nick's life is a reflection of me, so—"
"No, Mr. Hunter. Nick's life is a reflection of Nick," I interrupted heatedly. "That's what you have never understood. He's not a little kid anymore playing in your shadow. He's his own person, an individual capable of doing incredible things. You just have to release your stranglehold long enough to let him try." "Okay, Abby, cool it. Unless you like to experience that stranglehold firsthand." I suddenly thought, fearing he might be able to pull a Darth Vader and end me without even touching me. The dark side is strong in this one. Surprisingly, though, Mitchell didn't look at all angered by my outburst. On the contrary, he was looking at me as if he was really seeing me for the first time.
"You're right,"
he murmured, returning his eyes to the door.
"Not since he was about 16 has he cared at all about what I do. He's always been his own man."
I could see that. It would have been natural for Nick to crave his father's approval, but then again he wasn't exactly one to pine. My guess was that he spent 2 minutes staring longingly at the wrong side of his father's office door before he gave up on the notion entirely and discovered that he could make his own fun. "You need to let him go," I urged softly. "Let him go and he'll come back eventually. I promise. The door between you two hasn't shut forever. Just give it some time." There was a lengthy pause, and during that moment I saw Harold hovering anxiously by the elevator. He was aching to know what was going on, but didn't want to disturb us. Finally, Mitchell bowed his head to his chest. "You really care about him, don't you? It's obvious that he cares just as deeply about you." My blush deepened as I nodded. "It's more than caring. I love him. In fact, we love each other." Mitchell considered that for a brief moment, then nodded as well. "In that case, I'll no longer stand in your way." I froze again, not quite sure what that meant for Nick, for me, or for the baby growing somewhat secretly inside me. "So, let me get that straight. You promise that you won't send a hitman after him for leaving the Hamptons?" I asked, cautiously, only half joking. Mitchell raised his eyebrows slowly. I held up my hands. "That was all me, Mr. Hunter. Nick only left to find me, just like when he jetted off to Peru." Mitchell stared at me a second more, then chuckled softly. "Ah, yes. The Peruvian paradise to which the two of you supposedly eloped." From that I had to assume he'd seen the headlines in the gift shop where I'd been browsing earlier. He smiled for a second before shaking out his coat briskly. "Tell the papers what you want, Abby. I won't force you to live a lie, and I certainly won't force my son to. I've come to learn that forcing him only makes him do the opposite of my wishes anyway," he said with a wink. I blinked, unable to believe it. "And, what about the flash drive and the dinner on Friday with the board?" In a single motion he pulled the metallic drive from his pocket and tossed it toward the trash, but didn't bother to look to see if it landed inside. "I don't give a flying fuck about the board," he replied shortly. "As for the dinner, consider this an official cancellation." Funny. He sounds so much like his son when he says stuff like that. A smile spread up my face, one that was just as tentatively returned. We locked eyes for a moment before I headed back to the door and said over my shoulder, "Wait here for just a minute." I slipped back into Nick's room without Nick or James being the wiser. In fact, judging by the intense looks on their faces as they discussed ways to con the system, I assumed they didn't even realize that I'd stepped out. It wasn't until I cleared my throat for the second time that they looked up. "What's up, love?" Nick asked sweetly. "Yeah, sorry. We're kind of in the middle of something," James teased with a wink. I pulled in a deep breath and squared my shoulders. "I want you to talk to your father." After a beat and a smirk from both of them, James said matter-of-factly, "And I want a unicorn. What's your point?" "I'm serious, Nick. You should—" "Why?" he asked quickly, cutting me off and betraying no emotion one way or another. The way he said it, he was merely curious as to why I'd had such a sudden change of heart. I looked deep into his eyes, willing him to understand. "Because I think you're going to be surprised by what he has to say. Pleasantly surprised, in fact." We stared at each other for a long moment, one that seemed to stretch on for hours. Finally, he nodded. "Fine. Let him in," he agreed. "What?" James exclaimed. "You can't be serious." Nick's eyes never left mine. "Let him in," he said again. James stared at his friend entreatingly, his dark hair spilling into his eyes. "Nick, you're on drugs, literally. Trust me. You don't need your arsehole father screaming at you right now about some fucking worthless dinner party. He doesn't need to see you like this." Nick's eyes softened as he turned to his friend, the one who'd seen him through so many difficult moments. He knew it was time for a change, because he was going to be a father soon himself. One way or another, something had to give. "James, let him in," he said again. James stood still for one more second, clenching his jaw, before he turned abruptly on his heel and yanked the door open. Mitchell's entire face lit up in surprise before he walked cautiously forward. Everything seemed to be fine for a second, but as the two men crossed paths, James leaned down ever so briefly to whisper something in the man's ear. Mitchell froze dead still, his face paling before it softened into a rare smile. "You're a good friend, James." I couldn't believe it. Nick couldn't believe it. And James couldn't believe it himself. For a second, time seemed to stand still. But then James swept out the door with a look of disgust on his face, shaking his head and muttering 4-letter complaints starting with, "Go fuck yourself, Mitch." Progress. I do believe we've seen a step in the right direction. Nick and I shared a secret smile before he turned and braced himself for whatever Mitchell had to say.
"I want us to reconnect, son," Mitchell said. "I'm so sorry for everything that has happened in the past. Please find it in your heart to forgive me. I'll do whatever it takes because I love you more than anything. I want us to become close, and I truly mean that. If I would have lost you today, my life would have been over." Staring death straight in the eyes makes us see things in a different light. This close call, well, it's made me think. We can't keep going down this same path.
"I know," Nick whispered.
"Things have to change between us."
"I know.
I want us to have a better father-son relationship. I love you, son."
Nick's eyes filled with emotion.
"And I want that too. You're my dad and I love you too. I want your grandson to love you too."
He looked puzzled.
"Grandson?"
"Abby's pregnant." He gasped, then smiled in delight. Mitchell truly looked happy and excited. He congratulated us, and best of all, he gave us his blessing. What a breakthrough. Nick and Mitchell had reconnected. They started to talk about deeper topics, then hug each other as they talked everything out. I silently followed James into the hall. At first he made sure to keep the door slightly ajar, but after a pointed look from me, he closed it with a sigh.
"This had better not end in tears," he warned softly. "If it does, they sure as hell better be Mitchell's, if the bastard's even capable of crying."
I bit my lip and wearing a quiet smile, confident in the transformative powers of my scheme. "Oh, I think you'll find Mitchell is more than able to cry." James shot me a curious stare, then returned his attention to the door. He was still burning holes in it with his eyes when I walked a few feet away to the trash can. The incriminating flash drive was still sitting innocently on the floor, right where Mitchell had left it. With a triumphant grin, I lifted my foot high in the air and smashed it down, taking unspeakable pleasure as it shattered into a million powdery pieces beneath my heel.
"What the?"
James asked, distractedly glancing over. When I pulled away my foot, all that remained was a scattering of metallic dust upon the tile. Just like that, the entire slate was wiped clear. "Nothing," I answered with a little smile. "There's nothing there." It was a turning point, an unprecedented olive branch, the likes of which neither father nor son had ever seen. After officially releasing him from any further arrangement with the board, Mitchell tentatively asked about the accident, then about his recovery. Then, with the caution of two men who had spent decades avoiding it, the two began to simply talk. It was a revelation, a miniature Manhattan miracle. James didn't trust it, but Harold seemed pretty happy. By the time Nick finally made his big escape that night at around 1 a.m., it was the happiest I'd ever seen him.
"This day,"
he said, grinning from ear to ear, as we darted across the parking lot to the cab, waiting on the other side of the block.
"This day has been one for the books."
Chapter 19. Days later, Nick went out to celebrate. I originally planned to go with him, but in the wake of the long, stressful day, I decided a soak in a hot bath with lots of bubbles would help me unwind and soothe my frazzled, pregnant, tired body and mind. James was going to go with him as well, but he received a call from his own father that same night and headed into the city. "Have fun and be safe," I stressed as Nick slipped on his jacket to head out to the nearest bar to meet some of his friends from boarding school. "Just promise not to try to tackle any more cars." He saluted me with a dazzling smile, flashing every one of his pearly teeth.
"Yes, ma'am."
We leaned in for a quick kiss, then went our separate ways, looking forward to a little time to relax. I soaked for a while in the tub, then crawled into bed with a contented smile on my face. I sank happily beneath the covers to enjoy what promised to be the best night's sleep I'd had in months. Little did I know that it would not be a night of sweet dreams after all, that all those happy feelings were about to come to an end. The call came at around 4 in the morning, ringing on one of my old publicist phones, a number obviously drunk dialed out of habit. It took a second for me to even find the phone, and I answered in a daze as I squinted sleepily at the wall-mounted clock. "Hello?"
"Abby!"
Nick shouted. From his deafening response, I couldn't tell whether he was delighted or terrified to hear my voice. I couldn't hear much of anything over the yelling and screeching in the background, and as the wave of obnoxious partying noise rushed into my previously peaceful bedroom, I had to hold the phone further away from my ear. "Nick?" I sat up in bed, my hand moving automatically to my belly for support. "What's going on? Are you okay? Where are you?" I asked, wondering if he was at a Neolithic rave gone wrong.
"Abby! I'm so glad you called."
That made me pause. As if the confused sentiment and over-effused volume wasn't enough, the edges of his words were blurring together. He seemed to blend his vowels together, struggling with all the consonants between. "But I didn't," I said slowly, trying to place him sight unseen, somewhere on the barometer of his level of intoxication, a measurement I'd attempted to make countless times before. "You called me, Nick." There was a slight pause as a chorus of screaming voices mixed together with a wilting country crooner wailing from a jukebox.
"What?"
he called, as if he couldn't hear me. I sighed and repeated my original question. "Where are you?"
"About that."
There was another pause as the sound of shattering glass echoed into the phone, seemingly very close to his head.
"Abby, I seem to be in, a spot of trouble."
A spot of trouble? Just how big of a spot? I thought grimly. I'd been Nick's publicist for 2 years, and I knew exactly what a spot of trouble could imply. "Let me get dressed," I said.
"No time. I'm in a bar fight here. Just, throw on some shoes and get down here. Hurry. Some guy just pointed a knife at me. At least I think it was a knife."
"What? Shit, Nick, call the police."
"Why? Wait, I know. You just want to see me in handcuffs,"
he said with a naughty smile in his voice, even though it was no time for jokes. "Nick, you promised me you'd be safe, and jail is far safer than being shanked with a broken bottle or knife, or worse," I admonished.
"Maybe not. What about Big Bubba?"
"You keep this shit up and he can have you," I said, making sure to yell it loud enough for him to hear. "On my way, though." I was out of bed the next second, wincing painfully against the overhead light as I threw a long overcoat over my silk pajamas and raced down the stairs. Louise, Nick's long-suffering housekeeper, was watching television on the couch. "Miss Abigail!" She sat up in surprise as I rushed into the room. "What are you doing awake at this hour?" At that point, I didn't even slow my momentum as I breezed toward the door. The old publicist had kicked in, and the new girlfriend had fallen along the wayside. "Nick's in trouble. Nick trouble," I clarified. Halfway up from her chair, she quickly plopped back down. "Oh," she said. "The most I got out of him was the name of a bar. It sounds like the place erupted into civil war a little after 3. She nodded briskly and returned her attention to her show as I snatched up my purse. "Just be careful," she said as I hurried out toward the elevator. I pressed the button. A frown crossed my face, and I turned back to look at her. "Wait, what are you still doing here, Louise? It's 4 in the morning. "Cable," she said flatly. "If I'm gonna watch TV, I may as well let Mr. Hunter pay for it too, no?" "Fair enough," I said with a smile as her episode of some horrible old sitcom returned to the air. I waved farewell and disappeared through the doors. She bid me a cursory "good luck" before picking up a bowl of popcorn and staring at the television again. My body wilted and I shook my head. Good luck? I'm gonna need more than that, and so is he once I get a hold of him, I muttered to myself with a weary sigh. Gosh, how many times has she said the exact same thing to me as I raced off in the middle of the night to rescue Nick from some fresh batch of trouble? How many times have I made this ridiculous journey only to end up facing some unknown lunacy on the other side? My hand slipped again to my belly as I punched the button for the lobby, and the elevator began to descend. A far more pertinent question floated into my head, and I was almost afraid to discover the answer. How many more times is this gonna happen? The bar Nick told me about wasn't in the Upper East Side as I expected. In fact, a quick address check with my cab driver told me it wasn't even on the island. Queens? What the hell is he doing in Queens? I thought he was meeting friends, I reasoned. Besides James, I was sure none of Nick's friends would dare venture so far away from Manhattan. How the hell did he end up all the way out there? Like it or not, I was about to find out. I leapt out of the cab as soon as it pulled up to the curb, quickly tossed the fare and tip to the driver with my thanks, then turned to see that the door to the bar was hanging open. Not pushed, but actually hanging on nothing but cracked hinges and a prayer. I stared at it for a moment, tilting my head curiously in the dark. "Miss, you sure about going in there?" the cabbie called out of the passenger window. "Looks kinda seedy to me. Not really a place for—" As he trailed off, I finished his thought with a little sigh. "Yeah, it's kind of like the seventh circle of hell, huh?" We shared a quick grin before I shook my head and pulled my trench coat tighter around me. "I've got no choice, I'm afraid. I'm the cavalry he called in. It's not the first time, but it had better be the last." The man raised his eyebrows slightly before looking back to the bar. "And who you gonna call to rescue you?" I knew he was half serious when he said it, because I had always been extremely delicate-looking, a real feminine, damsel-in-distress type, even if that wasn't at all who I was. I was used to fielding those offhanded, protective comments all my life, and I knew he meant no harm or disrespect in it. "I'll be fine," I said, then shot him another smile. "Still, is there any way you could wait around back for us? I only need about 5 minutes, and I'll pay you well for your trouble once I get him out of his." "5 minutes?" he said, looking down at the large bill I'd already tipped him. "Sure, lady. It'd be my pleasure." I nodded gratefully and made my way toward the door. I could actually feel the pounding vibrations coming from the inside, but just as I reached the doorway, a large, sweaty man went flying out into the cold. He landed with a drunken laugh on a pile of splintered wood before getting back up and charging back into the fray. "Screw the 5 minutes," I said, turning back to the cabbie. "Better make it 10. Chapter 20. The second I stepped inside, I felt like I had stumbled onto a movie set. It was a cross between a food fight and a wrestling match. More accurately, it was reminiscent of one of those old taverns full of pirates, the kind of pub where every inch of space would bear witness to the mayhem the next morning. The air was punctuated with equal parts screaming, laughter, and music, as well as shattering glass and splintering furniture. Not a second went without some wildly thrown shot glass sailing past me in the air. Bodies seemed to be flying left and right, and liquor in all shades of brown and amber was dripping off the walls. Ironically, an infomercial for a key-locking breathalyzer flickered on a cracked television screen up above, and in one of the far corners the remnants of an indoor fountain were leaking water all over the place, flooding the wooden floor and washing away the sticky beer and cocktails and who knew what else. It was chaos, yet it was strangely ordered. Everyone racing around seeming to have a particular mission in mind, but their endgame was totally beyond me. "Lady, watch the hell out!" I ducked, just in time to prevent a ceramic vase from shattering over my head. 2 more followed in close succession, and I saved myself from head trauma by dropping into a couch as I let out a half-strangled shriek. "Nick, when I find you, I'm going to kill you." "Hey!" I shouted at the nearest man to me as he lay on the floor. At that moment, he was right in the middle of getting his ass kicked by someone kneeling on his chest. But that didn't stop me from grabbing his ear to get his attention. "Hey, mister!" The fight came to a momentary pause as the drunken man kneeling on top actually made a time-out sign just to be polite. "Yeah?" I rolled my eyes and raised my voice to a conversational yell. "Have either of you seen a guy named Nick? Tall and blonde, in a designer suit, probably mouthy as hell and spouting off some nonsensical speech about medieval archery or the spawning rights of fish?" The description didn't hit home, but I could tell I'd made a bit of progress with the nonsensical speech part. While I still had their attention, I reached quickly into my bag and pulled out my phone.
It was easy enough to pull his picture up on the screen since I had 1,000 of them. Their eyes locked on the photo for only a moment before lightening in surprise. "Oh, that pretty boy? The one in them fancy duds?" said the man kneeling on top of the other. He then threw his arms wide to gesture around the bar. "That cocky punk started this whole mess." Why am I not surprised? The man beneath him glared up at his attacker with the strength of a nova. "Yeah, and you ain't gonna touch him, man. That guy paid me 50 smackers to defend him with my life. I'm his personal bodyguard, and you won't lay a fucking finger on him tonight or ever." I turned to the man in surprise, but before I could say a word, the guy sitting on his chest threw up his hands in exasperation. "The billionaire's a menace, Carl. He doesn't belong here, and he's not worth your life." Carl, however, was loyal to a fault, after a payoff, of course, and would not be swayed. Apparently $50 was enough to buy a lifetime of loyalty, no matter how long or short that life might be. I left them to their own devices, interjecting only once more to ask, "And where might I find this menace to Queen society, gentlemen?" Carl pointed in the general direction of the bar. "Last time I saw him, he was barricading himself over there." He panted between punches to the face. "He said he was gonna call someone who could put a stop to this shit. Make it all go away." How sweet. Nick tries to recreate Scorsese's Gangs of New York right here in Queens, and the first person he thinks of is me. If he wants to play movie maker, I'm about to show him a little fatal attraction. "Thanks, Carl," I muttered, wincing as his head slammed into the floor. "And good luck." Without another word, I was off, staying low as I weaved through the battle as best I could, making my way to the bar. I had to leap over broken furniture, duck flying projectiles, and dart to the side as tangles of intoxicated men barreled past me. So glad I decided to wear my pajamas for maximum flexibility. By the time I made it across the room feeling like a ninja unaware, I was dismayed to realize what Carl meant when he said Nick was barricading himself at the bar. The thing was a fortress. Stacks of chairs and overturned tables were lined up around the perimeter, cutting off any and all access to the outside. What looked like an army of sporks stuck out from every available corner, hoping to catch the enemy off guard. Knowing Nick as well as I did, I was sure he was the one who'd sabotaged the fountain in the corner, hoping to create a little moat for added protection. As if all of that wasn't enough, there was someone perched high in the shelves amongst the bottles, a sniper firing shot glasses down with precision aim. He was bathed in shadows beneath the broken light, camouflaged in a souvenir hoodie to blend into the surroundings, so hidden that it took me a second to realize he was the man I'd been looking for. "Nick?" There was a pause in the fire, and the hoodie shifted my way. "Abby?" he said. A second later he jumped down and landed in a sea of glass with a look of euphoric victory lighting up his face. "Abby, you came! We're saved!" I had no idea where to start. Not a fucking clue. I simply stood there gawking at him, while he beamed back in drunken triumph. He wasn't exactly fighting in the trenches like Carl and the others, but he'd obviously taken the idea of urban warfare to a whole other level. The sides of his cheeks were smeared with what looked like charcoal soot, assumedly to help him blend into the darkness. In true Rambo fashion, his blonde hair was tied back with a torn bandana I didn't recognize, and unless I was mistaken, he'd been whittling a stolen pool stick into what looked like a harpoon. After a second, he finally broke the silence between us. "Check out my mo. Cool, huh?" "Cool is not the word I'm thinking of," I said, clearly unimpressed. My eyes snapped shut as I repeatedly reminded myself of the punishment for homicide in the state of New York, a criminal mandate I'd memorized the first week I'd met Nick. Grinding my teeth together, I still managed to speak with a smile. "What are we into this time, Nick?" It was the standard line, the one I thought I left permanently behind me when I put down my PR phones and found myself pregnant with his child. He glanced around, the tips of his blonde hair dripping down into his eyes. "What, this?" It was a serious question only because he was seriously drunk. So drunk that he was having a hard time standing up straight and had to lean on the counter behind him for support. My face softened and my anger melted as I tried my very best to put myself in his shoes. He had just found out his girlfriend is pregnant,
He'd been hit by a taxi, and the whole world thought he eloped to get married in Peru. Not only that, but after decades of abuse and tension, he'd just reconciled with his estranged father. They were not all bad things, but they were all traumatic. A lot for anyone to deal with. Yeah, I guess that earns him a drink or two. Or 12. I decided taking pity on him and on myself since I couldn't even have a sip. "Honey," I said, taking a deep breath and trying to steady my voice. "I guess you were feeling a little stressed out, huh? So you decided to play war games in a biker bar in Queens." "Games?" he scoffed, automatically ducking his head as what looked like a chrome hubcap sailed toward him at a lethal speed. "Abigail, I'll have you know this is serious, and I got a few good punches in too. I even hired protection." "Yes, I spoke to Carl, and—" "Wait, you've been throwing punches?" He lifted a hand to rub his right jaw. "I couldn't just let that big bully catch me with a right hook. I had to nail him back." "How did this start?" He ducked again, then answered. "We're fighting for—" I folded my arms across my chest and cocked my head to the side, waiting. "Yes?" The tops of his high cheekbones flushed a moment as he tried to remember the mantra that had started the whole mess to begin with. "Well, for justice, I suppose." "How noble of you," I said with a sigh, wrapping his arm around my neck. "Come on, we've got to get out of here." He looked surprised. "No, Abby, we can't just leave. Besides, this isn't my first bar fight." "You can't count that college bar brawl." "You're right. I mean, back then no one bashed me in the head with a beer bottle. At least this one will be my most memorable." "I doubt that, considering how much you drank," I mused. "We need to see this through," he argued. "I need to get back out there and help back up my brothers. They're still fighting the good fight, and—" "See this through?" I tugged on his arm again, harder this time. "Nick, the cops are going to be here any minute. The last thing we need is to be associated with the so-called justice you've stirred up here." Drunk as he was, he didn't budge an inch. No matter how hard I pulled, he simply stood there with an infuriatingly patient smile on his face, looking like the gorgeous extra in every war movie ever made. The one who would tragically blow up in the first 2 minutes, leaving every woman in the audience sobbing for hours. "Abby, it's natural to have doubts," he said kindly. "But never fear, my love. The battle is ours. Any minute now, my friend Carl is going to—" "Carl didn't make it," I blurted. Nick stopped short as the two of us gazed out across the room at his drunken savior, who was currently lying in a pool of vinegar and beer, tracing the air above him with a dizzy grin on his sweaty face, as his broken nose dripped a steady stream of blood onto the floor. "Carl!" Nick's face fell with genuine sadness as he pulled a bottle of rum off the shelf behind him and took a swig. "A true hero among men. We'll never forget your years of service and dedication to the cause. You, my friend, are—" "Yeah, okay." I snatched the bottle and put it back on the counter, cutting short the lyrical lamentations before they could get off the ground. "Can we go now?" Nick lifted his head high, surveying the battlefield as the war raged on around him. It really was a gruesome sight, yet the corners of his lips lifted with a hint of pride. "Yes, Abigail," he said softly, albeit a bit more formally now. "Things did escalate quite quickly, and it certainly would be bad publicity for us newlyweds. Let's get out of here." "You don't say," I snarked. "You, alcohol, and crowds are a potent recipe for disaster, and we both know this would end up on the front page. I can see it now. When Billionaire's attack, or Billionaire temper tantrum, or Billionaire completely loses his cool, or look out for little unsaintly Nick. You'll be on the next episode of Troubled Trust Funders before you know it." "Are you saying that this is my fault?" "It doesn't matter. You know how the tabloids would spin it." "Yeah, hell hath no fury like Nicholas scorned." As he said the words, a gigantic man spotted him from the corner and took off running in our direction. Halfway to us, he lifted an empty beer mug above his head and let out a guttural cry. Nick's regal composure left him at once, and he started tugging drunkenly on my arm. "Yeah, definitely time to go." Without a second of pause, He and I began scrambling away, tripping over drunken bodies and shattered furniture as we headed down the hall. The front door was effectively blocked, so instead of even trying for it, we sprinted toward the bathrooms. Of course, we didn't actually pull off sprinting because Nick had never been so unsteady on his feet. The lights had been knocked out, and the only thing we had to guide us was a neon green Heineken sign flirting on the wall. "Come on, babe, we're almost there," I said, reaching behind me to grab his hand. I was just about to pull him inside when we passed the door to the kitchen and froze in our tracks. No less than 5 men were standing there, all of them as wasted as he was, and each armed with some sort of cooking paraphernalia. Their heads were bowed together as they engaged in some sort of drunken huddle, but they looked up when they saw us, and in what felt like slow motion, the man standing in the middle raised his finger to point at Nick's chest. My brilliant boyfriend, of course, did a drunken who-me, double take as I slowly backed into the wall. For a split second, nothing more happened. No one moved or said a word, and in that split second of inaction, I seized the foolish notion that the cooler heads might possibly prevail. That was shattered, however, when with a fearsome cry, the man launched himself toward us, wearing a hateful scowl and wielding a whisk, prepared to turn us into meringue. Chapter 21. "Nick!" I shrieked. Somehow, even in his inebriated stupor, Nick was ready to face him. No matter how many quarts and fifths and shot glasses of alcohol were coursing through his veins, he managed to spin easily out of the way with all the grace of a ballerina, then laughed as the man's own forward momentum sent him crashing into the wall and the whisk clattering to the floor. Nick grabbed the would-be weapon and threw it down the hall. Then, with a violent grace I couldn't begin to fathom, he leapt into the air and spun in a high circle before knocking the man to the ground with a single roundhouse kick. What the fuck? My jaw fell to the floor as my hero landed, shaking out his golden locks like some kind of devastating angel. The 4 other men in the kitchen were paralyzed, in a similar state of shock to my own, just staring at Nick as if their nightmares had suddenly come to life. Then Nick tripped on his own shoe and stumbled back into the wall, as if all of his prowess and sure-footedness vanished in the wake of the battle. The men took that clumsy moment to charge toward us, releasing a deafening cry and waving all sorts of utensils as they sought to avenge their fallen friend. One waved a set of tongs, the other wore a colander on his head like a helmet, and the 2 others had spatulas in both hands. I was just glad none of them had happened upon a meat cleaver, because they looked like they were ready to tear the entire tavern to the ground. Since I was merely a woman, I was unceremoniously shoved out of the way, and the 2 of them grabbed Nick by the shoulders and pressed him up against the wall he'd just stumbled into. As they held him steady, the others walked slowly toward him, cracking their knuckles. "Come on, you guys," I exclaimed, terrified and dumbfounded at the same time. "Look, I don't know what he did or what he said or whatever, but I guarantee you don't want to do this." I might as well have been screaming at a wall, because the liquid courage had a firm grasp on all of them, Nick included. As reasonable as they might have been under normal circumstances, they were men and they were drunk, and they weren't about to let some things slide. "Take it back," one of the men said quietly as he stepped closer. There was a flash of silver as he held what looked like a serving spoon to Nick's throat. "Take it back right now." Nick jutted his chin up defiantly, a rebellious fire burning in his eyes. "Nope, never." The spoon pressed more firmly against his skin, soon joined by a baster. "Be smart, kid. Don't make us do something we'll both regret." Nick's eyes flashed again as his lips curved up into an unrepentant smile. "It's Joe, isn't it?" The man glanced at his friends, then nodded uncertainly. "Well, Joe, I said it before and I'll say it again." Nick's smile grew cold, and he stared them down, without an ounce of fear in his spiteful glare. "The Yankees could beat the Mets any fucking day of the—" Before he could finish, a heavy-fisted punch caught him right in the face. My hands clamped over my mouth to silence a scream, but Nick simply spat out a mouthful of blood and lifted his head in triumph. "Yankees!" he had the audacity to yell.
The ridiculous bloodbath came to a momentary standstill as his battle cry was echoed by dozens of others scattered around the bar. "Yankees! Yankees! Go Yanks!" They wailed in a horribly off-key chorus as they pulled themselves away from their oppressors. Just like that, the fighting resumed tenfold, and the baster-bearing bastard gave his head a dangerous shake. "I warned you, dude. What are you gonna do?" Nick taunted, eyeing his pathetic arsenal. "Marinate me? Sports. All this over a stupid game?" I thought, still frozen in disbelief, staring with eyes as wide as saucers, as the men of New York digressed into petulant children before my very eyes. Are they ever anything but a bunch of little boys obsessed with their dribbling balls? "I'll marinate you all right. I could kill you with this thing if I wanted." "Good. I'd rather die than spend another second talking to a Mets fan. I hope your delusion isn't contagious," Nick said, surprising me that he could speak words of so many syllables in his sloshed state. The men stared each other down as the baster lifted high into the air. Before the culinary threat could fall upon Nick, though, there was a flash of electricity, and the man holding it fell to the ground with a yelp of pain. Everyone watched him crumble and writhe for a moment before lifting their bloodshot eyes to find me, standing over his body with a smoking taser in my hand. "Enough!" I demanded. Never underestimate a woman, let alone a pregnant one trained in the deadly art of public relations. Nick continued staring at me, just as stunned as the others. "Abby?" he questioned, as if he suddenly remembered I was there with him. "Are you idiots telling me this glorified little food fight of yours, one that's going to get you all arrested, is because of a stupid basketball team?" Nick closed his eyes in a painful grimace as the other men paused to stare at me. "It's baseball, Abby, so—" "I don't give a fuck what it is." Then, with razor-sharp precision, I kicked the man on the ground out of my way and waved the taser threateningly toward the others. They took a giant step back, releasing Nick in the process. "Go home," I ordered, my eyes narrowing threateningly as they scampered back like little schoolboys, staring at the actual weapon in my hand. "Go home to your unfortunate girlfriends and wives, and please give them my supreme sympathy." "That's right," Nick began smugly. "Shut up," I interrupted, shooting him a scathing glare as I motioned to the bathroom. "You're just as bad as they are, if not worse. Don't think for 1 second that you're off the hook, mister. You're just damn lucky I was here to save your drunk ass. Again." His lips parted to respond, but he wisely thought better of it. Instead, he gave his enemies a friendly wave, and the two of us disappeared down the hall. The second we were out of sight and earshot, he turned to look at me in amazement. "Abby, you were incredible back there. Where the hell did you learn to do that?" I shot him another glare before kicking open the bathroom door and shepherding him through. The second we were both inside, I locked it firmly behind us and propped a trash can beneath the handle for good measure. "Where did I learn what? To scare off a gang of violent fools intent on killing you over the damn Yankees?" I asked under my breath, scanning the little room. "I was your publicist for 2 years, Nick. That was hardly the worst thing I've had to do." "Aha! There you are." Through the shadows and grime, I finally made out what I was looking for. A tiny window mounted high up in the wall. As Nick swayed drunkenly beside me, I estimated the distance the best I could, then crawled up onto the sink to strike the ancient glass repeatedly with my purse. Not a moment too soon, it reluctantly swung open. I could already hear the distant sound of police sirens racing toward us. "Come on," I called, jumping down to let him go first. "We've got to get out of here before those Mets fans make Metwurst out of you. Though at this point, I'm thinking maybe I should let them." He glanced between me and the window, his eyes wide with astonishment, then hopped up onto the sink with a surge of adrenaline. "You're one hell of a woman, Abigail Wilder." "Just go," I answered as the sirens neared, "and try not to break anything on the way down." He gave me a drunken salute and dropped noiselessly into the air. The second I heard him land, I jumped up and squinted out into the night. Rain. Perfect. Just fucking perfect. I swung my legs over without a second thought, but didn't account for the long trench coat I'd wrapped over my pajamas. As I tried to jump to freedom, the edge of the coat caught on the cracked windowsill, jerking me back toward the wall. Abby! Nick leapt forward as I smashed against the paneling and let out a frightened gasp, and my purse slipped from my fingers, spilling its contents all over the wet pavement below, while I dangled helplessly in the air. Abby, hold on. I've got you. For the first time in my life, I didn't want Nick to get me. I didn't want him to be the knight in shining armor, rushing in to save me or fix his latest mess. All I wanted was to be home, sleeping in my safe warm bed. Don't! I said, cringing away from his hands to twist myself up and tear the coat free from the window. A second later, I dropped through the air and landed in a disgruntled heap upon the ground. You've done enough. Within just seconds, the rain soaked me to the bone. I brushed my wet hair away from my face with a shiver and gathered up my purse and things before Nick pulled me shakily to my feet. Are you okay? He asked, feeling my stomach, the concern evident in his voice. Is the baby okay? Drenched and frustrated, I stared up at him as the thunder rolled, the rain poured, and the lightning flashed. Sure, I was a little irritated that I was there because of him, that he dragged me to some seedy bar to rescue him at some awful hour of the night. But in that moment, looking into his eyes like that, with that rain dripping off his perfect hair and rolling droplets down his perfect face, I just wanted him to scoop me up, kiss me, and take me home. Shit! How could I be so stupid? You're pregnant out here in the rain in your pajamas, jumping out the window from some rowdy bar, and it's all because of me. What the hell is wrong with me? He fumed. I'm no role model or hero for our child. How did the universe think making me a father was a good idea? I don't deserve you or the baby, Abby. I softly grabbed his hand. The baby and I are fine, Nick. Everything's fine. When I looked up at him, though, I noticed him staring at me with the strangest expression I'd ever seen on his face. What is it? I asked. What's wrong? The cops were closing in. The rain was becoming a torrential monsoon. The cabbie's patience had worn too thin for him to stick around, and we'd yet to put more than 10 feet between us and the battle raging inside the bar. Yet Nick wasn't moving a muscle or saying another word. I shivered again and took a step closer, worried that something was seriously wrong with him. Something much more than too much liquor. I'm sorry. The soft words stopped me in my tracks, and I stared up at him, wondering what in the world was going through that beautiful head of his. His eyes were filled with an unspeakable kind of remorse, but there was something else there, too. A quiet kind of hope. You shouldn't be. His eyes flickered up to the window. I just came here to celebrate. He bowed his head to his chest as the rain continued to pelt him. When he finally finished his thought, it was so quiet that he could have only been speaking to himself. I'm a father now. I need to be more responsible for you and for our baby. Fuck all this bullshit. I'm ready to settle down with the woman of my dreams. Ready to make a family with you. He ran a hand through his hair. Watching you jump out that window in the middle of a bar fight showed me something. What? I asked, eager to hear it. Tears welled in his eyes. I can't live like this anymore. All these stupid stunts and antics. I'm no frat boy, and this shit has to stop. I'm supposed to be a man now, and I need to be one for the woman I love. Abby, I know it doesn't look like it right now, but I really do want to give you and our baby a stable life. You shouldn't have had to race down here in your pajamas to save me. I promise that from this day forward, no more crazy stunts. It's time I jump off this roller coaster and enjoy a real life. A life with you. I swear to you that all this insanity ends here tonight. I love you, Abby, and I don't ever want to be with anyone else. A tear slipped down my face at the sincerity of his confession. I've met my match, my soulmate, my forever, he said. That's nice to hear, I said with a soft smile, batting my eyes to flick the rain away. He gently cut my face. You're my world, and I don't want to lose you, especially over the damn Yankees, as you put it. You won't, baby. I expected to be a bachelor till my dying day. Thought I could just multitask, entertaining an entire roster of side chicks. I'm afraid I can't put up with that. You think you can really handle monogamy? For you? Hell yes. It's like I've been waiting for you my entire life, Abigail Wilder. I can't even think about being with another woman because you're all I can think about. I know I've been a little wild, but then you came along and changed everything, with your beautiful smile and feisty personality. I hope you know I was smitten by you the first day I met you. A little wild, huh? I said with a grin. Why'd you keep your distance then? Were you worried about tainting me or something? I just knew I don't deserve somebody like you. You're so pure, so innocent, a hopeless romantic. I didn't want to hurt you or change you, so I kept everything professional. That wasn't easy, because deep down I've always held a torch for you. Oh, Nick. Well, now I have to officially pop the question, I guess. I laughed out loud at that. Okay. Tell me, Abby, would you ever consider settling down with a reformed playboy? Without any hesitation whatsoever, I answered, not only would that be the best decision of my life, but it'd also be the best Hollywood love story ever. He softly kissed my lips. You know, I've always heard about the one. People said I'd know her when I met her, and they were right. It was like being struck by lightning. You're the one for me, Abby. You're my best friend, the one person I can't imagine living without, the absolute love of my life. And apparently, your taser-wielding bodyguard, I teased. Yeah, that too, he said with a sheepish smile. I can't imagine growing old with anyone else, nor do I want to. Sweet girl, my life won't be complete without you beside me. You're the one I want to share the rest of my life with. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. He said, looking at me in the most beautiful way anyone had ever looked at me before. Nick, you saying that, it's... I trailed off, too consumed by emotion to truly thank him for saying the words I'd wanted to hear for so long. A surge of sudden determination lifted his chin, and he stared at me in the rain, with true love shining in his eyes. For a moment neither of us spoke, but then in a movement as subtle as if it was profound, he took the bandana from his hair and said, Abby, I want to marry you. Suddenly it was as if my whole body turned to stone, cemented to the pavement beneath us, and I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe, I couldn't think. I just stood there wondering if I'd heard him right. No, he's drunk. He doesn't realize what he's saying. My mind corrected. But all that changed when he melted my heart by getting down on one knee. A host of sirens echoed in the background. A glow of misty street lamps haloed around his head. The entire world seemed to be falling to pieces around us, but Nick had never looked so sure, so cool, calm, and collected. Like I said before, I don't want to do this anymore, he said softly, keeping his eyes locked on mine. I don't want to live this way, and I don't want to ever live without you. With that, he reached in his pocket and pulled out a box. You are my life now, Abby, all I want in this world. I promise no one will ever work harder to make you happy or cherish you more than I will, and that's a promise I take very seriously. When he pulled the lid off the box, I couldn't help but cut my mouth in surprise at the sight of the exquisite diamond shimmering under the streetlight. I've just been waiting for the right moment. And you think this is it? I laughed. Yes, because I need to show you how much I love you. You jumped out a window in the rain to escape a crazy bar brawl. If nothing else, that proves you're the right girl for me. I love you, Abby. I always have and I always will. And neither the police or the rain or any Mets fans are going to stop me. My eyes widened in surprise. Abigail Wilder. His blue eyes twinkled as they stared into mine. This whole fake fiancé thing and rumors of a false elopement just aren't working for me anymore. I say we make it real. I swallowed hard as he stared lovingly into my eyes. I don't want you to be my girlfriend, Abby. Certainly not a fake girlfriend. I want you to be my wife. Will you marry me? He said again, this time as an actual question. Chapter 22. I couldn't breathe.
I was literally left standing there in breathless surprise. It was all a shocking blur, and my mind spun like I was on a supersonic carousel, like I drank as much as Nick had and I hadn't had a sip. "Did you really just say that?" I asked. He grinned as he slipped the ring on my finger. "Even if you think you didn't hear me right, the ring should clue you into my true intentions." "Oh my gosh, Nick!" I shouted, trembling. "This ring is gorgeous. Is this real? Are you serious?"
"Of course I'm serious. I just poured out my heart to you, didn't I? I love you, Abby. Do you think I'd propose to just any girl in the pouring rain?"
I squealed, cried, and laughed, a hostage of the most surreal moment of my life. I wasn't sure my heart was even still beating. I was literally out of my mind with enjoyment because I'd fantasized about that big moment since I was a little girl. I gawked up at him, my eyes filling with tears. "My gosh, you actually asked."
"So is that a yes?"
he asked. "Yes," I shouted. He then shot me the most beautiful smile I'd ever seen.
"You've just made me the happiest man on the planet."
I cupped his face. "Nick, is this really happening?"
"Yes,"
he said, softly kissing my lips. I looked at my new ring, then at him. "Oh my gosh, we're getting married!" I practically screamed, my words echoing through the dark streets. Nick pushed slowly to his feet, climbing up off his knee, his lovely face flashing red and blue in the haze of the oncoming police cars.
"Well, I'm glad it's sinking in," he laughed. "I wish we had champagne. Wait, scratch that. You're pregnant. No alcohol."
I'm shocked, Nick. I don't need any fancy wine or champagne or flowers. I just need you. I had no idea you could be so spontaneous, so heartfelt. That means way more to me than going out to some fancy dinner to recite a rehearsed proposal." He peered into my eyes.
"I want you to know this has nothing to do with the company or a flash drive or anything like that. There is nothing fake or pretend about this. I'm really asking."
Before he could finish, within the next second, I was airborne, leaping full force into his arms. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I thought my face might split apart from the force of my smile. The entire world seemed to come together in a single, crystalline moment as I stared down at him in the rain. Streams of water ran through his wavy hair, dripping from my lashes onto his.
"Being a good dad starts with being a good husband," he said. "I'm going to be the best husband and the best dad. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for our family. We're going to have a solid, rock-hard marriage and a stable, loving home. I promise you that. I've put my old life behind me. My new life starts now, with the woman I'll love for the rest of my life."
The only natural thing to do at that point was to collide in a kiss. I loved kissing Nick, especially in the pouring rain, and that kiss was our most breathtaking yet. I ran my hands through his wet hair as his mouth consumed me. I couldn't deny what I felt, what I was sure he felt for me. It was magic. It was as if my entire life had led up to that fairy tale moment. My Prince Charming was there, in my arms where he belonged. I loved the way he looked at me, touched me, and kissed me. Nick was the man I was going to share the rest of my life with, and I was ready to give him everything I had to offer. We kissed with so much passion, intensity, and fire that even a hurricane couldn't have put out the roaring fire brewing between us. I kissed him with everything I had, with the inferno of every heated emotion coursing through me. I loved that man, and I gladly would have soared up to the moon and back for him. In fact, he sent my heart soaring that high with every glance of his blue eyes. It might have been freezing outside, but his mouth was warm. He forced mine open with a strength and passion that took my breath away as one hand came up to cup my face. My eyes snapped shut and I ran my fingers through his hair, wrapping my legs tightly around his waist. It wasn't until I felt him flinch beneath me that I realized something was wrong. "Oh gosh!" I exclaimed, untangling myself from his body and dropping down to the wet pavement. "Nick, I'm so sorry. Your chest. I didn't even think." He only laughed, pulling me back toward him. "I just asked you to marry me, Abby Wilder. I just asked you to be my wife." He ran the tips of his fingers down my sides. "You really think a couple bruised ribs are going to stop me?" They wouldn't, but in spite of what he said, I feared a couple of police cars might. No sooner had we come back together than we sprang apart again. We sprinted into the rain hand in hand as the bar behind us was stormed by what looked like half of New York's finest. The sounds of the drunken disclaimers and denials were drowned out by our uncontrollable laughter as we tore down the street, seemingly without a care in the world. There we were, running in the rain with strobes of lightning punctuating every sloppy footfall. Every so often Nick's finger brushed across my ring, and every so often my mind did the same. Maybe fairy tales do come true after all, I thought, with a smile as I ran with the man I loved, ran to a future I couldn't wait to experience. Chapter 23. By the time we got back to the penthouse, the sun was already beginning to lift into the sky. The walls were tinted pink with the coming dawn. The timer on the coffee maker sprang automatically to life, and the bubbling sounds of the hot tub echoed cheerfully in the air. Louise had long since left. Nick admitted to me that he paid her to stay and watch me while I was out. I guess he was worried and wanted to make sure I had someone looking out for me while he was out, and she pretended like she was only staying for the free cable. I chuckled. I'd fallen for it hook, line, and sinker. Max, the bodyguard, was stationed safely downstairs. There were no stylists pounding down our door, no unexpected visitors or lingering guests. For the first time in what felt like a long time, the two of us were finally alone. Nick laid me down gently on the bed. It was obvious all along that he was in a hurry to get me here, just so he could sweep me off my feet and preemptively carry me over the threshold. But now that we were there, his movements became tender and relaxed. He unbuttoned his shirt with one hand and slipped the wet garment off his muscular shoulders. With his other hand, he tugged my soaked pajamas carefully over my head. His pants were soon to follow, then his shoes and mine. Before long, there wasn't a stitch of clothing in sight. His eyes swept over me, before he lowered himself slowly to the bed. First, he greeted my shins with kisses, followed by my knees and the side of each thigh. He lingered for a while over my stomach, pressing his lips tenderly against the skin, with a secret smile before he traveled upward once more, pleasuring my ribs, my breasts, and the hollow of my collarbone. A trail of warmth followed his every touch, radiating out like some kind of supernova that was bringing me back to life. He didn't neglect anything, not my jaw, my cheeks, my eyebrows, or even the tip of my nose. Then, finally, he reached my lips. A soft moan escaped me as his hands wrapped around my lower back, his thumbs rubbing little circles into my hip bones. He was hard and ready, yet he carefully took his time, savoring every moment and drinking in every detail just like I was. "You know," he whispered in my ear as his legs eased mine gently apart, "I've never done this before." The mood was temporarily shattered as I let out a bark of laughter. When his twinkling eyes met mine, I shook my head with a grin. "I'm sorry, but even if I'd never picked up a magazine or a newspaper or, I don't know, walked outside, I still happen to have personal knowledge to refute that. Talk about mythbusters." He laughed quietly, trailing a leisurely finger up between my legs. "I don't mean sex. Of course I've done that." One finger was joined by another, then another, but when I arched my back, he pressed me down. "I mean that I've never had sex with my actual fiancée, the woman I intend to make love to for the rest of my life." All our momentum momentarily stilled as he stared deep into my eyes. "I love you, Abby. I'll never stop loving you." He planted a soft kiss against the back of my hand. "Not for a single second." It was as much a promise as it was a caress. I stared up in a trance, temporarily dazzled by the Manhattan prince I'd come to call my own, but then his lips twitched up into a mischievous grin. "And now, wife-to-be, I'd like to fuck you." I laughed again as he yanked my knees apart and pushed himself inside me. Make love, I insisted, giggling all the while. You like to make love to me. Call it what you will, he panted. His golden brown hair fell into his face as he bowed his head to mine, thrusting powerfully all the while. I like to call it fucking. I stretched up on my elbows, biting playfully at his lips. For a verb that strong, buddy, you'd better make it memorable. Just like that, his mischievous twinkle turned into a devilish grin. I promise you'll never forget this, he said, eager to accept the challenge. And in the end, he was certainly right about that. Hours later, we were lying in bed, staring up at the ceiling with a tangle of damp sheets wrapped around our waists and ankles. Nick tapped an absent-minded rhythm on my wrist. Do you think I should tell my dad? He asked suddenly. About us? I asked, confused. About this? I said, wiggling my ring finger around. No, about Claudia. I glanced over, then leaned back with a little frown. I'm sure he already knows how devious she is. The man's not stupid, Nick, and from what you tell me, he's no stranger to women like her. I'm not sure about the flash drive. He propped himself up on an elbow, twisting onto his side to face me. I thought you said you broke it. Smashed it at the hospital. I did, but who's to say that was the only copy? Those things are a dime a dozen at Office Max, right? My lips pressed together as I considered the conundrum from every angle. A woman like Claudia is sure to have another copy, a backup. In that regard, nothing's really changed. We fell silent for a while, each of us lost in thought. The city awakened slowly around us, its familiar sounds drifting in through the high window. The hot dog vendors were setting up their stands, and the first angry honks from cabs echoed all about. The flutter and squawks of an army of pigeons descending upon Central Park was yet another wake-up call. Nick grabbed his phone and suddenly called Claudia. Nick, stop! I yelled. He flat out asked her if she had any copies, and I could hear her reply. Yes, darling Nick, she said. Right before your dad took the flash drive to the hospital, I made a copy. I was wondering when I should tell you. Why? Nick shouted as his face reddened. Why the hell would you do that? For leverage, dear boy. To keep you in line. Don't worry, though. I feel as though my revenge has been obtained, and I feel vindicated. When your dad hatched up that marriage plot, I couldn't stop laughing. I loved seeing you squirm. It was the perfect revenge. How wonderful. I really got you back good, didn't I? Yes, you did. So if you got me back so good, then why make another copy? The flash drive is insurance that you'll stay on my side during this marriage, and that you won't say anything bad about me, and that you'll support me loyally. It just never ends. No, son, it doesn't. I'm not your son. Okay, then. Stepson. And feel free to call me Mom. Now I need to know. Are you on my team? Fine. You win. You have my undying support and loyalty, Mother. Good. The next time you see your father, tell him how much you approve of this marriage. Done. Good. Nick hung up and I touched his shoulder. She's a nut job, he said. It's okay, I said softly. We'll figure out a way around this. We started to talk about strategies and stuff we could do to get the flash drive back from out of her clutches. I'd just about given up on finding a solution when Nick sat up suddenly, his eyes locked upon the far wall. My heart quickened just at the sight of it. I knew that look because I'd seen it many times before. It was a look that meant only one thing. Trouble. What? I was almost afraid to ask. What are you thinking? I have a plan so that I'll never have to call her mother again. I'll just call her evil stepmother. The corners of his mouth curved up in a slow smile as his plan began to take shape. When you think about it, he began, that flash drive is nothing more than leverage, a tangible bargaining chip she gets to hold over our heads, to pull out whenever she wants. I nodded slowly. Yeah, so? So, what if we have our own leverage?
Suddenly, the publicist in me sprang to life, side by side with the girl who had grown up watching too many crime television shows. Right. We could catch her in a compromising position and get some photos of our own, something she wouldn't want Mitchell to see. Nick nodded in agreement, finishing my every thought. He'll call off the wedding. Leave her. My face danced with excitement for only a second before the plan died in my eyes. But how? I shook my head, already defeated. How in the world can we go about doing something like that? Maybe she won't even cheat. Nick merely pulled out his phone and pressed a speed dial number, wearing a little smirk. Just leave that part to me, babe. I got this. I'm not sure I like the sound of that. Oh, you will. I promise you will. Just 2 hours later, we were standing on the curb, watching the New York City traffic and wearing conspiratorial smiles, even though mine masked my overwhelming anxiety. Are you sure this is okay? I asked for the millionth time. I mean, we're getting dangerously close to prostitution here. Nick squeezed my hand and offered a confident smile. It's totally fine. We've asked each other to do way worse things than this. There was a beat of silence before I looked up at him again. Worse than prostitution? Best not to dwell on semantics, he advised, pointing into the sea of cars. As if on cue, a black limousine separated from the rest of the pack and pulled up against the curb. Semantics will get you in trouble every time. The two of us watched as the door opened and James leapt out onto the sidewalk, glancing up at the skyscrapers as he took a deep breath of the New York City air. He looked as out of place as a swimsuit model in the Arctic. People stopped to stare as if one of the billboards had suddenly come to life, and their mouths dropped shamelessly open. But the captivating Englishman had time for none of them. The second he spotted Nick and me through the crowd, he made his way over, with that typical beaming smile on his face. This is such a great idea, he called as soon as we were within earshot. I've always wanted a free fall from the Chrysler. I can't believe you got a permit. The smile froze on my face as I hissed at Nick through my teeth. You didn't tell him? Nick kept a smile fixed on his face as well, beckoning his friend closer. I may have lured him here under false pretenses. False pretenses or not, James was exactly the man for the job. I shook my head as he came closer, looking him up and down with a scarcely contained smile. The initial James dazzlement hadn't gone away since that time I saw him walk out of the lake, dripping wet and glistening in the sun. The man was sex incarnate, and no one could deny that, not even me. He's perfect, I whispered to Nick as his gorgeous friend stopped in front of us. Nick was far less dazzled but far more appraising. Well, you look okay, he assessed. Then, without any explanation, he pulled open the top 2 buttons of his buddy's shirt. As James glanced down in confusion, Nick stepped back wearing a frown. It's just too formal somehow. James glanced between us, looking a little lost. Too formal for free-falling. I figured they'd give us specific clothes. Without another word, the two of us yanked him forward and got to work. I stretched up on my toes to ruffle his dark hair into those irresistible sex-tousled waves, while Nick untucked his shirt and started rolling up his sleeves. His collar was loosened and his belt removed. By the time we finished, even his watch was gone for good measure. We didn't want it snagging any of Claudia's designer wear. Throughout the process, James's initial confusion turned into surprise. He knew something was coming, but he certainly didn't know what it was. Little did he realize that it was going to be far more dangerous than free-falling. When we finally took a step back, he stared at each of us in turn and asked flatly, Is this a threesome? Is that what this is? I mean, I'm okay with it, if you two are, but I didn't really expect... What? I gasped, unable to believe my ears. I get it. He shook his head with a little sigh. You guys want to branch out, but you're a couple now, so you want to do it with someone safe, right? Nick's eyes snapped shut, and he actually made a gagging noise. James, stop. James raked his hand distractedly back through his hair.
looking amenable but highly unconvinced by the whole thing.
"I just wish you'd given me some notice," he muttered almost to himself. "I don't have any of my tools." I cocked my head to the side, curious in spite of myself. Tools?" He sighed again, throwing his hands up in defeat. "Look, I mean, if you guys really want to do this, I guess I can get things started with Abby. Nick, maybe you can just watch, or..." "Enough!" Nick shook his head, unable to listen a second longer. "I didn't invite you to fuck my fiancée. In fact, consider her off limits for the rest of your natural-born, horny life. You got that?" James's face lightened considerably, with something that looked like a mixture of disappointment and relief. "Oh, in that case, I want you to fuck my dad's fiancée." The two of us nodded impressively, as James shrank a step back. Thanks, but no thanks. I think I'd rather just go back to the car. Fucking Claudia equals chlamydia." As he started to leave, I pulled him toward me. "Not so fast, mister." Chapter 24. "Tell me again why I'm doing this?" James demanded, fidgeting uncomfortably as I squeezed bits of product into his hair. "Other than to buy my therapist a new summer home." I bit back a burst of laughter as Nick stepped in front of him, placing his hands on James's shoulders and staring entreatingly into his eyes. "It'll be your wedding present, for your best friend. It's your duty as my best man." James met his coaxing smile with a cool glare. "Sex with the devil, Shit. I hate to know what you'll expect for your 50th anniversary. Don't worry, you'll be in a nursing home by then, old man." Nick teased. "We'll get you some Viagra." James shook his head. "Well, at least she's a gorgeous devil, that's for sure. And you said your dad made her get tested and she's clean. Why do all your presents tend to involve sexual blackmail, though?" Nick considered that for a moment before dropping his hands with a shrug. "I honestly don't know. That's just the way it plays out, I guess. You don't have to go all the way. Just get some compromising positions." James rolled his eyes and turned back to the bar. The three of us were currently hiding in the coat closet of the Manhattan Ritz. We happened to know Claudia was staying there alone, thankfully. We had no trouble committing light larceny of Harold Oates' infamous day planner. We had to pay the butler $100 to keep quiet about it, but the intel was well worth the money, and we had a perfect view from that vantage point. Before long, Claudia herself wandered into the lounge.
"That's her. There she is,"
I said excitedly, hopping from foot to foot. The men rotated slowly around, one with a look of infatuated amusement and the other with intense exasperation. They stared for a moment before turning back to the lobby. "Brilliant, Sherlock. You've saved the day. Give her a break." Nick grinned indulgently, giving me a little wink. "It's her first official con." James sighed and straightened his suit coat. It was paired with a white V-neck and a pair of expensive faded jeans. His dark wavy hair hung all the way to his chin, a little on the longer side, but styled in an incredibly fashionable way. It wasn't that it mattered, though. No woman on earth could ever tear herself away from those eyes of his, those deep, rich pools of chocolate, a shade that just so happened to be an exact match for my favorite espresso. The only one who could withstand such a gaze was me, and that was only because I had Nick's eyes to look into. Claudia won't know what hit her, I thought with a sadistic smile. "So you know the plan, right?" Nick recapped swiftly. "Just wander into the bar like it's a chance encounter. Sit close, but not too close. Offer to buy her a drink." Yeah, James snapped. "I know how to get a woman into bed, thanks." Nick lifted his hands and took a step back. I, on the other hand, continued the narration. "Mitchell is out of town tonight. They're having an addition put in the mansion, and Claudia hasn't gotten a good night's sleep because of the noise. Claudia did some charity work today at the hotel, and they offered her up the penthouse as a big thank you. So she happily accepted. She invited Mitchell to join her, but he said work came first and that she needed a good night's sleep. But what she really wanted was a good lay, and that put her on the prowl. We got a copy of her room key from a hotel worker we bribed." "So a serial killer could get into a room if they bribed someone enough money?" Not that you're a killer, but you know what I mean."
The hotel worker recognized Nick and believed that his future stepmom locked herself out.
He chuckled. "Nick is such a charmer."
"Yes, he is. Anyway, we'll be upstairs waiting in the bedroom closet. Just do whatever you need to in order to get her into a compromising position, and we'll take care of the rest."
James cocked his head with a sarcastic smile. "And how exactly would you like me to compromise her, dear Abigail? Which positions do you prefer?" I blushed a million shades of red, staring back in mortification, but Nick clapped him on the shoulder with a chiding grin. "Off limits, buddy. Don't forget that." Yeah, James said, giving me a wink.
"Are you sure you don't mind all this?" I asked.
Nick laughed. "He doesn't care, Abby. Really."
"That's right, because they've apparently done worse. What does that mean exactly? What the hell kind of friend agrees to seduce random women as some kind of favor? That kind of stuff only happens in the damn movies, and that's not a movie I'd want to watch." Thankfully, I kept the monologue to myself and fixed James's collar with a determined smile. "There, we should be good to go. The safe word is fraction." Nick and James said at the same time, shooting guilty looks at one another, one that tripled when they noticed my questioning stare and crooked grin.
"It's not what you think. We weren't together," Nick said scathingly. James flushed and added, "We both just happened to have the same gorgeous algebra teacher. The kind of teacher you really want to pet."
"Fraction," I repeated, shaking my head with an incredulous grin. "You've got to be kidding me."
James shook his head solemnly while Nick jutted his chin up, wearing a knowing smile. "You'd be surprised how often it comes up naturally in conversation. We were hot for teacher, and she was drop-dead gorgeous. Dangerous curves, long blonde hair, and bright blue eyes."
"Whatever," I said, not really wanting to hear about it. I angled James toward the door, grabbing the handle and slapped him on the back. "Knock him dead, Tiger." He stiffened and shot me a chilling glare.
"I'd better not catch you smiling, man," Nick warned. "That's my future stepmom, damn it." "I'll only smile a fraction of the time," James teased, and in the next second he was gone. Nick and I pressed our faces against the slats in the wood and watched as he swept carelessly across the bar, giving it a quick once-over before sitting down at a table alone.
"What the?" I whispered furiously. "He's supposed to sit next to her at the actual counter, offer to buy her a drink. She's not even going to see him."
"James knows what he's doing." Nick quieted me softly. "He's been on the hunt before. Trust me. She'll see him." Sure enough, not 2 minutes later, Claudia spotted James from her place at the bar. Her blue eyes dilated with predatory hunger, and she ever so casually angled her body to place her ample cleavage on full display. James didn't even look up. He kept his eyes on the front walkway, people-watching, as he slowly sipped his drink. A second later, the temptation became too much for her to bear. Clasping her drink in one hand, she slinked across the room toward his table, letting her long dress fan out behind her as she sashayed. When she tapped James on the shoulder, he feigned surprise but didn't act very interested. His eyes kept flickering back to the table, and it wasn't until she sat down in a chair beside him that he finally turned to look her face on. A scarlet flush spread up the base of her neck the second they locked eyes, but she was too infatuated to allow herself to become distracted. Instead, she leaned forward and rested a hand on his knee as she whispered something into his ear. Even from the coat closet, I could see the almost imperceptible way James's shoulders stiffened, the way he automatically cringed at her every touch. But he was a masterful performer, so even sitting just a few inches away, it wasn't something Claudia could see herself. She cocked her head invitingly, stroking a finger down the side of his face as she waited for an answer to her proposal. He let her hang for a moment, probably screaming, "Fraction, fraction, fraction," over and over in his head, before nodding and giving her a little shrug. He downed the rest of his drink, and they hurried to their feet and made their way to the front to pay their bills. Nick glanced at his watch and shook his head with a rueful grin. "Damn it! He just tied my record." My head rotated slowly around, and I stared up at him with a dangerous glare. "Your what?" His face paled and he shook his head quickly. "Never mind," he said defensively. "It's not important. We'd better get up to the room if we want to beat them there, sweetheart." Sweetheart. Right. I rolled my eyes as we darted up the front steps to the elevator. Less than a minute later, we were inside Claudia's suite, a messy one at that. I had never seen more lingerie in my life, and I couldn't help thinking about poor Mitchell. We had scarcely made it into the bedroom closet before the door swung open and 2 people stumbled inside. "I would have never left with any other man as fast as I left with you. The thing is, I've always had a crush on you," she told James. "But you were always with your flavor of the month. You and Nick were always surrounded by pretty women. I never thought I stood a chance." "I respected you way too much to treat you the way I treat other women." "So I'm special," she purred. "Most definitely." "Show me just how special I am." Their lips crashed together in a passionate kiss. My hands clapped over my mouth as Nick fought back an automatic grimace. They were already lip-locked, and she couldn't keep her perfectly manicured hands off him. "Maybe we should." He tried valiantly to untangle himself, twisting his head away from her blood-red lips. "Maybe we should get another drink. Or 5 or 6. She grabbed the sides of his face, turning him back toward her and greeting him with a seductive smile. "No more drinks and no more waiting. I want you. Now." Then with a feral cry, she pushed him down onto the mattress. "I've wanted you for so long. Ever since that party in Paris when you took off with that Victoria's Secret model." "You were there?" "Yep, but I was invisible to you. But now I'm not." Nick and I watched with wide eyes as she commenced with ripping his clothing off, one piece at a time. It was something of a terrifying sight, like watching a lion pounce on a helpless gazelle on one of those nature shows. She was like a mantis attacking her mate, a black widow fully intent on killing him after the deed was done. An elbow nudged me in the ribs, and Nick made a discreet gesture with his fingers. I nodded quickly and lifted my camera to the wooden slats to begin snapping silent pictures. As necessary as it was, I felt like a creep the whole time. Nick, on the other hand, looked like he was rather enjoying his friend's suffering. At the very least, he was trying very hard not to smile, but I was a frazzled mess as I watched through the lens, witnessing James trying valiantly to defend himself from the lusty witch who was clawing at him. "Whoa there!" He inched backward on the bed as she made a grab for his fly. We need to slow things down a little." His dark eyes flickered toward the closet as he added in a pointed voice, "This has already progressed pretty damn far." "Well, that's the whole point, silly." She climbed on top of him with a grin, straddling his waist as she slowly unzipped the back of her dress and tossed it into the air, revealing a rather impressive lacy ensemble beneath. "I'm not really one for taking things slow." In the next second, his shirt was whipping through the air. His dark hair haloed around him on the mattress as she lifted his reluctant hands and placed them firmly on her breasts, then threw her head back to the ceiling and released a low groan. "I'm going to need so much therapy," James mumbled under his breath. "What did you say?" She purred, fiddling with the top of his pants. "I said, His eyes flickered wildly around the bedroom before landing on a random painting on the wall. "I said that's some interesting artwork. Picasso. You know, they only ever discovered a fraction of his work." I nudged Nick pointedly, but he pursed his lips and shook his head. It obviously wasn't often that he got to play such a wicked prank on his best friend, and he was having way too much fun to put it to a stop just yet. "I didn't know that," Claudia murmured, leaning down to trail her tongue all the way up James's chest. "Not that I wouldn't love to spend the night talking about shitty painters, but I can think of a few more interesting things we can try." Then, with the speed and ferocity of a lioness, she seized his hands and pinned them above his head. It was so sudden and startling that James froze in momentary shock. He was still staring up at her when a flash of silver whipped through the air, only to clamp down on his wrists. What the fuck? Handcuffs? She just carries those in her purse? James let out a gasp of surprise, straining automatically against the silver chain. While I was sure it wasn't the first time he'd undergone a little bondage in bed, I was willing to bet that the other times had been with someone he actually wanted to have sex with, most likely been with his permission. Her 50 Shades of Crazy were showing, and by the look on James's face, I knew he didn't like it one bit. "What are you doing?" he asked breathlessly, unable to keep a flicker of tension from his voice as he watched her toss the key carelessly over her shoulder. "I don't—" "Shh." She pressed a finger over his lips, then slithered seductively down his chest, keeping strict eye contact all the while. "Now, let's see if I can help you out of those pants." "Fraction!" he shouted, abandoning his undercover assignment the second she took his zipper in her teeth. He somersaulted backward off the bed and landed on his feet. His messy hair fell between his eyes as he held up his cuffed hands between them like a shield. "Fraction! For fuck's sake, Fraction!" The closet door flew open and Nick and I leapt out into the room like a couple of superheroes, only devoid of our capes and spandex onesies. It was really impossible in that moment to say who looked more undone. The reasons for Claudia's shock were obvious, but as for me, I was just unable to believe I'd been an accomplice to such an event. James was still straining instinctively against the metal restraints on his wrists, looking not at all pleased by any of it. Nick, however, was standing there like the proverbial cat that ate the canary, looking like he'd just won the Super Bowl, basking in a victory that was a long time coming. He didn't say a word because he didn't need to. He simply held up the camera, staring deep into Claudia's eyes. The woman's skin was flushed and her mouth had fallen open in astonishment when we burst into the room, but as the two of them locked eyes, she slowly closed it. A flash of pure murder clouded her face, but she reined it in when she realized that the game was over, that she had come up on the losing end of the scoreboard. "You asshole!" she shouted. "Give me those pictures!" Nick taunted her while holding the camera high. "Nah, I think I'll hold on to them for safekeeping. If you ever mess with me or Abby again, I'll be happy to share them with all the right people in all the right places. How's that for leverage, little Miss Flash Drive?" After a roll of her eyes, a crossing of her arms over her naked chest, and a stomping of her pedicured foot, she conceded. "Then I guess we have a deal. I'll give you the copy I have first thing in the morning, then you give me yours. We'll make a fair exchange." "Deal." A few agonizingly long seconds later, she nodded curtly, got dressed, and swept out of the room. "Took you long enough," James muttered, looking around the room for the handcuff key. She had thrown it haphazardly into her mess of lingerie, and there was little chance of seeing it again. "What do you mean?" Nick asked sweetly, clapping him on the shoulder. "I came out when you said the safe word, just like we agreed." He chided with a grin. James shot him a look that could have melted ice. Finally, he gave up on the key altogether and settled for putting on his clothes. It was an interesting process, considering that he was still bound at the wrists. His shoes went back on easily enough, but there was nothing he could do about his shirt. In the end, we merely draped his suit jacket over his shoulders, and the three of us headed back down into the hotel lobby, looking like we'd arrested the world's most beautiful and resentful criminal. "I can't believe it's finally over," I whispered to Nick as we headed out onto the city streets. "That was the final thing holding us back. We're free." He kissed me on the tip of the nose, beaming a radiant smile. "Yep. Free to get married, free to have this baby, free to start our life together, for real this time." It wasn't often that he made such grand proclamations, quiet as they were, and I found myself completely overwhelmed. I was all blissed out in a state of surreal euphoria, like I was walking around in some kind of dream. "Yeah, we'll have fun with that," James snapped, lifting his wrists to hail a cab. "I hope it's all worth it, because I'm not talking to either of you ever again." "Wait a minute." Nick held up the key. "Look what I found." "What? You had the key this entire time?" He smirked. "Of course I did. Unlock me, and I'm never talking to you again." "Actually," Nick stepped in front of him as a yellow taxi pulled up to the curb, "I need to ask you for one more favor." Chapter 25. We got married by the lake, standing on the very same pebbly shore where the two of us realized, for the first time, that the love between us was real.
James was happy to oblige this favor, because it didn't involve handcuffs and a crazed sex fiend. When he officiated the ceremony, he did so with his usual gusto, armed with an online certificate he had taken to carrying around in his jacket like a badge of honor. Ferdy and the rest of the lake house staff catered the entire affair, but truth be told, it was rather a small event. I wore a white dress and Nick wore a tux. We exchanged vows together in front of a close circle of family and friends, everyone we loved in the entire world with one notable exception. "You didn't invite my father?" Nick said softly, looking around at the end of the ceremony as we stood with James on the lake shore. James peered out at the beautiful twinkling reception on the lawn. "Of course I did," he scoffed. "I told him it was in Nantucket." "James!" I shrieked. At that moment we saw Mitchell walking toward us across the grass with a proud gait, subdued yet unbelievably happy, holding a glass of champagne in his hand. "Then I decided that probably wasn't my call to make," James finished. He and Nick shared a swift embrace before James scooped me up and kissed me softly on the head. "Welcome to the family, Abby. It's a wild ride, but you'll get used to it." "What did I tell you about talking to my girl about wild rides?" Nick scolded playfully. I giggled as he dropped me unceremoniously and rested a hand on my stomach. He was the only person to do that besides Nick, my doctor, and myself, but I knew there was no use in trying to explain such a boundary to James. To be honest, for him it didn't really exist. "And you," he whispered, kneeling down, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "We're going to have lots of fun together, you and I." He straightened then and looked suddenly serious. "I expect to be named Godfather." Then without another word he walked away, leaving Nick and me standing together on the shore. "You know, he's right about it being a crazy ride." Nick tilted up my chin and kissed me softly on the lips, his eyes alight with adventure. "What do you think, Wilder? You up for it?" A rush of excitement swept through me as I threaded my arms around his waist and gazed out toward the horizon. For the first time, it felt like it was within my reach. One way or another, we were about to find out. This has been The Billionaire's Heir, Book 4, Taming the Bad Boy Billionaire, written by Sierra Rose, narrated by Kylie Stewart. Copyright 100 by Sierra Rose. Production copyright 2017 by Sierra Rose.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.